Dude was literally on a 6-month countdown, snagged a winning lotto ticket, but secured a one-way ticket to the afterlife instead. After practically begging the universe for a second chance, he spawned in as a hairless bag of bones. He climbed the ranks to Demon King, got totally played by the gods, and somehow hit the respawn button again. This round, he's a so-called holy infant. The catch? He's still packing his full villain-tier demonic aura. Now he's trapped in a bubble of paranoid priests, drowning in sacred blessings and holy pacts. But under the radar, he's vacuuming up dark corruption, massively leveling up, and masking the ultimate plot twist. The very idol they worship is actually gearing up to shatter their entire system. Meet our absolute survivor of a main character, Kim Isaac. This guy was desperately clinging to life, but doctors slammed him with a totally unheard of illness. It was so rare, they literally slapped his own name on the medical charts. The head doctor practically handed him his impending doom, giving him 6 months tops. Absolutely crushed, our guy stumbled out of the clinic in a daze. Tuning out the busy city noise, his mind spiraled into pure panic. This had to be a joke. He had grinded day in and day out like a mindless corporate drone, just to finally secure his bag and chill. And now it's suddenly game over? He was completely drowning in his own dark thoughts, entirely blind to the glowing red pedestrian light. Speeding cars were already charging forward when some random Good Samaritan violently shoved him back onto the concrete. He crashed hard. The golden lotto slip fluttered from his grip, feeling less like a jackpot and way more like a Grim Reaper's calling card. The sheer disrespect of the universe. Out of all days to check out, it had to be right after scoring the Mega Millions. He practically clawed at the air, violently refusing to flatline. Clutching that fragile piece of paper, tears completely blurred his vision. He'd trade all that cash in a heartbeat just to keep breathing. Desperate, he locked eyes with the sky and practically screamed at the deities to spare him. But honestly, he definitely should have checked the fine print on how they'd keep him around. Fate dealt him an absolutely foul hand. Bro doesn't even have a digestive system to use the bathroom anymore. Instead, he's stuck out here throwing down with nightmare fuel monsters. A mutant beast launched a sneaky blindside attack. Pivoting on a dime, he whipped his massive broadsword around, slicing it to dust. Only the final boss remained. A hulking gargantuan launched itself straight at his skull. He almost tried to backhand the beast, but smartly leaped out of the splash zone. Bracing his skeletal frame, he realized this was it. Time to finish the raid. He lunged like a missile, closed the gap instantly, and unleashed a completely devastating strike, betting everything on this final blow. Watching the beast's severed head launch into orbit, he mentally pumped his fist. The rogue uprising was officially shut down for good. Backing up a bit, post-respawn, he had started as literal trash-tier mob fodder, a basic skeleton. But as he relentlessly grinded his XP, he evolved all the way to Apex Predator status, a Lich-class Demon King. He resurrected a whole squad of shattered underworld outlaws, forcing them to bow down to his supreme authority. Sure, his skull was smooth as a bowling ball, but he was holding the crown now, and he was absolutely vibing with it. The Horde instantly started screaming his title, hyping up the Overlord infamous for his zero-chill rage and 4D chess brain. Except, they kept butchering his name in their wild chants. Annoyed, he snapped back, aggressively reminding them that it's pronounced Isaac, plain and simple. Like, how many times did he have to spell it out? He genuinely thought he was leading an army of absolute brain-dead NPCs who couldn't handle basic phonetics. Whatever. They could rot in their own stupidity for all he cared. Striding past the chaotic, an underling nervously squeaked out, asking where the boss was headed. He coldly tossed back that it was finally time to collect his long-overdue paycheck. Man just desperately craved a real burger and a standard bathroom break. He was dying to regain his humanity. Driven by that pure craving, he crashed the heavenly gates, tossing the final boss's mangled head right in front of the visibly shaking deities. Staring down the 5 majestic figures on their thrones, he coldly declared the server wiped. Every single hater was in the dirt. He aggressively demanded to know if the deal was still on. Per their VIP contract, his human respawn was The Divine Squad was completely shook. They genuinely banked on this quest taking 500 whole years. Suddenly, a panicked celestial aide sprinted up to the head honcho, sparking a frantic whispering session. Literally all the top-tier underworld elites had joined forces, sweating blood to push his agenda, doing it totally pro bono. Our guy rolled his eye sockets, loudly interrupting their huddle to point out he had super hearing. Why the stall tactics? After all, they were the ones who explicitly promised him a flesh and blood vessel if he cleaned up their mess. The lead deity flashed a sketchy, snake-like grin, pitching the classic just one more tiny favor line. Isaac practically ground his jawbone into dust, realizing that even as an undead menace, These shiny hustlers were pushing their luck. Gods or not, they were absolutely cancelled. He dropped a heavy curse, loudly demanding to know why on earth they were treating him like some unpaid celestial intern. Flexing a suffocating wave of pure killer intent, he menacingly questioned if they had forced him onto this grind, while secretly having zero clue how to actually turn him back into a human. Catching the vibe, a nearby goddess frantically murmured to her, panicking that their cover was totally blown. Another god hissed back, whining about why they ever signed a pact with such an unhinged brute in the first place. Isaac's rage spiked to the absolute limit, roaring if that pathetic excuse was their only defense. Outside of their shady forbidden summoning spells, these guys were basically frauds, incapable of real creation or destruction. He was walking unlife. And if these useless beings who literally possessed enough firepower to nuke their entire heavenly dimension back to factory settings, the deities instantly connected the dots. Dropping the tough act, they started sweating bullets, desperately begging for an extension while casually slipping in a few more side quests. The gods promised to fix things, but our guy was totally done with their lies. He declared that since they absolutely trashed their end of the bargain, he was going to wipe every single one of them off the map. Throwing his hands to the sky, he channeled a massive surge of dark energy, screaming that they were about to become permanent residents of the crimson magic erupted around him. He cackled like an absolute maniac, watching the dark flames dance until, bam, total blackout. The energy just panic hit him. He was completely paralyzed. One of the arrogant deities flashed a toxic smirk, mocking his pathetic attempt to fight back. The god flexed a glowing bug, explaining that whoever's name got carved into its shell was instantly paralyzed. He held up the beetle, flashing but wait, here is the absolute kicker. These so-called divine geniuses made a massive typo. They carved Isaac instead of his actual name, Yisak. The god bragged, back in the day, this god-tier binding magic was basically the ultimate trap card used to lock away walking disasters, just like him. The smug deity sneered, demanding to know how a filthy, low-level demon dared to rebel. He told Yisak to be intensely grateful they were even letting him act as their personal attack dog. Now, he was sentenced to live as a literal bug. Our MC just rolled his eyes internally, wondering why they didn't pick a fluffy caterpillar instead. The god just scoffed, asking if he was seriously still obsessing over his hairline. Out of nowhere, the beetle started radiating a blinding light, leaving the gods totally clueless. Yisak busted out laughing, roasting them for being absolute clowns. He mocked them, saying if this was their big brain master plan all along, they totally wasted their time stalling. Because honestly, he'd rather self-destruct into a million pieces than crawl around as a crusty beetle. Deep crimson light began tearing through his own body from the inside out. The deities totally freaked out, lunging forward and screaming at him to stop. But Yisak just dropped a few final, savage insults before detonating in a massive shockwave that violently rocked the entire. Thick clouds of debris choked the holy palace. The gods hacked and coughed, cursing him out for being a total psycho. But then, spotting the tiny insect one of the deities completely hyped up, screaming that the binding ritual actually worked. He dropped to his knees, intensely inspecting the and confidently announced that since the magic circle activated without a single, the Demon King's twisted soul was 100% trapped inside. The whole room collectively exhaled, the tension dropping as they started plotting their next move. Now that the ultimate boss was finally out of the picture, they expected their divine powers to instantly recharge. It is basically a cheat code. Every time a major demon gets wiped, their stats go up. But they knew they had zero clue when the next apocalyptic disaster might drop. Their new game plan? Spawn the absolute perfect holy vessel down in the mortal realm and casually exterminate the rest of the demon race. One of the gods checked on his bro, asking if he was holding up okay, since casting that spell definitely drained his mana bar. The guy just waved it off, telling him to relax. He confidently stated he was going to hand-pick a soul to pilot this new saint's body. Scooping the tiny bug off the floor, he flashed a toxic grin, bragging that the totally unhinged Demon King was now stuck in an insect's body for all of eternity. He was ready to fiercely torture some manners. Cut to our guy. Yisak sucked in a massive breath, desperately trying to keep his cool and stop himself from totally tweaking out. He couldn't believe he got played that hard by those shiny hypocrites. Did spending time as a literal skeleton rot his brain cells? Snapping his eyes open, he was instantly blinded by some crazy bright lights. He braced himself, fully expecting to be a helpless little bug without even arms to shield his. But purely out of habit, he threw his arms up to block the glare. Wait, he actually had arms? He stared in absolute shock at his own soft, incredibly warm skin. How the heck did he get real hands back? Did he seriously just respawn as a human being? But how was that? Did his absolute worst enemies actually bless him with a human body? Or did their little magic sealing ritual completely glitch out? Suddenly, a shady-looking servant whispered, The saint is finally awake. She told her partner that the kid had been totally not. The second servant muttered that it would have been way easier if the brat just stayed unconscious. Our boy was utterly confused. He had zero idea who these creepy NPCs were. Were these his new nannies? Was he officially living the human infant life? The two women flashed an insanely eerie smile, whining about how totally annoyed they were. But a job is a job. They hit him with a fake apology, whispering that it was time for him to take a permanent nap. Spotting a baby bottle glowing with some seriously suspicious, toxic-looking green liquid, panic spiked through his tiny veins. Bro literally just died 5 minutes ago. Were these psychos seriously trying to spawn kill him? He went absolutely feral, flailing his little baby arms like a windmill, desperately trying to block them from getting close. The second that rubber tip brushed his mouth, he violently jerked his head away. But this relentless maid just aggressively shoved the poison milk right back at his face. Every single time, he aggressively swatted it away. The assassin maid started totally losing her cool, practically screaming at him to just drink the formula. Our demon king just turned his nose up, thinking, "Are you actually kidding me right now?" He literally just unlocked this human body. And there was zero chance he was gulping down radioactive baby food. But wait, his brain completely short-circuited. How did he even end up in this crib? Frustrated, one of the maids aggressively hushed him, calling him Lord Isaac. She hissed at him to just act like a good little baby and keep his tiny head snapped back in pure shock. Wait, what did that lady just call him? Isaac. The totally butchered, bootleg pronunciation of his actual name, Isaac. It all hit him like a freight train. When that smug deity cast the ultimate trap, he used the spell-checked version of his name. The magic had hilariously rerouted his soul, dumping him straight into the body of an infant, who actually shared that exact misspelled name. He was officially Baby Isaac now. Those celestial snobs acted like absolute masterminds, but their sloppy grammar totally saved his life. Suddenly, the impatient maid brutally jammed the glowing bottle past his lips, but our guy unleashed his inner demon king, violently thrashing around. The corrupt servant gasped. Our guy literally thought he was chugging some veggie smoothie, but the flavor was absolutely vile. Like, were they straight up trying to take him out with this toxic sludge? Bro had just scored a human body, and his eyelids were already getting heavy. Through his blurring vision, he caught them flashing these super twisted smirks, and it hit him. Something completely sinister was crawling through his veins. Cut to the Central Eastern Temple of the Holy Empire of Helan. Bishop Martha Barrett was making a beeline for baby Isaac's room, and rocking a wicked smile that screamed pure villain energy. His whole vibe was totally out of pocket. He fully planned on taking this kid out of the picture, but out of nowhere, this absolute unit blocked his path, smoothly dropping a line about the bishop looking way too cheerful today. Enter the Emperor of Alexander Heathcliff Hella. The bishop and his whole squad of priests instantly folded, bowing down to greet the literal son of the empire. The emperor coldly demanded to know what kind of shady business brought the bishop creeping around here. Scrambling for an excuse, he claimed the Ashwa family just pulled up to pay respects to the saint candidate, adding that the Holy See always looks out for their own. Alexander flashed a knowing smirk, declaring that if it involved a saint, he was definitely making it his personal business. He casually dropped a threat, hinting that it would be super tragic if another little accident happened while the baby was under their watch. Martha started sweating bullets, acting totally clueless. But right at that peak tension, a piercing baby's cry shattered the silence. A tiny evil grin crept onto the bishop's face. Dude fully thought his assassination plot just succeeded. Meanwhile, Alexander bolted straight toward the noise. He practically kicked the door down, panicking as he yelled at the staff, demanding to know what they were doing to the young master. One maid spun around, looking totally hyped up, and just started squealing over how ridiculously cute the baby was. She was literally fangirling over his squishy little tummy, crying about how he eats so well and acts like a total angel. This tiny menace had somehow chugged down 15 whole bottles of that gag-inducing veggie slush. The bishop was completely shook. He stumbled over to the crib like his brain was glitching out. Staring at the massive mountain of empty bottles littering the floor, he was losing his mind. There was zero way a normal kid could survive downing all that. Flashback to a few minutes ago. When Isaac first felt that creepy sensation snaking into his veins, it clicked, and he was totally caught off guard. It was a legit holy curse, a lethal, slow-acting toxin, designed specifically to totally wipe out a cleric's divine energy. Sure, it was basically a death sentence if you drank enough of it, but guess what? Our boy could literally hack the system and convert that toxic for an ex-undead lord like him. This was an absolute godsend. He was losing his mind laughing internally. They literally hand-delivered him free energy. This was insanely overpowered. He was ready to absolutely gorge himself on this toxic magical baby brew. The second he drained the bottle, he aggressively yeeted it onto the floor and let out a demanding screech. The maid instantly gasped, asking if he wanted seconds. It was like they had a telepathic connection. Her co-worker quickly shoved another bottle into his tiny hands, cooing about how happy they were to feed him. Clearly, this veggie juice was on a serious delay. Isaac eagerly snatched the fresh bottle, and while aggressively chugging it down, he actually flashed the maids a tiny, approving thumbs up. Mentally, he knew it was time to lock in. He had to log out of his conscious mind, dive deep into his subconscious, and sink straight to the very bottom. He needed to reach the realm of origin, the exact spot where a mana core gets forged. It was his ultimate safe zone. Now, it was time for zero distractions. He started funneling all that stolen energy, compressing it tightly to build his mana core. If you want to flex any kind of magic in this, having one of these bad boys is an absolute must-have for casting future spells. The second he mashed that glob of mana together, it flared up with this blinding, intense light. He low-key panicked, bracing for a massive magical explosion. But the reality, normally, a mana core rocks a 3-color glow, but this thing was blindingly pure white. Though, he quickly realized the color wasn't even the wildest part. He hadn't even fully stabilized the mana inside this tiny core yet. Seriously, what kind of overpowered energy was this? A wicked smirk crossed his mind. This was blowing his highest expectations totally. He pushed forward, literally fighting through massive, crashing waves of raw energy that tried to push him back. He couldn't help but wonder just how many insane blessings were crammed into this tiny baby vessel. If he ground his stats right, he was going to evolve into a monster, way more terrifying. With a confident grin, he reached out and touched the glowing core. His brand new name flashed in his vision, and he instantly slammed the survive prompt. This wasn't just a choice. It was a desperate, burning obsession tattooed on his very soul. He wanted to live so badly, it was driving him insane. And right here, this was the epic origin story of his. Because of that insane drive, he managed to unlock and craft his own totally broken, custom buffs and abilities. But the biggest flex? He successfully hardwired all those spells into his new physical form. Meanwhile, back in the real world, his tiny body had been totally making the terrified servants think he had actually crossed over. Until, out of nowhere, his little arm shot straight up into the air. One of the maids basically jump-scared, screaming that the baby was still breathing. Isaac just babbled out a happy little squeal, flashing a gummy smile, as if demanding yet another bottle. Watching this, Emperor Alexander let out a massive, shaky breath, wiping his brow and thanking the heavens the kid was safe. Inside his head, Isaac was totally sassing him. Actually, old man, they totally tried to assassinate me, but yeah, no big deal. Then he noticed the Emperor staring at him with his jaw on and he just judged him. Like, what is up with this dude? Why is he staring at me like I'm an alien? Did I flex too hard by chugging all? He had to play it incredibly cool. One wrong move, and his cover was totally blown. Time to act like a clueless infant. He flashed the old geezer an innocent, toothless grin, but the dude's scowl just morphed into pure horror. See, the corrupt bishop's mind was short-circuiting. That toxic cocktail should have left the kid coughing up blood. Yet here this pint-sized freak was, happily giggling. Flashback to just days prior, at the Holy See's stronghold. The ruthless Harry Barrett laid down the ultimate law. Whoever snags the title of saint practically owns the entire. But the whole situation was a total circus. Literally every single noble family was out here fiercely hyping up their own offspring. Even the bottom-tier factions were shooting their shot. Sweating bullets, the bishop frantically promised his boss that he would personally eliminate the competition. Barrett flashed a villainous smirk, smugly replying that he better get his hands dirty. However, a nasty little rumor was floating around. A massive threat from House Eshua, the Emperor's ultimate right-hand clan. Hearing this, Bishop Martha practically broke into a cold sweat, stuttering out that Eshua was completely untouchable. That totally set Barrett off. He absolutely lost his mind. Violently launching a full wine goblet, spitting mad, he ordered that the Eshua brat needed to be a rotting corpse before he even set foot in the capital. The only thing left to do would be verifying the kill. The endgame was already completely rigged. The sacred crown of the saint was going straight to a Barrett kid. End of story. Snapping back to reality, Martha stared down at the crib, totally panicking. The hit was supposed to be a guaranteed flatline. How on earth was this infant still breathing? It completely defied logic. Suddenly, Emperor Alexander reached into the cradle, his eyes sparkling as he murmured that this was getting wildly fascinating. The kid was rocking these radiant golden curls, the exact same iconic hair color as the Holy Empire's original founder. He whipped around to face the trembling bishop. Spot on, wouldn't you agree? The old priest choked on his words, frantically sputtering about how blasphemous that sounded. Meanwhile, Isaac blinked in shock. Wait a second, this absolute unit is the Emperor? Alexander grinned effortlessly, boldly declaring that holding this baby felt way closer to the divine, truly fitting for the newest candidate in the running for sainthood. Our boy MC was hit with a massive reality check. He had been racking his brain, trying to decode all this saint gossip. Catching on to the Emperor's obvious favoritism, a desperate Martha jumped in to sabotage the vibe. Clumsily begging for permission to run a quick physical on the infant, the Emperor raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what the catch was, and Martha stammered that the math just wasn't mathing. It was physically impossible for a fragile newborn to guzzle down that massive amount of liquid. Annoyed, Alexander snapped back, questioning what could possibly be toxic about holy baby food. While the two heavyweights bickered over his diet, Isaac flopped onto his tiny back, having a total existential crisis. He, the absolute supreme demon lord, was now competing to be the ultimate holy saint? Make it make sense. But then, disaster struck. He accidentally burped up a swirling wisp of raw, undigested dark mana. Instant panic mode activated. His baby eyes locked onto the bishop like a hawk. Did the old creep catch that? Oh, he 100% caught it. A sinister, twisted grin crept across Martha's face. He immediately snitched to the Emperor, claiming he just detected a lethal trace of demonic energy radiating from the cradle. Major red flags. MC's little heart pounded like crazy. Did this boomer seriously just expose me? Pressing his advantage, he aggressively pushed to drag the brutal Inquisitor into the room right this second. The tension spiked, and a furious Emperor fiercely shut him down. How dare you drag the name of this precious, holy candidate through the mud? But the slick bishop just waved off the royal anger. He smoothly dropped the bomb that the Pope was already locking in the Barrett family's golden child for the ultimate title anyway. Alexander glared at him with absolute disgust, mentally gagging at the sheer audacity. The corruption was unreal, shamelessly pushing his own faction's kid to monopolize the throne. Suddenly, all the puzzle pieces clicked for our MC. This was a straight-up political assassination. Wasting no time, the scheming bishop snatched the baby up, shouting for the— "Hold it right there!" the Emperor barked. House Eshua was deeply embedded with the royal crown, and he wasn't about to let them get played. Flexing his supreme authority, he demanded Isaac stay squarely in the running for sainthood. Martha put on a fake, submissive nod, but countered with a massive blackmail threat. The Holy See would permanently stall. That hit Alexander where it hurt. He realized he was totally cornered. If he didn't play ball and back the Barrett brat, the royal bloodline would be screwed out of their divine right. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "So, is this the church holding the throne hostage?" Annoyed out of his mind, Isaac mentally roasted the entire room. These guys were just greedy, corrupt clowns. But if his true demonic identity leaked right now, it was game. Smelling blood, Martha challenged them to a live exorcism test on the spot to prove his innocence. Gripping his empty baby bottle like a MC mentally declared war. "Not today, Grandpa." The old priest flashed a sickly sweet smile, cooing that a normal human baby wouldn't feel a thing. But if a literal demon was hiding in that diaper, the holy flames would instantly incinerate. Before the boomer could even finish his villain monologue, MC violently launched a heavy glass bottle straight into the dude's face with smash. Teeth literally flew across the room. Dropping the Hitman act, Isaac instantly switched to adorable baby mode, babbling and cooing like a clueless little angel. Staggering back with a busted lip, a completely traumatized Martha was seeing stars. The hit was way too devastating. He swore he just witnessed a blinding flash of divine. The holy knights were absolutely mind-blown, completely sold that this tiny kid was the real deal. Meanwhile, Isaac was internally freaking out, realizing this weird divine energy was Then, playing the cute baby card, he giggled adorably while repeatedly smacking the bishop right in the face. But the old man was fuming, dead certain it was dark magic at work. The Emperor and his crew were practically weeping tears of joy, mesmerized by the glowing holy light. Our boy Isaac figured he'd just sneakily cast a quick reinforcement buff to make his baby bottle hit like a brick, all while keeping up his innocent toddler act. Thwack! He clocked the bishop again, dropping the old man straight to his knees. One of the clueless servants gasped, totally convinced the bishop was just overwhelmed by Isaac's pure holiness. Staring at his makeshift weapon, Isaac was totally baffled. The magic was faint, but every single time he tapped into his dark aura, a spark of holy energy crashed the party. Light and dark are polar opposites. They shouldn't be mixing like this. It had to be the fault of that mysterious white mana core inside him. Out of nowhere, the furious bishop violently ripped the bottle from Isaac's tiny grip, smashed it into the ground, and started screaming his lungs out, swearing on his life that this kid was a straight-up heretic. He demanded an emergency exorcism on the spot. Isaac just rolled his eyes internally, calling the guy a stubborn old boomer. Flashing a wicked, sneaky smirk, the toddler reached into his robes. He really didn't want to play this card, but hey, it was time to spice things up. He whipped out a severed demonic hand, dripping with sinister energy and bound shut by a holy cross. The bishop instantly broke into a cold sweat. He recognized the terrifying totem immediately. It was the rotting remains of an elite-tier fiend. This cursed artifact held a dark ability, meant to drain the power of other monsters, something the bishop kept hidden, just in case Hellspawn ever tracked him down. Now, the old hypocrite was absolutely paralyzed with shock. A literal infant shouldn't know about his dirty little secret. Smirking, Isaac casually tossed the cursed relic over his shoulder, mentally daring the old man to watch the show. Since the bishop wanted to play dirty, Isaac was about to drop a massive reality check. The second the artifact slammed onto the marble floor, its sacred binding snapped, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure evil energy. And with one subtle snap of our boy's tiny fingers, boom, a monstrous shadow lich materialized out of nowhere. The entire room completely froze, mind blown that a creature of pure darkness. The emperor frantically turned to the sweating bishop, demanding to know what kind of sick joke this was. Martha, trembling like a leaf, stammered out, "Wait, didn't the kid just drop that thing?" But the emperor cut the bishop off, furious that such a highly illegal, demon-binding relic was even in the room. How the heck did it come back to life? With a dramatic wave of his arm, the emperor ordered his elite guards to shield the innocent baby from both the monster and the shady bishop. The knights instantly scooped Isaac out of harm's way. The kid hid a devious grin. Karma was hitting the old man like a freight train. Now, Isaac just wanted to grab some popcorn and see if the bishop could actually fight. But as the heavily armored guards boxed the lich in, the undead monster suddenly lost its mind, screeching that it was going to slaughter the saint. Isaac was completely caught off guard. The terrifying beast aggressively lunged straight for him, forcing the knights to throw themselves into the line of fire. "Bro, are you glitching?" Isaac panicked internally. He literally just resurrected the guy, so why was this ungrateful zombie trying to rip his face off? He had an entire squad of elite paladins guarding him, right? They totally tanked the hit, but in a split second, one of the armored guards got blasted away like a rag doll. "Are you guys seriously the kingdom's best?" Isaac mentally groaned. The lich went absolutely feral, swinging its razor-sharp claws and roaring about butchering the whole to save its locked-away king. Smash! Letting out an exhausted sigh, our boy realized he had to step in and handle his own mess before things got totally out of hand. In all this absolute madness, nobody would even clock his magical signature. As the monster lunged for his throat, Isaac couldn't help but wonder why the universe was so obsessed with taking him out. He literally gave this dude a second chance at life, and the guy repays him with a death threat. Just as the undead horror closed the gap, Isaac's eyes flashed, unleashing his overpowering, tyrannical king aura, mentally dragging this low-tier mob for being so insanely dense. Feeling that terrifying, familiar presence, the lich froze mid-air, totally short-circuit. But then, Isaac's tiny body erupted into a blinding, majestic halo, flooding the entire hall with pure, blazing holiness. The demon let out a blood-curdling screech. It sprinted for the hills, absolutely terrified. The battered knights gasped in pure awe, shouting, "Bro, was that raw, holy energy? Little Lord Isaac just banished a high-tier demon. That's insane. He's literally still in diapers." While they were hyping him up, our boy was staring at his own glowing hands in absolute shock. "Wait, is this actually the real deal?" he wondered, as the warm, golden glow slowly faded into nothing. This was supposed to be impossible. His messed-up body was somehow hard-converting his dark aura into sacred energy. But if that happens, how on earth is he supposed to farm dark magic now, especially in a kingdom completely stripped of it? Meanwhile, the guards had aggressively pinned the disgraced bishop to the ground. He thrashed around, spitting venom and barking orders to let him go, calling everyone in the room blind idiots. He shrieked that they were totally brainwashed if they couldn't see this miracle baby was a danger. He claimed the kid was hijacking demonic energy, and that bringing a monster into their sacred borders was high treason. Locking eyes with the furious emperor, he desperately swore he could expose the toddler's true, villainous colors if given the chance. But Alexander shut him down cold, snapping, "Drop it," throwing wild heresy accusations at a literal saintly candidate, plus unleashing a nightmare-tier demon right in front of the royal guard. Yeah, even for a high-ranking official from the Vatican. That was a one-way ticket to the execution block. Martha violently ground his teeth, sweating bullets as he realized things were going south. Suspicion was already gnawing at the bishop's mind. He was bound to uncover the rat sooner or later. And when that dropped, it would completely tank the Holy See's reputation. Even if it cost him his own life, he had to protect his family's bloodline. Slashing his finger through the air, he traced a glowing magic circle to summon a massive spirit wolf. His twisted logic? He had to take out the saint candidate before going down. The holy beast lunged straight for Isaac. Our boy just let out an exhausted sigh. This stubborn old boomer was finally dropping the act. Did this guy seriously think such a pathetic strike would finish him off? Isaac geared up to counter, only to realize his mana pool was completely dry, which instantly sent panic spiking through his veins. The gigantic wolf's glowing jaws were literally inches from tearing his face off. Boom! Out of nowhere, someone absolutely obliterated the beast. A commanding voice echoed through the hall, demanding to know who dared to lay a finger on a child of Eshua. Enter the Pious Azure, the legendary Eshua Knight Order. Leading the charge was Relai Eshua, the seventh son, rolling up to personally check on the saint candidate. He barked an order for his squad to lock the bishop down, instantly. Meanwhile, our MC just froze, racking his brain because that name sounded way too familiar. Relai then commanded his crew to show some respect, and the entire elite squad dropped to their knees to greet Isaac. The knight carrying him looked super awkward, while Relai formally apologized for the delayed rescue. Isaac flashed a grin, admiring the guy's insane drip. Honestly, they looked way cooler than the boring Imperial Guard. Gesturing to one of his subordinates, Relai smiled gently, admitting that this wouldn't totally make up for their past slip-ups. Still, they brought him a little peace offering. Isaac watched the knight reach deep into his coat, and his eyes lit up, fully expecting heavy gold bars. Nope. It turned out to be a literal action figure of a decapitated skeleton king. Cold dread washed over our MC. That was his past self. The oblivious knights kept aggressively shoving more toys in his face, flexing versions where the Demon King gets roasted alive or chopped into tiny pieces. All the color drained from Isaac's face, and tears started streaming down his cheeks. He was internally screaming, wondering how he'd ever survive this psycho family. But the clueless knights thought they were tears of joy, cooing over how adorable he was. Then it clicked. He finally remembered why the name Eshua triggered his PTSD. They were the crazy saints who constantly tried to solo him back in the day, and their roster was massive. He recalled the 45th saint, the 61st, and a bunch of others storming his castle. Clutching his head in despair, he realized he was totally cooked. They were all from this exact bloodline. Not only was he stuck as a saint candidate, but he had reincarnated straight into a family of hardcore demon slayers. What catastrophic sin did he commit in his past life to deserve this absolute nightmare? Suddenly, the captive bishop started foaming at the mouth, screaming that the Eshua clan were filthy heretics. Where did they find this demonic brat? He swore he'd expose their dark secrets to the world. How could they harbor such an unholy monster? He threatened to tear their entire house down. Relay wasn't having any of that disrespect. With a lightning-fast draw, he slashed the boomer's throat, coldly telling him to count his blessings. If not for Eshua's mercy, his head would be rolling on the floor. Watching this brutal scene, Isaac realized this ruthless knight might actually be a solid asset. Since Relai didn't hesitate to butcher a bishop just for trash-talking his family, he could definitely be weaponized against the Holy See for the right price. Meanwhile, the heavily armored knights swarmed our tiny MC, desperately trying to comfort him, softly insisting he shouldn't listen to the bad man's nasty words. Isaac was internally calling them all brain-dead morons. He remembered the Eshua clan all too well. They were absolute beasts on the battlefield. Even his most terrifying former demon generals would probably wet themselves just hearing that name. Snapping him back to reality, two enthusiastic knights shoved a plushie of the and cheerfully demonstrated how its head could be ripped off like Velcro. Isaac mentally begged them to stop traumatizing him. These people had zero chill. Stepping up, Alexander locked eyes with Relai, and smoothly mentioned that he owed their squad a massive solid. And since they were already hashing things out, how about dropping the bombshell that the Imperial family actually wanted to adopt the little guy? Relay shot him a lethal glare, coldly retorting that he better be joking. Our MC, on the other hand, was hyped. Getting backed by the royal family sounded like a massive W. But Alexander laid out the grim reality. Corrupt factions from both inside and outside the Holy Empire were definitely going to put a massive bounty on the kid's head. He heavily implied that Relai already knew exactly how dangerous this was going to get. The Pious Azure might be an elite death squad, but could they truly guard a target this huge? Relai just stood there in icy silence, while Isaac blinked, totally lost on what these two were yapping about. Alexander pressed on, sighing that after all, the boy literally shared the exact same snow-white hair color as the legendary founder of the Holy Empire. Worse still, the resurrected Demon King might actively hunt him down. Isaac mentally flipped a table at the sheer slander. He literally was the Demon King. Why the hell would he assassinate himself? Without missing a beat, Relai scooped the kid up into his arms and respectfully asked the Emperor to back off. Since this boy carried Eshua blood, their clan was going to raise him, whether the Pope or the freaking Demon Lord himself tried to stop them. The Eshua family had enough firepower to crush any threat. Plus, he casually dropped that their previous saint, Melissa, would probably be thrilled to throw hands with the Skeleton King once more. Alexander just flashed a knowing smirk, murmuring that he didn't doubt that for a second. Relai fired back, demanding to know how they could even think of handing over St. Melissa's direct bloodline to the royal family. That name sent a massive chill down our main guy's tiny spine. After all, she was literally his final boss, right before he stormed the divine realm. Melissa was not just tough, she was an absolute menace on the battlefield. And now, not only is he reborn as a prime saint candidate into this insanely overpowered family, but he is actually her direct descendant. Seriously, what kind of sick joke is his life right now? So, what is the big deal about these saints? Back in the day, after the Demon King absolutely crushed the heavens, time and time, the gods forged the saints, the ultimate divine glitch, literal weapons strictly designed to obliterate him. These warriors sling massive blasts of pure, blinding, holy energy. Shining as the absolute peak of the Knights of Light, their combat skills were completely off the charts. Watching the Saint Sisters throw down, everyone hyped themselves up, thinking the Demon King was about to get permanently cancelled, boasting god-tier stats, ridiculous cheat code defenses, and the unyielding survival instinct of a literal cockroach. They fight with zero regard for their own safety. They scale endlessly over their massive lifespans, basically playing the hero role flawlessly. But our Skeleton King, he was an absolute savage. He would totally wreck them, but deliberately leave them breathing. Taking them out permanently was a rookie mistake. Why? Because the moment a saint meets their maker, their core energy beams giving the heavens infinite respawns to craft even stronger, patched-up versions. But then came Melissa, the final saint. Her power level was so busted that she nearly wiped his existence entirely, and now he is literally related to her. Relai flashed a proud grin, declaring that a saint breathes for one single purpose, totally obliterating the Demon King. And the Yeshua bloodline, they are the sole factory for these holy avengers. Their whole aesthetic is utterly wiping out anything that dares to oppose the divine order. And he guaranteed they had enough firepower to guard this baby. The Emperor just stared coldly, prompting a royal knight to step up and ask if he had any clue how many saints got permanently deleted by the Skeleton King. Little Isaac clenched his baby gums in pure panic. Bro, he did not end them in combat. The knight kept yapping, recalling how the Demon King once trapped a saint inside a massive maze, tossing her aside like she was not worth his time. Isaac sweated bullets, thinking to himself, I literally let her walk away. How was I supposed to know? She had zero sense of direction. The knight dramatically claimed that 5 whole saints faded away from pure emotional damage, making our guy internally scream. Like, bro, they just needed some therapy. Relai gently cooed at the baby, promising he had nothing to fear. Even if some dark hex followed him, they would shield him with their lives. Isaac furiously flailed his tiny fists, knowing that was literally the worst-case scenario. Hoisting the baby high into the air, Relai beamed, whispering how blessed they were to have him. His folks only wished for one simple thing, that he would never turn out like that villainous Demon King. Talk about epic irony. Shutting his eyes tight, Isaac mentally sent out a massive apology to his new parents for absolutely shredding their life goals. The Emperor cut in, warning Relai to stop flexing so hard. The Skeleton King was locked away 150 years ago. Our boy started doing the math. Wait, a century and a half? Should not Melissa be dust by now? She was already pushing 50 during our final clash. Alexander then dropped the bomb that demonic forces had been silently leveling up. This baby was their golden ticket to skyrocket the Holy Empire's dominance. The little guy was a crucial asset to the royal bloodline, especially since a prime Saint Yeshua was completely off the radar. It had been over 12 months since his saint mother dropped off this kid and totally vanished into thin air with her husband. Isaac's tiny brain short-circuited. His mom was a literal saint? But Relai clapped back at the Emperor, insisting that their matriarch was still an absolute beast. The Yeshua clan did not need royal help to babysit. All the color drained from our main character's squishy face. He genuinely thought he was out of plot twists. His own mother was his sworn enemy's class. He was super cooked. Then the Emperor pressed harder. Did not the rumors say Lady Melissa marched straight to the front lines to hunt down the Demon King's remnants? Relai smugly confirmed she would be back any second, totally hyped to meet her new grandson. Hearing this horrific news, Isaac went into full panic mode. Bro, she is pushing 200 years old. How is this fossil still breathing? He clutched his tiny head in despair, catching Alexander's eye. Is the kid glitching out? The Emperor asked. Relai brushed it off, saying the baby was just fussy. But Isaac was spiraling. Fussy? My ultimate nemesis is literally walking the earth. The second Melissa sniffs out my aura, I am getting deep fried. Forget everyone else in this room. She is the absolute last raid boss he ever wants to face again. So, to keep his new life intact, he pulled the ultimate big brain move. Latching onto the emperor's finger, he flashed the most adorably manipulative wink, practically begging for a royal kidnapping. The emperor was completely sold. Smirking at Relai, he gloated that the kid had made his choice. This little guy was officially rolling with the royals. Turns out, the guy was just laying the charm on thick. The emperor yanked the kid close, bragging about all the insane perks the royal bloodline could offer. After all, the Yeshua clan only ever dealt with female saints. They were totally clueless about raising a guy. Not backing down, Relai grabbed the boy's other arm, pulling him right back. He declared Isaac was practically born to slaughter demons and exorcise evil, making Yeshua the absolute ultimate training ground. Plus, since this was literally the first male saint ever, what did the royals even know about raising him? The two heavyweights kept playing a vicious game of tug-of-war with the kid. A panicked knight begged them to chill before they literally ripped the boy in half. But Isaac had already made up his mind. He was rolling with the emperor. Staring up at Alexander, Isaac saw a brilliant, overflowing aura of life radiating from the man. Sticking with him basically guaranteed survival. It was an absolute no-brainer. Alexander smirked, praising the kid's massive brain energy for choosing wisely. But out of nowhere, an unbelievably blinding light exploded, leaving Isaac totally stunned. Cut to the whole. The disgraced priest crashed to his knees, screaming that it made absolutely no sense. He swore on his life that the kid had wielded dark mana. He was dead set that Isaac was the spawn of a demon, but the icy cardinal shut him down, stating that divine power descends strictly from the heavens. Was this idiot seriously suggesting a demon hijacked God? Trembling in pure terror, the bishop stammered that he couldn't possibly mistake foul mana for sacred energy. The cardinal coldly announced that the Holy See had heard enough garbage. Before the weeping priest could utter another excuse, the knight's sword slashed through the air, executing the blasphemer on the spot. Immediately, an assassin volunteered to hunt the boy down. But the boss waved him off, claiming a brute force raid was totally useless. Since the emperor was dragging the brat straight into the royal palace, they would have infinite opportunities to slit his throat, right under the crown's nose. Their assassination plot was locked in. But reality? Yeah, reality completely wrecked their plans. Because at this exact second, our boy Isaac was actually chilling in a carriage, headed straight for the Yeshua. Wait, how did we get here? Rewind to a few days ago, when a blinding, absolute flashbang of life force suddenly erupted from Relai. He was just telling the emperor they were on the same page, admitting the rugged Yeshua lands were basically a nightmare for raising a kid. It was literally a wasteland stuffed with rotting manticore guts and demon bones. However, Relai dropped a massive bomb. Yeshua's ultimate treasure was the perfectly preserved corpse of the Demon King himself. The survival light instantly as Isaac's jaw hit the floor. They actually kept his old body? Why didn't anyone lead with that insane detail? In a heartbeat, the kid aggressively switched teams, flashing Relai the biggest, most enthusiastic thumbs up ever. Relai looked like he was about to cry tears of joy. Which brings us back to the present joyride to Yeshua. Sure, he was ditching the lavish palace for a camp full of meatheads. But if he wanted his original, god-tier flesh vessel back, this was his only play. That old body was where he had grinded his dark mana, up to absolute god status. If he merged with it again, hitting rank 10 would be a complete joke. Plus, the blinding aura of survival was radiating off Relai like crazy. Following this guy meant Isaac wasn't just surviving, he was about to thrive and make Yeshua unstoppable. Inside the carriage, the knight captain leaned in, intensely curious about why the Pope's elite goons were relentlessly hunting young Master Isaac. Isaac kept quiet, but internally screamed that he wanted to know too. Relai sighed, revealing that a sacred prophecy had dropped. It claimed a newborn saint was destined to become the literal child of the gods, putting him first in line for the papal throne. That's exactly why the Barrett clan was so insanely desperate to handpick their own puppet saint. Isaac was totally stunned by this massive revelation. The Pope wasn't just some guy in a hat. He was an absolute monster, capable of throwing down second-tier holy nukes. He stood miles above normal priests, completely dwarfing even the king of the Holy Knights. In the entire empire, the Pope's sheer authority was the only thing rivaling the emperor himself. The Barrett family had monopolized that holy seat for thousands of years. Isaac totally got why they were losing their minds over some random saint, threatening to steal their crown. It also explained why every other noble house was foaming at the mouth to back their own divine kid. Suddenly, panicked gasps echoed from outside. Relai shoved the window open, just as the terrified driver sprinted up to the door, stammering that they had hit the duchy's borders. But there was a massive issue. 3 heavily armed guards were completely barricading the entrance. Relai stormed out of the carriage, absolutely furious. What kind of disrespect was this? Did these morons not recognize the Yeshua family crest? He demanded to know who trained these idiots. But plot twist, these weren't guards at all. They were shedding their human skin. The monsters snarled that the road was closed. Their true mission? To utterly erase the boy, carrying the sacred saint's bloodline. Peeking out the window, Isaac was intensely confused. He was 100% positive that in his past life, he explicitly outlawed invading human turf. What the heck was the current Demon King even doing? Smirking wickedly, the creature boasted that their glorious new ruler had ordered the ruthless slaughter of all priests and saints without hesitation. Hearing that, Isaac instantly realized exactly what was going on. Rumors were flying that a brand new Demon King had snatched the throne, but that was total cap. Instead, a bloodthirsty fiend stepped up, roaring that in the name of their almighty skeleton lord, they were going to slaughter the saint. Isaac internally screamed, freaking out over when he ever actually ordered that. The demon sneered, barking that if the humans just handed over the baby, their glorious Demon King Isaac might actually show some mercy and let them live. But out of nowhere, a blinding bolt of lightning blasted the demon from the sky. His crispy, smoking corpse hit the dirt, making the rest of the monster squad scramble back in absolute terror. Riley's eyes blazed with pure rage as he snarled, "How freaking dare this trash talk to the legendary exorcist Ishua like that?" Clearly, these freaks weren't looking for a quick death. He ripped his sword through the air and commanded the Hellspawn to listen up. To shield this world from absolute ruin, the almighty Ishua bloodline was going to obliterate every last shred of evil. They would hunt them down to the darkest pits of hell until their entire species was wiped off the map. With a deafening battle cry, Riley and his elite knights ignited their blades with blazing aura. Flashing a deadly smirk, he taunted the so-called Demon King, totally disgusted that the coward was using low-level grunts to hijack a physical body. Hearing their master get disrespected, the demonic horde absolutely lost it and lunged at him like rabid dogs. But while Riley was locked in a brutal clash with his loyal knight scooped up baby Isaac and sprinted deep into the shadowy woods. Our MC was totally flabbergasted. He honestly had zero clue what the heck was unfolding right now. Was some random creep actually out here stealing his identity? After tracking down a hidden spot, the breathless knight gently tucked the baby into a thick bush and practically begged the kid to just stay put, promising he would be right back. He slapped a heavy-duty protective barrier over the hideout and instantly dashed off. The knight was dead set that not even a high-tier demon could smash through that shield. The magic was insanely thick. But here was the catch. Since absolutely nothing was getting in from the outside, it meant baby Isaac was completely trapped on the inside too. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed his eyes shut, channeling every single ounce of his desperate need to survive, and let his raw magic explode outward. He reached out to the ultimate watcher, a brilliant entity crafted purely from mana, and his loyal demonic familiar, Whisper, answered the call. The spirit materialized right in front of his face in a flash, and instantly started losing its mind with joy. But Isaac frantically slapped a tiny hand over its mouth, whispering that yeah, it had been a hot minute, but it needed to shut up right now or they were toast. Tearing up, Whisper sobbed that he honestly thought he would never get to gaze upon his master's glorious vibe ever again. Isaac just deadpanned, agreeing that he totally thought he was a goner too. Now, Whisper was originally just a basic radar spell, but the thing was completely self-aware. Isaac had cooked him up back in the day because spamming detection magic and processing all that raw data gave him massive migraines. Over time, the spell basically grew its own personality, and honestly, it was incredibly adorable. Whisper hyped his master up, congratulating him for flawlessly hijacking this tiny human's body without He swooned over how His Highness's absolute villain era was peaking. Buzzing furiously around the glowing barrier, the spirit screeched, demanding to know how those scumbag gods dared disrespect his king like this. Like, sure, his master was brilliantly evil, but shoving his majestic soul into the body of some gross, drooling toddler? Pure blasphemy. Annoyed, Isaac told him to chill out and just go scan the perimeter for hostiles. Whisper snapped to attention and zipped through the trees, declaring he would sweep a 100-meter radius. He instantly clocked exactly 88 hostiles nearby, all nasty monsters, though obviously they were trash compared to his phenomenal master. Our MC was sweating bullets. Were these lunatics actually out of their minds? Were they seriously trying to spark a full-blown war right now? That would be a massive headache, because if the humans cranked up their border security, summoning his undead army would become a total nightmare. He had to wrap this mess up before those freakishly strong Ishua knights dragged him away. Even if it burned through every last drop of his hoarded mana, he was going to handle it. But suddenly, Whisper pinged with a massive glitch. He panicked, reporting that the enemy count just plummeted to 51. The radar dots were dropping like flies. Wait, scratch that. Now it was barely 31. Whisper was completely stunned, totally baffled by the slaughter. Back on the battlefield, only 13 beasts were left standing. as a blood-spattered knight frantically warned Riley that something insane. Riley roared at his squad to fall back and lock shields into a heavy defensive wall. Now, a mere 4 monsters were even left breathing. An unnervingly pitch-black shadow swallowed the sky above them. One of the bleeding demons peered up, grinning wickedly as he cheered that their dark brother had finally shown. The fool actually invited the massive entity to team up and butcher the Holy Saint together. But the terrifying Shadow Lich? Without hesitating, the Lich ruthlessly started shredding the demons to pieces, leaving the Holy Knights completely dumbfounded that the enemy count just hit absolutely 0. The legendary Shadow Lich had touched down. Floating like an absolute nightmare, he towered menacingly over the trembling and let out a bone-chilling growl, warning them that if they even dared graze his precious king with their filthy mortal hands, he would harvest their souls on the spot. Listening to this via radar, baby Isaac was absolutely floored, sweating profusely as he wondered what on earth was wrong with this psycho. Back at the clearing, the Shadow Lich shrieked, furious over his one and only majestic master, inside the pathetic meat suit of an infant. After all, Isaac was the savior who had— And just like that, the Shadow Lich's wildly unhinged, twisted obsession with his master. He viciously threatened the humans to stop gawking at the baby with their disgusting eyeballs, or he would gladly rip them straight out of their skulls. But there was just one hilarious catch. The humans just stood there, totally blank, because the Lich was screaming in a completely dead demonic language. Watching the chaos unfold, Whisper cheerfully chirped. Our MC smirked, realizing this total clown had actually sniffed out his true identity as the Demon King. Gotta hand it to the guy. The dedication to stalk him was pretty insane. But surviving this mess was going to take way more than just— Riley barked out orders, making the knights draw their weapons, while Isaac just rolled his eyes, wondering why this dude was being so insanely dramatic. Flailing his tiny arms, our guy internally screamed at the knights to back off from his absolute lifesaver, his insanely stacked walking mana battery. A knight glanced back, softly promising the kid to hang tight while he trashed the monster. But out of nowhere, the Lich busted into a manic cackle, hyping up how his glorious master, his literal shining star, had finally noticed him. The knight completely missed the vibe, freaking out and warning Riley that the demon was glitching out and getting aggressive. The shadowy Lich instantly locked onto Isaac and dive-bombed him, with Riley sprinting right on its tail. The undead minions started raging at the holy squad, spitting venom about how they dared to trap him in this filthy shell. Isaac was low-key thrilled the monster was zeroed in on him, absolutely refusing to let his precious mana core get vaporized by these clowns. He telepathically ordered his minion to smash the barrier first, and the Lich slammed into the shield with zero, screaming that he would follow his master's command to the bitter end. As the glowing barrier completely shattered, the knights basically threw up from pure panic for the kid, but Isaac just flashed a wicked, praised his minion for totally carrying the team, grabbed its icy hand, and whispered that it was time to clock out. Realizing his boss was literally sealing him away, the Lich started aggressively sobbing, begging to know why he was being benched. A second later, his shadowy form got violently sucked back into the totem, leaving the entire holy squad standing there with their jaws on the floor. Did this literal toddler just solo a high-level demon? The second they hit the duchy's gates, the knights were literally throwing Isaac in the air like a trophy, hyping him up for bagging a demon in a piece of wood on his very first attempt. They were calling it a straight-up miracle. Apparently, pulling off that kind of flex requires the holy mojo of a literal saint or cardinal. Isaac deadpanned in his head that it was strictly dark mana, while Riley stubbornly insisted it was 100% divine magic. Still, the captain was heavily side-eyeing the fact that, despite this insane holy nuke, he didn't catch even a single whiff of divine energy. His subordinate totally brushed off the red flags, yapping about how a true gigachad only shows his real power when things get insanely messy, and reminding them how the Lich literally speed-blitzed their tiny boss. He was absolutely convinced the kid's survival instincts kicked into overdrive and wiped out the threat. To them, their young master was literally the greatest thing since sliced bread. The dude was completely delusional, swearing up and down that the kid was a reborn saint. Riley chewed on that thought, realizing the logic actually tracked. A monster literally tried to pack him up. Even if he wasn't a holy messiah, this toddler was definitely built different. Still, he couldn't wrap his head around why the kid was a boy. Was his gender swapped because of the Demon King's toxic curse? Out of nowhere, his right-hand man loudly declared his ultimate resolve. As a high-ranking knight, he was going to go hardcore mode to guard Isaac's future, because this kid was the literal future of the Yeshua bloodline. Riley blinked at his guy, letting the realization hit him before flashing a proud smile. He admitted he had been a total boomer, sweating over some dusty demonic curse. But looking at the kid now, he was dead certain this little legend was going to carry the Yeshua family name to the absolute top. He scooped the boy up, promising that his awesome uncle was about to drop some heavy knowledge on him. The kid had insane potential, so he was going to train him to be a god-tier holy warrior. Our MC faked a sweet smile, internally shrugging that he couldn't care less, as long as these nerds eventually gave him his original body back. But then Riley dropped a line that made his blood run cold. Even if the kid had a super short life expectancy, he would move heaven and earth to save him. His legendary status would break the internet across the whole continent. Isaac immediately started squawking in panic, because that sounded like a massive red flag. Riley, completely misreading the room, laughed that the kid was totally vibing with the plan. The second they hit the estate, his uncle was going to teach him how to absolutely trash-talk that scumbag Skeleton King. Our MC started sweating bullets, realizing these holy guys were completely unhinged. Not long after, the squad finally rolled up to the main. Isaac scanned the area, and it just screamed stupid, filthy rich money. His jaw practically unhinged from the shock, and he aggressively roasted them in his head. These guys acted like hardcore demon slayers, yet they were living like absolute billionaires. Just how many literal millions had they dumped into this mega mansion? Back in his past life, he was grinding 24/7 until his hustling just to keep his demon kids fed. The spirit whisper piped up, admitting this place was a massive flex, totally outclassing their crusty old, rundown castle. Honestly, liquidating just 2 of these marble statues could probably fund 10 fresh Demon King strongholds. Annoyed and completely salty, Isaac mentally told the ghost to zip it. He was already hurting. Riley hoisted the kid up, proudly announcing they had made it to the Yeshua estate. This was Ground Zero, the absolute birthplace of the continent's hardcore, monster-hunting business. He carried the kid over to a massive glass window, pointing outside and hyping him up. Once he leveled up and got older, he was going to be exactly like the kids down there. Down on the perfectly manicured grass, a bunch of toddlers were going absolutely feral, throwing hands at a stuffed dummy, going totally unhinged with brutal details about tearing the monster limb from limb. The kids didn't hold back, while Riley just beamed at the absolute chaos. Isaac just stared in pure horror. Like, what kind of messed up cult academy was this? What exactly were they feeding these kids? Whatever, none of that actually matters. His master plan? Crash the Holy Empire, roast the Emperor alive, and rebrand this entire continent as his own personal playground. Whisper scoffed, asking if he was seriously holding a grudge against a bunch of playing toddlers. Honestly, talk about. Isaac instantly told the spirit to zip it and scan the perimeter. Whisper quickly obeyed. Suddenly, our boy spotted a crazy amount of glowing blips scattered across the massive estate. Were those actual mana cores? There had to be dozens of them. Whisper was utterly speechless, admitting he had never seen a stash this massive in one spot. Just how many demons did these guys slaughter? The carriage finally ground to a halt. Riley hopped out and immediately ordered the butler to prep his quarters, announcing Isaac would be his new roommate. The butler instantly started sweating, stammering out that they were strictly ordered to dump young Master Isaac in the annex. Riley scowled, demanding to know what kind of garbage rule that was. The trembling butler confessed that the 5th young master had laid down the law. Under no circumstances was young master Isaac allowed inside the main building. Riley angrily clenched his jaw, snapping back. Was his brother actively trying to send Isaac to that cursed death trap? Our main guy immediately sensed the toxic family drama bubbling up within the Yeshua household. It was clearly a hot mess. Riley growled that his brother was just being a massive troll, and Isaac nodded along, playing the victim perfectly. He was perfectly fine crashing in the luxurious, so why banish him to some shady outhouse? But the second Whisper tipped him off that the jackpot of mana cores was hiding out there, Isaac did a total 180. Riley aggressively shoved the butler aside and stormed toward the main gates, barking that there was zero chance he would let his precious nephew bunk with literal ghosts. Meanwhile, our guy was frantically waving his tiny arms, desperately gesturing that he actually wanted the spooky outhouse. But nobody caught his drift. Riley just cooed that they were heading to his bedroom, promising to read him hardcore holy scriptures about epic saints bodying the Demon King as his nightly bedtime story. And once they finished that snooze fest, he would drop a masterclass on the exact exorcism strategies used to wipe out the Skeleton King. Isaac practically froze in absolute terror. For a dark entity like him, that bedtime routine was basically a death sentence. But out of nowhere, Goal, the 5th son of the Yeshua family, blocked their path. He crossed his arms, questioning why everyone was acting so extra over a random brat. He clearly remembered ordering this kid straight to the dumping grounds. Was Riley seriously trying to start a turf war with his brother after being missing in action for ages? Our boy blinked at the new arrival, instantly judging this guy for looking like a total street thug. Gol jabbed a finger at the baby and barked at Relai to drop him as he was annex-bound. Relai glared, asking if this was some kind of sick joke. This kid had pure Eshua blood running through his veins. Tossing him into the annex, the family's historical dumping zone for outcasts, was completely unhinged. Isaac shot the punk a side-eye, mentally labeling him as aggressively. This dude was painfully obviously part of the hater faction. Relai wasn't having it and coldly ordered his brother to get out of the way. He was determined to lock the kid in his room for that fatal Demon King story time. Isaac started sweating bullets. Literally, the only thing he wanted in the world right now was that dusty annex, but Gol was firmly blocking the VIP entrance. The guy actually had the audacity to poke Isaac's squishy cheek, sneering as he asked where Relai dug up this random toddler. Was the sheer disrespect in his tone instantly triggered our main character. While he fully supported the guy's plan to exile him to the outhouse, he still couldn't wrap his head around this idiot's toxic vibe. Was he a holy church boy or just a massive scrub? Whatever. Details. Just chuck him into the annex already so he could drain every last drop of juice from those tasty mana cores. Relai aggressively yanked Isaac back, absolutely disgusted that Gol even touched the kid, calling out his blatant scheme. Did Gol really think he couldn't see the setup? He was actively trying to brand the baby as a curse. The dude was desperately trying to tank Isaac's future saint candidacy. Our boy started low-key panicking. This wasn't part of the script. He needed that saint to milk this duchy dry, speedrun his way to Pope, and finally exact his brutal revenge on the heavens. Gol just let out a dark chuckle, mocking him by asking if that was actually his grand plan. Rumor had it a literal demon was stalking this toddler, so the kid was probably already tainted merchandise anyway. The Knight Captain immediately clapped back, shouting, "That was massive cap. Young Master Isaac actually hard carried during that demon exorcism." The fact that a dark creature specifically targeted him was absolute proof of his top-tier potential. Another knight aggressively backed him up, sneering that this entire drama was absolute nonsense. Why were they busting their chops to hype up a literal garbage bin of an heir? If they seriously wanted to crown this brat as the next holy saint, then they needed to drop the act and show some actual firepower. Our boy was absolutely boiling at the while Whisper casually suggested he just flex on them, maybe drop a literal meteor on their heads. Hearing that, Gol instantly started scanning his surroundings in a panic. He scoured the area before freezing in his tracks, scoffing that if this kid really wanted to claim the saint title, he'd better flex some actual miracles. He aggressively gestured toward their sacred family crest. "Why not resurrect our Lord's absolute favorite monument?" he challenged. The legendary saint tree had completely withered away, corrupted by So, if this brat was truly built different, bringing it back to life should be a total breeze, assuming his whole chosen one vibe wasn't just pure cap. Riley snapped back. "Are you literally hearing yourself right now?" Isaac just stared, utterly baffled. Melissa might have been an absolute beast in combat, but her bloodline? Total clowns. He recalled that the eldest son had mysteriously vanished. The second son was adopted. Suddenly, a chaotic idea sparked in his mind. Whisper nudged him, asking what the game plan was, and Isaac smirked. "What do you think?" he fired back, instantly grabbing the spirit and yeeting him straight at the dead branches, ordering him to devour every ounce of dark. Meanwhile, Riley was losing his mind, yelling that this tree had been a rotting corpse for 70 years, and expecting a literal toddler to fix it was absolute insanity. But then, a massive shockwave erupted. Their jaws dropped as the dead wood violently burst into vibrant, glowing green leaves right in front of them. Gol practically blue-screened, because even top-tier healing magic couldn't save that dying stump. Nobody could wrap their heads around this insane glow-up. The MC just gave a smug little smirk. It was light work, just a massive clump of dark mana tangled in the roots, which he casually absorbed. Whisper let out a loud burp, totally stuffed after binging on all that cursed energy. The Knight Captain, absolutely shook, whipped around to Riley, demanding to know what kind of sorcery he just pulled. Riley just threw his hands up, completely clueless. The captain locked eyes with the baby. "Wait, did he do this?" Meanwhile, Isaac internally groaned about the pitiful, snack-sized mana pool. "Total ripoff," he grumbled. Whisper teased him, asking if he was going to hurl, but as the reality of the epic miracle sank in, the entire Knight squad absolutely lost their minds cheering. Gol's face twisted into a panicked sneer, muttering that they were all brain-dead fools. If the strongest mages in the family failed, how could a literal infant pull it off? He desperately screamed that it was a setup, but his voice drowned in the hype. Everyone was way too busy glazing the young prodigy. First, a flawless exorcism, and now a legendary purification. Goel's knuckles turned white with pure, toxic rage. He pointed a shaking finger at Riley, accusing him of rigging the whole thing. Riley just blinked, genuinely confused. Then, Goal lunged like a madman, grabbed Riley by the collar, and spat in his face that the missing saint must have bailed him out behind the scenes, just so he could fake this kid's epic miracle. Riley shoved him off, yelling that he was totally delusional. How the hell would he even contact a missing legend? The MC side-eyed the drama, deadpan thinking that Melissa really should have focused on parenting instead of slaying demons. Her legacy was an absolute dumpster fire, and honestly, this so-called fifth son looked absolutely nothing like her. It'd be way more believable if Riley was actually Melissa in a trench coat. Whisper chimed in, guessing the guy was a stepbrother, adding that he definitely took after his dad. Meanwhile, Goal barked at Riley to drop the innocent act. Did he seriously think nobody noticed him sneaking this little rat into the estate to steal the saint title? Playing dirty politics when they already had a chosen heir waiting in the wings. Isaac just smirked inwardly. Nailed it. So there was a rival candidate, and this jealous uncle was just throwing a massive tantrum over his own favorite potentially losing. Whisper pointed out the incoming rivalry, but Isaac couldn't care less. He just shrugged mentally, wondering if this hater would be just as triggered if the roles were reversed. Honestly, crushing his hopes was going to be hilarious. Whisper nodded, totally vibing with the toxic logic. Riley, finally hitting his absolute limit with the disrespect, snapped back. Then back off, he roared. This kid was their nephew, the flesh and blood of their eldest brother, giving Isaac every right to claim his spot in the mansion. Goal let out a villainous scoff, calling it utter garbage. Our brother chickened out when the family was crumbling. Now he dumps his trash on our doorstep, and you still defend him. Ah, the plot thickens. The MC finally realized why he was getting the bastard child treatment. What a glorious, trauma-filled life I've spawned into, he thought sarcastically. Whisper sweat dropped, telling him not to roast his own tragic backstory so casually. Goal sneered that even though this kid had saint's blood, he was just a stray half-breed dragged in from the streets. Plus, they had literally zero proof he was even their brother's actual kid. Just because he had the saint's pretty features didn't mean anything. But hey, if it could score the family some serious power, they could always auction him off as a shiny trophy to secure the bloodline. That was the final straw. Riley completely snapped and delivered a brutal right hook straight to Goal's jaw, which instantly made the guy crumple and burst into pathetic tears. Did you just punch me? Did this dude really think he could just yap straight up blasphemy and walk away scot-free? The knight captain was totally shook, while Isaac was just beaming, silently hyping up his uncle. He figured siblings always throw hands growing up, but honestly, their beef just handed him some massive intel. Right after that, an absolute brawl popped off. The knights scrambled to hold their master back. Meanwhile, our boy was chilling, thinking this whole chaotic dumpster fire of a family dynamic actually played right into his hands. A fractured house is way easier to conquer. He flashed a totally sinister smirk, noting that this bloodline was already crumbling into dust. Whisper chimed in, telling him to use his brain for a second. Like, wouldn't he literally get crushed in the wreckage if this place tanked? Did shrinking down into a toddler's body somehow shrink his IQ too? Annoyed, our MC straight up barked at him to zip it. Eventually, they dragged him inside the sprawling estate, parading him in front of the entire judging clan. They plopped the tiny kid right on top of the dining table, and he immediately puffed out his little cheeks, feeling wildly disrespected, thinking this whole circus was getting seriously annoying. One of the stuffy relatives audibly clicked his tongue, looking completely underwhelmed, leaning over to another guy to whisper, "So, what exactly are we supposed to do with this thing?" Isaac mentally rolled his eyes, realizing this entire household was totally unhinged. Someone sneered that since they already lowered their standards to make some random peasant girl a saint, the absolute least she could do was not drop another totally useless son, claiming she completely lacked the right to hold the holy title. Our MC's stomach dropped. These snobs were absolutely crossing the line. Suddenly, Hannah, the patriarch's second wife and the temporary top dog around here, glaring right at Relly, she icily stated that the higher-ups had already agreed to lock this kid away in some sketchy juvenile orphanage, totally off the grid. So why on earth did he drag the brat back to their sacred turf? Isaac instantly caught her venomous vibe. No doubt about it, she was definitely the mastermind pulling the strings to exile him to the annex. Paul immediately stepped up, barking at Reilly to answer their acting matriarch, instead of standing there like a mute. Click. The MC instantly connected the dots. This Ice Queen was that meathead's mom. Ignoring the bait, Relly calmly asked if his father was out of the picture. Hannah smugly dealing with all the dramatic fallout surrounding the saint candidate. Relly just slowly closed his eyes, sighing heavily as he muttered what a massive letdown that was. because the old man really needed to hear the absolute bombshell that his tiny grandson, Isaac, had single-handedly resurrected the dying holy tree. The entire room literally exploded out, completely flabbergasted. Gale wildly waved his hands, screaming it had to be a massive fluke. Like, zero chance, a literal infant pulled. In his Delulu mind, the ancestors simply answered the Oshawa clan's desperate prayers. A wrinkly elder aggressively nodded along. If their overpowered patriarch couldn't fix it, ain't no way a drooling baby somehow cracked the code. Hannah coldly backed them up, pointing out the glaring lack of actual receipts. A random guy chimed in, completely kissing the matriarch's boots. He babbled about how blessed they were that the tree miraculously bounced back. Meanwhile, our MC just tossed his little hands up, deciding that if these boomers desperately wanted cold, hard proof, he was about to serve it. The whole room went dead silent as the tiny kid whipped out a blindingly glowing crystal. The second that raw, pulsing aura hit them, everyone's jaw hit the floor. It was unmistakably the lifeblood of the sacred tree. Relly smirked, dropping the mic by explaining that Isaac had casually flushed out the toxic mana that had been suffocating the holy relic. Sweating bullets, the older dude stammered, acknowledging that yeah, the tree was corrupted. But how the heck did a literal baby clear it? A stunned woman whispered back, pointing out that this insanely glowing rock was literally the only logical. He legit condensed pure mana into a solid object. The guy nervously admitted that while this hardcore purification method technically exists, it was risky as hell. One tiny slip-up and the tree would be instantly cooked. That's exactly why their patriarch opted for the safest, most boring route. Jail's jaw was practically dragging on the floor, absolutely glitching out as he shrieked, "What are you guys even yapping about? There is fundamentally zero chance a baby flexed that kind of insane magic." Relly doubled down, proudly beaming as he suggested Isaac just naturally expelled the rot out of pure instinct. A kid still on a liquid diet, just completely styled on every top-tier priest from the Holy See. A massive flex literally nobody had pulled off in 70 long years. Jail thought this was straight cap. He violently slammed his fist onto the mahogany table, roaring at the elders. "Are you guys seriously buying this fake news? A freaking baby purifying the ancestral tree? The kid can't even string a sentence together. We are going to get totally clowned on when the rest of the world catches wind of this. Just look at the little weirdo. It's honestly sketchy to even claim he shares Oshawa blood. For all we know, he's some random scrub from a no-name bloodline." Relly just cut through the noise, demanding the elders actually listen to his pitch. He declared that this kid was guaranteed to clutch the saint title. And honestly, bro had a massive shot at taking the throne as the next absolute pope. Isaac gave a solid little nod, hyping it up. Then Relly lifted the tiny boy into the air, dramatically dropping the ultimate bombshell. This toddler was going to one-tap the demon. The MC instantly cringed. Like, bro, you were cooking so well until you added that part. The second those cursed words, Demon King, the elders lost their minds, spitting absolute venom and calling the villain a filthy monster. Meanwhile, a wicked smirk crept across Hannah's face. She mentally cheered, knowing Relly had just dug his own absolute grave. Dripping with sarcasm, she purred that if he was so confident, they needed to put the little. She was dead set on cracking open the divine relic vault. Cut to a bit later. Deep in a pitch-black forest northwest of the Holy Empire, Eli, the absolute unit and patriarch of the Yeshua family, just dusted the last monster standing. He scanned the mountain of mangled corpses. His fiercely loyal knight stepped up, dropping to one knee. He dropped a massive bombshell. Eli's right-hand confidant was begging for access to that very same. Eli snapped back, visibly annoyed. He had already made it crystal clear. The Holy See had zero business sniffing around in there. But the knight shook his head. It was not them. Eli's own grandson had literally brought the sacred tree back to life, and the confidant wanted to throw him in the vault. Eli whipped around, completely stunned. Wait, what? Since when was there a literal saint chilling in his bloodline? He instantly vetoed the idea. Only a powerhouse saintess could survive that death trap. He ordered the knight to shut the nonsense down right now. But out of nowhere, Melissa strolled up, totally unbothered, and greenlit the whole thing. Wait, little Isaac? The toddler who literally resurrected the sacred tree? That is insane. And since they were cracking the vault wide open anyway, why not throw all the saint candidates into the gauntlet? The knight choked on his words, warning her that some random kid from a rival family might actually snatch a god-tier item. Melissa just smirked. Honestly, she hoped they did. Even the most cracked saints in history had walked out of there, empty-handed. If some prodigy actually manages to pull a relic out of that nightmare, they might finally have a real shot at tracking down the Demon King and putting him in the dirt for good. That is exactly why she wanted to hype up the stakes and drop the ultimate bounty. She told the knight to spread the word. Whichever kid drags out the sickest loot from that vault gets a reward so ridiculously OP, not even the Pope could match it. They would bag the legendary Ashua family heirloom. Plus, she would personally train them in her ultra-secret combat style. Tell them it is a winner-takes-all scenario. The vault does not just hold divine relics, it is hiding a forbidden technique that has been buried for thousands of years. A legendary saint has been guarding this stash since day one. Word on the street is the Eshua clan owns the whole place, but there is a massive catch. Only kids under 10 can even step foot inside. Back in the day, it was a hardcore initiation ritual. As soon as a saint candidate hit their first birthday, they would get tossed inside to grab a starter item. The elders would literally predict the kid's future powers based on the loot. But the vault is straight up lethal. Even prodigies risked getting completely wiped out in there. After way too many fatal runs, they slammed the heavy doors shut and sealed it off. Whisper nudged his boss, totally buzzing. He was dying to know if their tiny overlord could actually survive this loot run. Isaac angrily snapped at him to back off and stop being so, but Whisper was not backing down. He smirked, pointing out that Isaac was low-key hyped too. Isaac could not even lie. He was thrilled. Rumor had it the Skeleton King's original body was locked away inside. Catching the baby wildly waving his little arms in the air, he cooed at the kid, asking if he was this excited because the matriarch just unlocked the ultimate battle royale for everyone. Tossing Isaac up and down, the captain was completely hyping him up. Every single top-tier bloodline was pulling up. All 5 major houses were entering the fray. And even the current Pope squad was dropping in. But the captain? He was betting everything on his young master clutching the win. Whisper's sweat dropped, muttering that they were hardcore glazing the kid, while Isaac just plodded away. This was absolute perfection. A massive crowd meant zero spotlight on him. Snagging his old body just became a walk in the park. Riley gently caught the baby, warning him to stay on high alert. The vault's security system? Literal demons dragged straight from the battlefield. Isaac just flashed a cocky baby smile. He figured since they were just prisoners of war, they had to be rank 6 scrubs at best. He would just flex his aura and hijack the loot. Easy, right? Nope. Riley dropped an absolute nuke. The vault was crawling with rank 8 demons. Riley plopped him back into his crib, leaving Isaac completely shook. What the hell were rank 8 nightmare-fueled demons doing in a kid's training zone? The knight chimed in, casually mentioning that a rank 9 dragon would wipe the floor with all of them anyway. Riley nodded. Yeah, if you were purely looking at power scaling. Whisper let out a massive sigh, complaining that this entire bloodline had completely lost their minds. Locking a dragon in a playpen full of toddlers? Luckily, Isaac was practically a walking encyclopedia on dragons. Whisper side-eyed the baby, only to catch Isaac nervously biting his tiny fingernails. Whisper totally froze. Oh no, what did he do this time? Isaac cursed under his breath. Dragons were not just lethal, they were incredibly petty. He had scammed them way too many times in his past life. Whisper's jaw straight up hit the floor. Turns out, back in his prime, Isaac had been running a massive hustle, selling sketchy goods which completely triggered the ancient elders. So, naturally, he ended up slaughtering about 70 of them. Now he was sweating bullets. Dragons hold massive. What if they sniffed out his soul's signature? Whisper deadpanned that he would probably need to start job hunting for a new master. Isaac furiously barked back that he could hear every word. Whatever. He is out of options anyway. This death trap of a vault is swarming with rank 8 demons and freaking rank 9 dragons. Right now, his tiny baby body would get completely clapped by a rank 6 scrub. To even stand a chance, he needs to siphon every drop of mana from the Eshua estate. And that means pulling a full-blown heist straight into the annex. Whisper stared at him, totally creeped out. Boss, are you okay? You look like you are literally getting exercised right now. Isaac just kept frantically speed-reading the holy 10 surefire ways to obliterate the Demon King, he smirked. Bet. Isaac figured if he could just hack the basics of holy power, mastering it would be a total breeze. He just needed the Spark Notes version, since he hadn't even scratched the surface yet. He'd straight up mind control some poor fool into tutoring him. Whisper instantly panicked. Boss? Flexing dark magic inside the literal clergy center? Are you trying to nuke this whole place and expose your demonic vibes? Isaac totally ignored him, wondering what the heck even happened to this dude over the last 150 years. Whisper let out a nervous chuckle. Isaac grumbled that he was completely lost without the basic lore. Suddenly, Riley strolled over, sighing. Looks like someone had a crazy day. Isaac internally cheered. Bingo. A kid my age needs, like, 16 hours of beauty sleep. The captain was just chilling nearby when Riley casually flicked his wrist, casting a glowing recovery spell. Isaac's eyes lit up. Jackpot. Actual holy magic. Now drop an attack spell, uncle. Whisper desperately warned him to freeze. Boss, you gotta sneak over to the annex ASAP. Just wait for them to bounce. Isaac totally agreed. The annex. I need to ditch these boomers, fast. The knight suddenly glanced his way. Whisper cringed hard. Bro, who was actually falling for this garbage acting? But the captain just melted, cooing. Little Sir Isaac is already out cold. Isaac practically melted into the mattress, faking heavy snores. Rely beamed. What an absolute prodigy. He speedruns everything. Whisper was absolutely flabbergasted. Are they actually delusional? They're eating this up? One of the knights stretched. Well, it's getting super late. Guess we're calling it a night. We've all got grinding to do anyway. Isaac flashed a wicked, hidden smirk, while Whisper just muttered. What an incredibly gullible bunch. But then a knight chimed in. Hey, that totem is super sketchy. I should probably confiscate it. Isaac's eyes snapped wide open under his lids. Wait, what? Rely nodded seriously. It's insanely valuable. Isaac's very first. Keep it locked down tight. The captain saluted. On it, sir. Isaac was having a literal meltdown. I need to revive that thing. No way they're taking it. He was internally screaming. My loot. I desperately need to siphon that mana. The second the coast was clear, he popped up. All right, guess I'm raiding the outbuilding tonight. He scrambled over the crib railing, plotting his heist. Time to move. Whisper floated over, absolutely scared. Are you seriously going to crawl the whole way? Bro, it'll take you a century to get there. Isaac shot back. Duh. Obviously, my tiny baby arms can't carry it back. But there was a massive problem. His uncle had locked the door. The deadbolt was on the outside, totally sealed with a glowing holy ward. Isaac dramatically flopped onto the floor. Top-tier uncle right there. He instantly ordered Whisper to smash it. Whisper panicked. If I break it, they'll think you're getting jumped and sprint back. Damn it all. Isaac violently slammed his tiny fist against the floorboards. This is actually driving me insane. I can't rely on Whisper for everything. But if I pop my own magic, things get 1,000,000 times messier. How the heck do I bust out? He was wildly yanking on the doorknob when suddenly, boom. Enter Goel Ishua's son, the supposed holy prodigy. Shuri Ishua, who was 5 years old. The kid stomped in, scowling down at Isaac. What is this? This literal infant can't even walk. Isaac glared right back. Wait, is this Pipsqueak supposed to be my rival? Whisper hissed. Does this brat have a death wish, stepping to the boss? Isaac just scoffed. Please. I couldn't even craft that totem. No way this toddler can. Isaac sized Shuri up as the kid started flexing his mana, bragging loudly. I'm the one destined to be the saint. How dare you steal my spotlight? And ruin my master plan to dodge the Eshua curse. Out of nowhere, a literal baby rattle clunked Shuri on the head. Isaac pointed and laughed. Perfect. I found my personal ride. Shuri instantly started bawling. You don't even know who you're messing with. Isaac rolled his eyes. Kid looks exactly like that bully uncle. Definitely his spawn. Suddenly, he noticed the boy aggressively charging up holy mana. Absolute moron. You asked for this. Isaac mercilessly smacked him a few times. The kid whimpered pathetically, and Whisper cheered. Flawless victory, boss. Isaac brushed off his hands. Arrogant punk. He better get used to being my personal pack mule. Isaac raised a hand to deliver another slap, but Shuri panic-casted a magic shield, screaming, You think you're so special? Isaac paused, tilting his head with genuine interest. Shuri smirked through his tears. Shook, aren't you? Literally nobody my age can cast third-tier holy magic. Hold on to your diaper. Third-tier holy attack. Radiant holiness. He launched the glowing beams into the air, before viciously hurling them straight at Isaac. Eat this! Isaac just stared at the incoming blasts. Okay, gotta admit, 2 pure light projectiles? Not bad. He flashed a demonic grin. Thanks for the free meal. Shuri looked absolutely baffled, screaming, How the heck did you cast a defense spell that massive? Isaac just cupped his hands lazily, his mind racing. How should I weaponize this? Since his uncle totally bailed on teaching him, Isaac happily thanked the brat for the live tutorial. Shuri bolted for the door in absolute terror, shrieking, No! Isaac just aimed a tiny, glowing finger right at his back, while Shuri sobbed and begged him to stop. A massive wave of mana slammed right into Shuri. Whisper tilted his head and asked casually, Master, that was a flawless move, but are we really just gonna off a direct blood relative? Isaac just played dumb. Kill? What does that even mean? I barely tapped him. Shuri's eyes darted around in pure panic before he scrambled to his feet and let out a Look, kid, Shuri yelled, trying to mask his terror. If you can't even land a real hit, don't try to pull a jump scare on me. In his mind, Shuri was untouchable. There was zero chance this literal infant could bypass his holy arts and take down a candidate for sainthood. But Whisper materialized right behind his neck, his voice dripping with malice. "You dared to strike my king. Are you begging for a death sentence?" Shuri's legs gave out. Tears streamed down the boy's face. Isaac casually hoisted himself onto Whisper's shoulder and scoffed. "Why is he just groveling down there? Make the idiot carry me." Shuri's mind raced as he tried to cope. His name was Shuri Ashua. He was destined to be a saint. He was supposed to claw his way out of this cursed bloodline and claim the title of Pope. So why on earth was this literal toddler treating him like a pack mule? Isaac perched right on his neck, screeching orders. "Why are you doing this to me?" Shuri sobbed. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Whisper leaned in, his tone ice cold. "Start walking, you insignificant little human bug, before I shred you to—" Shuri's pride shattered in an instant. Forget being Pope, he just needed to survive the night. He mentally prayed for anyone, literally anyone. A few agonizing minutes later, Isaac shrieked, "Yeah, go left. I said left, you moron. Get your act together unless you want to catch these hands." Shuri grumbled through his tears, absolutely miserable. Where the heck was this demon baby forcing him to go in the dead of night? He cautiously lifted his head, his blood running cold. This is it, the haunted house. Isaac smirked inwardly. Perfect. The second extension of the— Why did this psycho infant drag him to this godforsaken place? Dozens of people had dropped dead in here, and the patriarch had permanently blacklisted anyone from entering. Whisper chuckled darkly, sensing the lingering aura. "Oh, it smells like way more than a few dozen souls perished in this spot." Building up that much suffocating mana meant someone had pushed themselves to the absolute brink of death for decades. Isaac dug his tiny heels into Shuri's shoulders, sending a chilling— Shuri visibly recoiled. You want to go inside? We absolutely can't. The elders completely banned this area." Whisper snapped at him to shut his mouth and keep walking. Moments later, they crossed the threshold, with Shuri vibrating like a leaf in a hurricane. Isaac observed the decaying surroundings. The interior was completely trashed, looking way worse than the outside let on. Spotting the dense, swirling mana, Isaac knew he hit the jackpot. Whisper floated forward. "The whole structure is locked down, Master. Every single door is rigged with a heavy—" "Ugh, what an absolute drag," Isaac muttered. Desperate to escape, Shuri pleaded, "See, everything is sealed tight. Let's—" Instead of answering, Isaac let out a piercing screech and yanked a fistful of Shuri's hair. The boy wailed in agony, begging the baby to let go of his scalp. Stumbling forward, Shuri ended up in front of the massive portraits of the past patriarchs. He muttered his grand ambitions, boasting about how he'd seize control, but his arrogant monologue was totally pointless. Isaac unleashed an ear-splitting battle cry and yeeted his baby rattle straight at the sacred paintings. Shuri absolutely lost his mind, shrieking in horror. "Have you completely lost it? What the heck are you doing?" Isaac just scowled, genuinely confused as to why anyone would bother slapping magical wards onto a bunch of dusty old portraits. "The ward is shattered, sir," Whisper reported smoothly. "Bingo," Isaac thought. He hopped off his human Uber and crawled forward. "Let's roll." "Wait, where do you think you're going?" Shuri demanded. Isaac completely ignored him, doing a tactical baby roll across the floor, while Shuri screamed in frustration. "You little psycho, where are you crawling off to after pulling a stunt like that?" Isaac just kept rolling until he hit the hidden wall, letting out a amazing. "Whisper, seal the door behind me." Panicking, Shuri scrambled after the toddler, yelling, "Hold up, wait a damn second." "What are you trying to pull now?" Shuri yelled. Isaac rolled his eyes inwardly. "A scrub like you doesn't need the details. You're literally an inf—" Ignoring the meltdown, Isaac plopped down on the floorboards and began unleashing his monstrous mana. Time to get to work. Freaking out, Shuri demanded, "Hey, I swear, I'm gonna snitch to the elders about every single—" He hammered his fists against the heavy wood, screaming at the top of his lungs, "They're gonna exile you from the family." But right then, the chilling crunch of footsteps echoed from behind. "Shuri," Uncle Riley's voice cut through the dark. "What exactly are you doing creeping around here?" Shuri whipped around, his eyes wide with desperate relief. "Uncle, your timing is perfect. You gotta believe—" Gertrude shoved past, her voice hitting a furious pitch. "What the hell are you playing at, Shuri? You know perfectly well the annex is strictly off limits. What goes through that head of yours, dragging poor little Isaac into a place like this?" Shuri froze, completely short-circuiting. "Wait, what?" Gertrude completely went off on him. "Do you realize how many servants caught you hauling that poor baby over your shoulders? Not to mention, we found literal blast marks of holy magic in your bedroom. Are you out of your mind, attacking an infant?" Shuri stammered, desperately trying to defend himself. No. Riley crouched down to his eye level, his expression totally disappointed. "Shuri, you really crossed the line this time, kid. No matter what your problem is, you don't take it out on a literal toddler who's barely off the bottle." He glared at the door. Where exactly did you lock? Shuri practically burst into tears, pointing a trembling finger. I didn't lock him anywhere. That psycho baby crawled in there. Riley ignored the excuse and marched up to the sealed door. Isaac? Buddy, are you in there? Gertrude gasped in horror in the background. Riley shoved the heavy door open, revealing baby Isaac sitting on the floor, bawling his eyes out in a perfect act of fake terror. Gertrude immediately rushed in. Riley scooped the MC up into his arms, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God you were all right, he breathed out. The kid looked completely shook, but physically, whipping his head around, Riley glared with pure venom. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself, Shuri. Instantly, Shuri broke down. It was not like that, I swear, Shuri wailed. But deep down, the MC mentally thanked him. He thought to himself, heh, thanks to this clown, Shuri completely lost it, screeching, that kid is a literal idiot. Gertrude just raised an eyebrow at the meltdown. Is it just because it is freezing in here? The MC ignored the drama, pressing a tiny hand against his chest. His little heart was pounding. Whoa, that was way more juice than I barked. He had just absorbed a massive surge of mana. We are talking the equivalent of 100 solid years of hardcore training, slurped up in one single gulp. With that insane amount of power finally coursing through his veins, Riley glanced down, his eyes softening with warmth. Poor Isaac, he looks totally traumatized, he thought. Breaking the silence, Riley gently, there is someone I really want you to meet. This is Asali, and she is going to be your personal assistant. Stepping forward, Asali pressed a fist proudly to her heart. Paladin of the noble house of Eshua, she announced boldly. Asali Lark. Dropping gracefully to one knee, she locked eyes with the baby. I swear to serve you until my very last breath, young Master Isaac. The MC's mind raced. Are they seriously assigning a babysitter to spy on me after that last incident? His tiny face scrunched up into a vicious glare as he snapped. You are fired. Get out of my face. The entire room just stared at the toddler in stunned silence. Blinking in pure confusion, young Master Riley, can I please squish his grumpy little cheeks? She whispered. Isaac groaned internally. Are there Chuckling, Riley reached deep into his slick vest pocket. Anyway, Isaac, here is a special gift from your uncle. The MC stared deadpan at the ring. Did he fish this absolute garbage out of a dumpster? He wondered, thoroughly unimpressed. Nearby, Whisper tilted his head, wondering if his ears were glitching out. Was the prestigious Eshua family actually going broke? Seriously, how on earth could this rusty piece of junk be considered a worthy flex for the young master's first birthday? Asali gasped, her eyes going wide. Wait, is that an actual saint's relic? The MC's internal radar pinged. A relic? Riley affectionately ruffled. Yep, your uncle pulled some major strings with the High Council just to get this for you. The MC's eyes locked onto the This was the exact ring the saints used during their legendary war against him. An ancient artifact packing a literal miracle of God. The holy aura radiating off this thing was totally off the charts. Sure, it looked super fragile, like it would shatter into a million pieces after 1 or 2 uses. But whatever, he totally knew a hack to fix it. But then, Isaac casually glanced sideways. Standing right there was Ghoul, glaring daggers at him, with a seriously toxic vibe. Oh yeah, the murderous look on that guy's face is all the proof I need, Isaac thought. Dude is staring at his infant nephew like he wants. Forcing a creepy plastic smile, Ghoul chuckled softly. Ah, my precious little nephew, Isaac. Look how absolutely gorgeous he is. I truly hope you find yourself very comfortable here. Bro, what the actual hell? The MC screamed in his head. Whisper chimed in. Yeah, that guy has officially lost his marbles. Meanwhile, Ghoul ground his teeth, thinking, what an absolute nightmare. Look, it's a whole mess. Dude literally shattered the blessing device straight up in the relic vault. So snatching it was totally off the tape, but 0% of him saw this coming. They just handed the holy relic over to the saint like it was nothing. Not too long ago, Gertrude was saying that since Isaac is locked out of getting the blessing, tossing the relic his way. Ghoul straight up demanded the saint's artifact. Man barked orders to hand it over to his own kid. Gertrude pressed Shuri on it. She just brushed it off with a flick of her wrist. He has already bagged the Vatican's blessing. Stop doing the most and just let him rock. Right now? He was dead set on swiping the relic just to flex and hand it straight to... That kid won't even grasp how insanely OP this relic actually is. Ghoul let out a massive sigh. If you were going to drop a gift on him, you could have picked something halfway decent. And not this absolute garbage, Riley fired back. You absolute failure of a brother. How dare you trash talk the saint's sacred gear? Ghoul just smirked. Isaac is my favorite little nephew. Why would I dump such a useless trinket on him? He whipped out a sleek velvet box. This ring is dripping with raw blessings, straight from the Vatican itself. It is going to pull way more weight in the vault. Riley could never score something this top tier for the kid. He shoved the open box toward him. Here. Let the boy have this. Our main character stretched his tiny hand out, and Goal kept hyping up this dusty, crusty ring. But Isaac? He slapped the guy's hand away and basically told him to take a hike. He slammed the lid shut. Ew. Get this nightmare away from me. It reeks of old man. He literally chucked it into the void. Feed it to the stray dogs for all I care. The ring violently splashed into the lake, and Goal shrieked. What the hell are you idiots doing? Go fish it out right now. Milo stared at our boy, absolutely stunned. That ring looked a solid 1,000 times more premium than my rat, but he still picked mine. He reached out with glowing eyes. Isaac, you absolute legend of a nephew. He hoisted the kid into the air. I swear I am going to spoil you with the best loot ever. Siley was hyping him up in the back. Big W for the young master. Meanwhile, Goel's panicked servants were desperately diving into the murky lake. Goel was barking like a madman, ordering them to secure the bag, as if their literal lives were on the line. Isaac just smirked inwardly. Joke's on them. I slammed a heavy gravity spell on that junk. They are never finding it. Whisper chimed in his head. A flawless move, master. Your sheer refusal to let such nasty trash graze your fingertips is honestly iconic. But then, our guy ordered the spirit to go fetch it at the crack of dawn. Whisper glitched for a second. Wait, me? Isaac rolled his eyes. Who else? You want me to swim for it? Whisper immediately bowed. Back on land, Goel was violently clutching his hair. That ring was worth an astronomical fortune. He ripped at his scalp, letting out a gut-wrenching screech. Fast forward a bit, he was raging in his study, smashing his fist into the mahogany desk. That little psycho. He has zero clue about the insane value he just tossed away. Then he caught his breath. Whatever. I bet that brat would not even know how to activate the ring stats anyway. It is totally useless for a scrub who cannot even cast a basic holy spell. To actually unlock that thing, you gotta drain the divine aura of at least 20 pure souls. And yeah, that is literally impossible. He scoffed, doubting if even 10 guests would bother showing up to the kid's first birthday bash. Cut to the very next morning. The massive courtyard was completely swarming with nobles. Silly peeked through the giant glass windows, absolutely shook. This is insane. The VIP list has over 148 official saint candidates logged. And if you count the highborns and their squads, we have got like 4,000 people crowding the estate right now. I swear every single duke's bloodline in the empire. And at least 10 top-tier marquee houses just pulled up. Bro, even the literal emperor made an appearance. Even the rival kingdoms exported their elite holy prodigies for this. How crazy is that? Our boy squinted at the massive crowd, totally baffled about why the whole— Did the deities just clock out early and start spam-spawning saints everywhere? Whisper floated next to him. I mean, that is totally on brand for them. Riley rubbed his chin, looking completely blindsided. I did not see this coming. Honestly, I figured we would get thinking people would assume it was a setup. Suddenly, Count Simon Age, the mega-rich boss of the Empire's big 3 trade cartels, and Riley's day one bro, kicked the doors open. Obviously nobody thinks it is a trap, man. He grinned wildly. It has been a minute, brother. Riley's jaw dropped. Simon? You actually crashed this thing? Simon flashed a millionaire smirk. The hype for this party went crazy across the entire empire. No way I was sitting this one. The whole server realized it was legit and rolled through. I mean, every single low-level scrub from the Eshua clan is gathered here. Plus, they literally wagered the head of the Eshua household on this. Like I would ever miss this level of prime drama. Even your old man's notoriously toxic family is pulling up. Our MC paused. Hold up. Riley literally just swore his dad's side would never show their— Simon leaned against the wall. Yeah, I was totally betting those stuck-up royals would refuse to step foot on Eshua turf. They literally despise everyone who is not a Barrett. Riley hissed, frantically gesturing for Simon to shut his mouth. Simon looked confused. Dude, what? My kid Armin is on the Saint roster too. And end of the day, the Eshua family is hosting this entire gig. The Pope's faction has zero right to stick their noses in. Riley practically begged him to watch his tone. Simon just rolled his eyes. Look, I just do not want to deal with those elite snobs who constantly crinkle their faces like they just stepped in fresh garbage. Out of absolutely nowhere, an ice-cold voice echoed from right behind his shoulder. Harry strolled into the room, breaking the silence as he announced, "They say nothing is more dangerous than a toxic friend." And honestly, the ancestors completely cooked with that one. The entire room locked eyes on him, completely stunned. "Are you for real?" Bishop Barrett scoffed. Flashing a smug grin, Harry mocked. It is honestly wild that some absolute lightweight from the Eshua bloodline is hosting. Guess he is praying his precious kid scores some legendary loot from the relic vault, just to save their ruined reputation. I was low-key hyped to check out the Eshua kid, who actually had the audacity to call himself a saint candidate. But the guy is literally a ghost right now. Eli shot him a lethal glare, prompting Harry to shrug. Hey, honestly, this is a massive glow-up opportunity for the kid. I am genuinely praying this wannabe saint brings the hype back to his family. Meanwhile, Eli was spiraling, questioning if the Holy See masterminded this. The fact that the saint candidate roster violently spiked from 25 to 148 in literally just 1 week was a massive red flag. The only logical math here is that the sea is totally playing dumb while these random candidates just spawn out of nowhere. Every single desperate parent out here is sweating buckets, trying to force their kid into the saint lineup. Throw all these kids into the vault, and it turns into a brutal battle royale, where the weakest get instantly wiped out. People are going to get ruthless, totally ready to sabotage him when gripping his fist until his knuckles turned white, he spun around, terrified that Isaac was walking straight into a massive trap. The Eshua boy was basically a walking zero. Aside from his insanely aesthetic visuals and elite family clout, the dude literally had zero skills. But for all the vultures obsessed with those flawless Eshua genetics, or the tryhards desperate for the Pope's approval who totally despise the saint bloodline, Isaac was the absolute ultimate sitting duck. Flashback to earlier, some shady guy in a dark robe slipped him a sketchy vial. His instructions? Pull a little prank on the Eshua kid, something that wouldn't end his life, but would absolutely wreck his stats. Just mix this holy poison with his water, the man had whispered. Give the spoiled brat a brutal reality check about how toxic the real world actually is. Humiliate him in front of the entire crowd. Make it completely obvious that an Eshua kid is permanently cancelled from ever touching sainthood. Cut to our main character casually wiping his mouth and cheering, "Yo, this is delicious." The lackey panicked, glaring at his crew. "Bro, I am genuinely terrified." Seconds later, Isaac aggressively chucked an empty bottle right at the lackey's head, screaming at the top of his lungs. "This garbage tier poison isn't doing literally anything," he roared. "Give me more." The bully literally broke down sobbing, whining that he just wanted to go home. His partner in crime shivered. "Dude, this is legitimately terrifying." Dragging a hand down his sweaty face, he whispered, "What is actually—" "I swear I laced that with heavy laxatives," he muttered. The other guy stuttered back. "Maybe you grabbed the wrong stash? This guy is totally unhinged. He is treating it like literal— We need to dip like right now." Watching the chaos, Shuri clutched his temples, completely mind-blown. Why is this absolute madman speedrun— Stop dragging the Eshua name through the mud. He should instantly sense the massive red flags in that drink. Acting like a proper saint candidate, Shuri desperately snatched the flask right out of Isaac's grip. "Stop chugging that," he shrieked. "Are you chronically dehydrated or something?" He instantly shoved a totally safe bottle into his hands. "Look, if you are that thirsty, just slam this instead." Isaac brutally swatted it away. "This has zero poison in it," he shrieked, actively demanding the ultra-toxic stuff. A bystander— "Bro, that is literal holy poison," another kid shouted, completely horrified. "Is his brain totally fried? Is not he going to instantly drop dead if he downs that?" Isaac's eyes literally lit up. "Wait, did you say holy poison?" He aggressively sprinted at the guy, fiercely demanding the toxic brew. A massive brawl exploded, while the peanut gallery whispered in pure awe. "Yo, it actually looks like his poison immunity stats are completely maxed out. I read somewhere that if you grind your holy power hard enough, your body automatically deletes any toxins naturally." Wait, what? Are you seriously telling me this total goofball unlocked that god-tier level already? Then why on earth is he casually taste testing? Bro, galaxy brain moment. What if he is literally chugging the entire stash, so nobody else accidentally— Slumped against the stone wall, Shuri internally groaned, totally done with this absolute nonsense. Suddenly, a dude crouched next to him and gasped, "No way. Are you saying he is pulling an ultimate self-sacrifice?" Shuri practically jumped out of his skin, his eyes going wide with pure shock. His brain completely short-circuited. Wait, why the heck is a Barrett crashing this party? He had literally zero intel about that legendary bloodline showing up. That dude is Keena Barrett, the straight-up direct heir. A girl nearby completely froze and pointed, whispering loudly, "Hold up, is that literally Keena Barrett?" Her friend's jaw completely dropped. Why is the Pope's own VIP family inside the Saint's relic vault? Bro, this entire match is totally rigged from the start. Meanwhile, Isaac was literally using a defeated bully as a human chair, staring at the newcomer with absolute— He scrutinized the golden boy. So this rich kid practically has the saint title handed to him on a silver platter, huh? But genuinely, how is his hair literally that blindingly— Coming from the stuffy Holy See bloodline, did he drop serious cash on a massive bleach job? Literally everyone else in his family rocks hair the exact color of swamp water. Catching the stares, Keena smoothly brushed it off. It is honestly not weird at all for a VIP from the Pope's lineage to step into the sacred relic vault. The Pope's bloodline is literally the final boss of the entire church, so, by default, Every single shiny toy in this saint's vault legally belongs to our family anyway. Shuri stared intensely at the smug air, completely bewildered, as Kina coldly declared, I am simply here to collect what is rightfully mine. Why are they losing their minds over this? Isaac flashed a wicked grin, plotting. That stuck-up attitude practically screams Pope's bloodline. But this punk? Absolute beast. Scratch that. His holy aura totally eclipses a full-blown bishop. Exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier saint candidate. Kina sneered. Using such trashy tricks to humiliate a master? And you call yourselves holy candidates? Absolutely pathetic. What's the point of bullying a toddler? There's zero chance a saint's aura must be shielding him. He plopped down next to Isaac. Isaac just rolled his eyes, mentally scoffing. Wow, sheer stupidity really is hereditary. Flexing his mana, Kina sighed dramatically. So tragic. Don't worry, little guy. I'll purge that nasty poison right out of you. The crowd whispered, can he actually pull off a holy detox spell already? We gotta measure his raw aura output. That's tier 5, minimum. Isaac glared at the show-off. This clown is seriously trying to pull some flashy garbage right now. He just wants an audience for his little magic trick? Cute. Let me hand him a massive reality check. Isaac let out a piercing shriek and instantly backhanded the punk right across the jaw. Kina blinked, completely dazed. Another kid pointed a shaking finger at him, shrieking, his holy aura. It just vanished. Kina's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. My holy magic. Gone? No freaking way. Erased by a literal toddler? Pure panic set in. Is this brat actually stronger than me? A filthy Eshua bug? Isaac narrowed his eyes, growling. What are you glaring at, loser? I'm gonna crack his skull open with this glass bottle. Before he could swing, Shuri lunged, tackling him. Stop! Are you insane? Don't do it! A bystander scoffed. Is he trying to cover for his little relative? Crack. Isaac ruthlessly decked Shuri right in the face. Wow, brutal. Did the Eshua clan actually think they could step to the Pope's bloodline? Bro really thought he could play bodyguard. Rubbing his bruised cheek, Shuri thought, you absolute morons. If I hadn't jumped in, that show-off would be bleeding out from a bottle to the brain right now. Kina let out a shaky breath, forcing a smirk. Whatever. Guess the little freak got a lucky shot. He's just a baby after all. Waving them off dismissively, he added, good luck. You Eshua runts better scrape up at least a handful of dirt, just so your pathetic family doesn't die of embarrassment. Isaac shot pure daggers at his back. Pausing, Kina threw a smug look over his shoulder. Though, obviously, the ultimate jackpot belongs to my family. Since you Eshua cowards would instantly wet yourselves if you got anywhere near the Demon King's corpse. Isaac froze, his pupils dilating in pure shock. Shuri dusted himself off, muttering, ugh, what a toxic jerk. Instantly, Isaac hoisted him up by the collar, roaring. Shuri yelped in terror as the toddler shook him wildly. Tell me exactly what he said about the Demon King's corpse. Bro, chill. Why are you spazzing out? Shuri cried. The clan leader swore to pass down the ultimate secret technique to whoever drags back the skeleton. The Demon King's remains. Isaac clutched his own head, completely unhinged. Melissa? That witch actually dares to parade my sacred corpse around as a cheap He took a deep breath, trying to process. My original body soaked up pure, unfiltered mana for centuries. If I can reclaim those bones, but with this whole army of little brats hunting for my skeleton, quietly whatever. I'll just brutally trample anyone stupid enough to block my path. Suddenly, an instructor marched in, barking at the crowd to form up. We deploy in 5, so zip it and listen up, he boomed. The Relic Vault, the absolute pinnacle of holy ground. This is the exact spot where the ancestors made their mark. Isaac glared at the guy, completely fed up. Oh great, an unskippable history cutscene. I'm literally going to die of old age before he finishes. Without a second thought, peace out, Isaac muttered. Shuri caught him moving and hissed in sheer panic. Wait, where the heck are you going? But Isaac was already zooming off. Elder, Isaac is making a run for it, Shuri shrieked. Pumping magic into his tiny legs for a mega speed boost, Isaac smirked. Time to test drive that shiny new holy spell. Spotting him, the elder, that zone is totally off limits. One step inside, and the death traps will trigger. The entire crowd gasped, completely horrified. They immediately sprinted after the rogue toddler. Tackle that brat right now, the elder commanded. Meanwhile, back at the lavish Eshua banquet hall, Asili nervously wrung her hands. I really hope the young master survives this. Relay just scowled, crossing his arms defensively. A mage near the portal announced, live feed is up. We've locked onto the pocket dimension. The familiars are tailing the third-place candidate, so we've got a front-row seat. The first vault doors just breached. The trial is officially live. Relay blinked. Whoa, they started already? The mage read the stats aloud. Holding third place, Armon Age. That's my boy, Simon roared with pride. Coming in hot at second place, Shuri Eshua, the mage continued. Gale's jaw dropped. Wait, what? You mean my kid? Peering closer at the magic screen, the mage, Relay and Asili traded mind-blown looks. Back in the dungeon, Isaac was literally speed-running the hallway. It's totally Isaac Eshua, the announcer yelled. Sweating bullets, the elder chased the toddler. Isaac, I am begging you, turn around. No, you're gonna trigger the entire defense grid. Bzzzt! A massive shockwave blasted the elder, frying him instantly. Elder! Shuri shrieked in sheer horror. The rest of the kids broke into a total panic, screaming for backup. You absolute psycho, Shuri wailed. Why the hell did you blitz in there? This trial was already a literal suicide mission. And now we're dodging high-level, lethal traps meant for actual intruders. Ignoring the chaos, Isaac slid right up to a massive gate. Bingo! Found the entrance. The system chimed as another deadly trap booted up. Without breaking a sweat, he cracked open the side doors and stepped right into the second. Shuri shrieked in pure panic. Isaac, no, not there! Meanwhile, Whisper practically purred. Soaking up all that raw mana from the annex gave him a massive power spike. Isaac smirked. Perfect. Time to push him past his limits. Nightmare on the loose, Whisper called out. Without missing a beat, the MC barked. Fetch. Whisper bowed low. Right away, sir. Off to the side, the other kids huddled together, totally shell-shocked by the brutal difficulty. One boy muttered, Makes sense. That's why the saint is practically a god. Another kid pointed a trembling finger at the floating Shuri. Wait, isn't that the Eshua kid? A girl chimed in. Yeah, Shuri. Something or other. How the heck is he flying? His family definitely leaked the cheat codes to him. Total BS. Hearing this, Shuri bawled his eyes out, mentally screaming. They didn't teach me anything, you absolute morons. I'm being held hostage up here. Somebody get me down. Suddenly, Whisper slammed Shuri onto the cold stone floor and announced, Master! Your personal snitch has arrived. Shuri begged them to end this nightmare. He had zero clue how he'd even survived the first vault's brutal trial. The test of choice. But the second vault? One tiny slip-up meant instant death. He desperately needed to swallow his terror and brace for the hardest route possible to awaken his senses. Smack! A pulse of mana slapped him across the face. Isaac rolled his eyes, thinking, God, he's so annoying. Out loud, he commanded, Cut the whining and spill it. What's waiting for us inside the second vault? Shuri gulped. Once you step through those doors, absolutely do not attack anything. Like literally zero combat, got it? The MC scoffed. What kind of garbage rule is that? Why not? Shuri pleaded. It's the only freaking way to clear this stage. No matter what horrifying thing spawns in there, you just have to freeze like a statue for 3 minutes, until the timer runs out and they vanish. Please, just promise me, or we are both dead meat. Isaac sighed internally. What a joke. So this is just a glorified patience test, huh? Shuri practically tore his hair out. People have literally been slaughtered by this. The MC just shrugged. Chill out. That sounds painfully. Isaac sidestepped toward the entrance. Just stand there and look pretty? Yeah, 3 minutes is a total breeze. An ethereal voice echoed through the chamber. Welcome to the floor of equanimity. Patience is a virtue forged in cold logic. Remain perfectly calm. Stand utterly steadfast. Your unshakable patience shall guide you to the light. Meanwhile, the rest of the kids crept into the grand hall. One boy whispered nervously, Are we seriously good? We're literally the last ones left. Is this really safe? Kina whipped around, her eyes flashing. We don't have to risk our necks on that suicide path. The meat shields can trigger the traps for us. Hello? Did you forget about the massive rank 8 demon guarding the entrance to the second vault? Any idiot charging in blindly is basically signing their own death warrant. Just watch. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted ahead of them. Kina smirked. Showtime. The trial is live. Massive stone doors groaned open, and the system voice commanded them to stay strong. Out of nowhere, a glowing figure materialized right in front of Isaac. Your patience shall guide you to the light. Boom. The MC instantly blasted the guy in the face with a shockwave of mana, roaring, to hell with this. Literally 3 seconds. That's all it took. Shuri's mind flashed back to the MC arrogantly bragging that 3 minutes would be a breeze. I'm trapped with an absolute lunatic. Shuri clutched his face, screaming internally. Meanwhile, Isaac cracked his knuckles, glaring daggers. How the hell am I supposed to sit quietly when they slap God's ugly mug right in front of me? Whisper chimed in smoothly. 3 seconds of patience is more than generous, Master. The system voice flared red. Trial failed, commencing divine retribution for the impatient. A hulking, nightmarish beast materialized out of thin air, roaring loud enough to shake the walls. Shuri dropped to his knees, sobbing. Game over. We're dead. But Isaac just casually unleashed a violent tidal wave. The monster shrieked in sheer agony. Shuri's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bugging out. What kind of absolute monster? Isaac vaporized the beast in seconds, brushing off his hands. That was a rank 8? What a joke. Then it clicked. This golem felt terrifyingly familiar. It was built by his own loyal the elite demons of the Magic Skeleton King. Those were the 14 familiars. He'd recognize that twisted magical signature anywhere. Are my legendary demons really playing lapdogs for the Eshua family now? Or is this dungeon somehow wired directly to my original body? Guess I'll find out soon enough. Shuri scrambled to his feet. Wait, where are you going? Before Isaac could answer, a burst of obnoxious laughter echoed down the hallway. Never thought I'd see the day the Eshua trash actually cleared a path for us. It was Nazair Safit, a devout crimson, one of the elite 5 candidates, and the outrageously arrogant third son of the Sefit Duke. He strutted forward with a cocky grin. See, told you the Eshua runts had the cheat sheet for this test. Thanks for doing the dirty work and squashing the boss. Now, be good little stepping stones and get the hell out of our way. We'll be taking the VIP entrance into the second vault. Honestly, I can't imagine the massive headache this little brat caused you guys. Anyway, if this pest slips in before us, he's totally gonna trigger all the traps. The MC just slowly swept his gaze over the arrogant crowd. Wow, look at all these extra meat shields. Nazair jabbed a finger right in Shuri's face, sneering. Gotta admit, I never expected the precious Eshua to sink to such desperate, pathetic lows. Shuri, you're obviously teaming up with this freak, right? Shuri waved his hands frantically. What? No. I'm a freaking hostage here. Are you deaf? Completely ignoring him, Nazair squatted down to eye level with the MC. He mockingly asked, Are you seriously blind? Did you see the way this runt danced through a literal minefield of traps? It's obviously pay-to-win gear. With a vicious yank, Nazair snatched the necklace right off the MC's neck, screaming, This ring has to be loaded with a cheat spell. Watch and learn, boys. This trick lets them sidestep every single death trap. Shuri was sweating bullets. Yeah, right. Not even close. Shuri side-eyed Isaac, totally unnerved by how chill he was acting. This dude never lets anyone snatch his loot. What is he plotting? Marching straight ahead, Nazair barked out orders, demanding Eshua eat his dust. The guy destined to snatch the Skeleton King's corpse, a massive flex literally no one had ever pulled off, was going to be him, and him alone. The mighty third son of the Crimson Dukedom, Nazair Sefit. He squinted ahead, completely clueless, right before a massive explosion rocked the hallway. Ambush! What the heck is going on? The squad shrieked in pure panic. Shuri's jaw dropped. Wait, Isaac? He realized. As the guys, Shuri shot a terrified glance at our MC. Holy crap. Fast forward a bit, Shuri was trudging through the second vault, acting as a literal human throne with our MC chilling on his shoulders. Isaac scanned the wrecked corridor, grinning to himself. Gotta love those clowns for clearing out every single death trap in this joint. He glanced back, wondering. But seriously, why are these randoms stalking me? One kid whispered that Isaac practically radiated main character energy, while another chimed in, It's gotta be that holy saint bloodline. Meanwhile, Nazair was tweaking out. Turns out, that hyped-up ring was just some useless piece of junk. No way a noble from the Eshua bloodline would ever play dirty like that, they coped, completely delusional. Whisper chimed in. Looks like they finally recognize your absolute GOAT status, Master. Pure hype. Isaac just smirked. Well, their blind faith isn't completely useless. Shuri was internally screaming. Run for your lives while you still can, idiots. This dude is straight up more toxic than a demon lord. Out of nowhere, this kid rolled up. If a true saint actually exists, it's definitely gotta be you. Our MC raised an eyebrow, totally skeptical. The kid flashed a blindingly polite smile. An absolute honor to cross paths, youngest heir of Eshua. I am Perry Julius, the second royal prince of the Julius kingdom. The side characters immediately started gossiping. Bro, that kingdom sits right east of the Holy Hellen Empire. Word is, the prince from over there was literally blessed by the divine. Our MC sized him up. Perfect, a highly useful pawn. Suddenly, Shuri spoke. We made it. Looming right in front of them was the massive gateway to the third vault. A booming, disembodied voice echoed out. Welcome, challengers. You have entered the floor of... Prove your absolute courage and unbreakable will. The squad hyped each other up, stoked to push forward. They were practically bragging about ditching Nazair to trail behind Isaac instead. They were dead set on claiming the Skeleton King's corpse. The angelic statues announced, The trial is painfully simple. Crush your enemies and bathe in absolute glory. The lackeys muttered, Wait, if we gotta prove our guts, that means we throw down with these things, right? We have to risk it. But Isaac was already plotting. This specific gatekeeper. Wait, is it actually him? A wicked grin spread across Isaac's face. Isaac randomly chucked his arm out and yelled a command. The lackeys stared, totally baffled. Isaac? Shuri's brain was doing backflips. Isaac never misses. His calls are always pinned. These gatekeepers are straight up capping. The first vault tested choices? Isaac literally bypassed the whole thing. The second demanded absolute chill? Yeah, Isaac was the exact opposite of calm. And now, the third vault tests memory. That word, it's a massive red flag. We literally just exactly how rigged the first and second trials actually were. Do not engage, our MC ordered, throwing his arms wide to hold the squad back. One kid hesitated. Wait, seriously? Shuri was, but for once, he actually picked the morally correct answer. Sure, he's a massive psychopath, but he still carries the holy bloodline. Is there actually a tiny shred of genuine goodness buried inside him? Meanwhile, our MC flashed a sinister smirk. Oh, maybe, just maybe, I've had this guy completely dialed wrong this entire time. He's literally ready to tank the hit just to guide these absolute strangers to safety. Right at that exact second, our MC channeled a massive burst of mana and blasted the gatekeeper square in the jaw. Shuri froze, completely paralyzed by the sheer audacity, as the gatekeeper screamed, "Fatal error! Wrong move!" The monster violently swung its massive weapon, lunging straight for the terrified boys, who immediately started sobbing for. As the squad screeched in absolute terror, Shuri's mind blue-screened. What the heck just happened? Then he caught sight of our MC's violently smug. He's a literal psychopath. Isaac, meanwhile, was just vibing, thrilled to see these chaotic puppets after so long. How pathetically naive to blindly trust the words of a stranger, you so-called holy candidates. We are nothing but deceptive husks, forged by the dark mana of 14 twisted familiars. Our MC casually commanded the monsters to teach these fragile NPCs a brutal lesson in reality. Shuri completely gave up on life. A blood-curdling shriek ripped through the chaos. Where the hell did Eshua disappear to? They were literally standing right here. But Shuri and our MC were already cloaked in a heavy, fading out of existence until they were completely invisible. The mob frantically screamed to track them down immediately. Isaac had triggered a tier 6 holy spell, invisibility. Gotta love Uncle for slapping this blessing on me, our MC thought smugly, saving it specifically for a chaotic clutch moment like this. Talk about absolutely perfect timing. Perry, hovering right beside them, whispered a quick thanks to our MC for blessing him with a stealth buff too. Don't sweat it. Without warning, he flicked a tiny object through the air. Catch! Perry fumbled but snagged it, eyes widening in pure shock. Wait, is he handing this over just because he's clueless about fighting demons? Isaac tilted his head, completely baffled by the kid's logic. Perry practically bowed, gushing about how he'd never forget this massive favor, and swore he'd hype Isaac up to his dad. Out of nowhere, an attack launched right at him, making Shuri shriek in pure terror. Whisper just chuckled, purring, a flawless move, as expected of my master. Isaac just smirked, casually claiming the prince had top-tier holy energy. Trembling, Shuri stared up at him, internally screaming, "Uncle, what kind of absolute monster did you drag into our bloodline?" Moments later, a booming command ordered everyone to huddle up. Someone yelled out, asking if anyone could throw up a holy shield. One kid stepped up, flexing that he'd cast a barrier right away. Another candidate barked at the squad to fall back. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper's voice echoed, demanding they face their brutal punishment. The brave kid shoved his hand forward and screamed out, "Here comes my attack." But before the words even left his mouth, he completely collapsed face first onto the dirt. His buddy whipped around, panicking. "Yo, what just happened?" A suffocating wave of thick mana slammed into his spine, forcing him straight to his knees. The gatekeeper stared down at the pathetic scene, totally confused, muttering, "Did anyone else actually fall for this pathetic lie?" Whisper snickered, bragging that the ring had completely drained the holy energy from every single kid in the room. Isaac just deadpanned, "We still need to siphon the rest of them." "Whatever you say, boss," Whisper chimed back happily. Isaac watched like a hawk as his shadowy minion drifted straight toward the remaining clue and ruthlessly began gulping down their precious, holy aura. The boys started shrieking, completely freaking out over what was happening. Deep down, Isaac just mentally shrugged, hoping that, after all, the twisted puppet wouldn't target enemies who were already knocked out cold. Honestly, blacking out from having their mana drained dry was a way better deal than getting their faces caved in by a brutal punch. Whisper suddenly buzzed with excitement, shouting, "Master!" Suddenly, a blinding flash of raw mana streaked across the room. "What the heck is that?" someone gasped, right before it blasted a kid, forcing Whisper to dodge out of the way. When the dust settled, Kina materialized right in front of Isaac. Isaac Eshua. The protagonist smirked inwardly, thinking he had been wondering where this annoying guy ran off to, but he finally decided to show his face. Watching this, sure, holy crap, I knew the dude was a massive prodigy, but this is insane. Glowing spirit birds made of pure mana fluttered menacingly behind Kina. Summoning actual holy spirits at his age? That is just ridiculously overpowered. Kina puffed out his chest, telling Isaac he was genuinely impressed. I honestly didn't think anyone else here to solo a demon. Besides me, obviously. Or wait, did you just bait these losers into a trap like back in the first trial? Because if you did... But before Kina could finish his villain monologue, a loud shout interrupted him. "Shut up!" one of the drained boys yelled. He literally... Another kid chimed in, practically crying. "He even guided us out of the maze. He is our absolute savior." Isaac just stood there, awkward. These brats have completely lost their damn minds. Whisper let out a wicked little chuckle, teasing, "Yo, isn't this exactly what humans call Stockholm, or whatever?" Kina scoffed in sheer disbelief. A savior? Seriously? Aren't you absolute clowns and candidates? Just listen to yourselves, begging a literal toddler for a carry. The boys instantly blew up in total rage, clapping back. "Don't act like you actually did squat." The candidates were fuming now, screaming. "You were nowhere to be found when we were dodging deadly traps." He is spitting facts. Isaac acts way more like a real saint than you ever could. You just dodged the dirty work. They swore they'd instantly snitch to their parent the second they escaped this hellhole. You were completely useless. Isaac did hard carry. They aggressively rallied together, planning to tell their power that forming an alliance with the Yeshua clan was the only smart move. Overhearing this, Shuri cringed out of his skin, internally pleading, "Guys, no! He literally..." But the clueless kids kept hyping him up, claiming they'd be dead meat without his help. Suddenly, the entire cavern violently quaked, and an ocean of thick mana flooded the air. One of the boys gasped, "Is that the gateway to the third vault?" Someone else muttered back, "I bet it is. Wait, does that mean we actually survived Phase 2? Sure looks like it." Suddenly, a bone-chilling, ancient voice boomed through the chamber, praising the rookies for surviving the second stage. The massive entity announced himself as the ultimate gatekeeper, defending the holy realm. Now, it was time to make a massive choice. Would they grab their loot and dip out safely right now, or risk it all to breach the third vault? One cocky kid instantly yelled, "Duh, we are pushing forward." But the terrifying guardian instantly cut him off, warning the brats to think twice before. The choice was absolute. Take the current rewards and completely tap out, or plunge headfirst into the final trial. If they somehow clutched up and won, the mythical artifacts of the third vault would be theirs. But if they failed, they would instantly be wiped off the map. Everyone's jaws hit the floor in sheer panic. Whispered nervously, Master, just judging by the insane aura radiating from that voice, Isaac just gave a cold no. That is definitely a dragon. It has been centuries since I last crossed paths with one. His expression hardened as he realized, which means that brutal death threat was 100% legit. Despite the terrifying stakes, one kid gritted his teeth and declared he was pushing through. "We did not survive all that absolute hell just to chicken out now." Another boy hyped him up, shouting, "Heck yeah! If we can bag those top-tier relics from the final room, we are guaranteed to become the next saints." The rest of the squad quickly caught the vibe, hyping each other up. They all aggressively agreed, ready to risk it all for the final dungeon. The Guardian's deep voice rumbled, acknowledging their insane gamble to face the lethal challenge. "Very well. Your final trial begins now." Isaac and his shadowy sidekick exchanged a thrilled, evil little smirk, while the rest of the candidates were visible. The majestic dragon declared the ultimate test was dead simple. They just had to drop down and offer a pure prayer to their so-called friend. The kids blinked in total confusion, asking, "Wait, what?" A colossal monument emerged from the shadows, a grand statue of their almighty deity. The Guardian commanded them to bow their heads in absolute reverence. Only those who would be granted access to the ultimate treasure. One guy scratched his head asking, "So literally all we gotta do is drop to our knees and pray? Bro, this test is literally a walk in the park." But Isaac's eyes darkened with pure rage. "Like hell I am bowing down to this absolute scumbag," he thought furiously. "There is zero chance I am kneeling for the two-faced snake who completely played me for centuries, only to stab me in the back and try to seal my soul." Gripping his hair in panic, the dude insisted this trial was a total breeze. They just needed to drop a quick prayer to the Almighty. "Just do it right!" Throwing himself to his knees, he chanted, "To our Supreme Lord, dripping in absolute glory and honor, your humble servant bows down." The massive gatekeeper nodded. Bro definitely studied. Exam passed. Instantly, the rest of the squad scrambled, realizing they had to pray up right now. "Are you kidding?" Our boy hopped right off Shuri's shoulders. When Isaac asked if he was going to pray too, the MC just kicked him, scoffing. "Why on earth would I do that?" Kina strutted forward, flexing that the Holy See taught him the ultimate, textbook prayer. Slapping his hands onto the cold stone, he boasted, "Watch and learn! This is peak praying po— This is exactly how you worship the Lord, he declared. The other boys completely panicked, begging to copy his flawless form. Kina echoed the chant, praising their supreme lord. The looming gatekeeper glared down, booming. What is the holdup? Are the rest of you just catching an early ticket to the grave? The kids shrieked in absolute terror. No, we are doing it. But the statue's glowing eyes locked onto our tiny MC. Little one, the gatekeeper rumbled. Why aren't you bowing? Our guy did not even flinch. I am not crazy enough to join this absolute clown show. One of the guys whipped around, totally baffled. Bro, what is wrong with you? Is your faith glitching or something? Are the rumors about the Yeshua family flopping on their beliefs actually true? Shuri squeezed his eyes shut, desperately wishing the kid would stop trashing their family rep and just drop to his knee. Kina smirked over his shoulder, knowing the higher-ups were watching everything. Did this idiot really want to throw away his one shot? He could have insane, god-tier talent, but who cares? Without faith, Kina realized the kid was not even worth his energy. Meanwhile, the giant statue scoffed, calling this massive disrespect. A child from a holy bloodline acting like this? The MC just rolled his eyes. So what? I would literally rather drop dead than bow to a block of rock. Come on, try and pack me up. The statue exploded with pure dark mana. Blasphemer, it roared. You are done for. Isaac lunged forward, roaring that he would smash the statue to dust. Whisper shrieked, Sir, back up! But the MC just clenched his tiny fist, radiating his own insane mana, and ordered the monster to perish. Suddenly, the gatekeeper halted. Flawless. Isaac blinked, completely clueless. The statue announced that the kid had absolutely crushed the exam. The tiny candidate has earned his VIP pass to the third vault. Kina's jaw hit the floor. Hold up, what? You literally said we had to flex our faith to pass. This dude did not even drop a single prayer, and he clears the stage? Make it make sense. The guardian slowly replied. This infant is the only one worthy to cross this threshold. He alone proved his authentic devotion. Are you all actually this dense? You threw yourselves at the feet of a mere statue, not the creator. Shuri froze, his mind reeling. Wait, were they basically just standing a fake idol? Even if it was carved in his image, it was still just a hunk of stone. They got completely played. Another boy wailed, but this is totally rigged. The statue was a perfect replica of the holy texts, yet the scripture strictly banned idol worship. They fell for the oldest trick in the book. The guardian commanded them to look at the toddler. Facing literal death, our guy did not flinch or fold. His faith stayed bulletproof. Because of that absolute zero fear, only this child unlocks the third vault. Whisper tilted his head. Faith? But the MC brutally told him to zip it. Kina spun around, totally salty. I am not buying this for a second. He marched up, pointing out the kid was basically fresh out the womb, and could not even form words yet. You cannot prove he refused to kneel out of pure faith, Whisper muttered. I mean, he is kind of spitting facts. The kid probably had zero clue what was happening. Our tiny menace flashed a wicked smirk. You caught me. Kina kept venting. Plus, if this baby was radiating that much holy energy, where on earth is his stigmata? For context, stigmata are those legendary sacred marks that randomly spawn on people, proving they have gone through some intense spiritual awakening. Someone yelled from the back. Wait, he does not have one? Look, I have got mine right here. How can a literal saint candidate lack a holy mark? The whole squad swiveled to stare at the MC, who just looked mildly annoyed and confused. Kina held back a toxic laugh. This toddler was the only scrub in the room without the mark. He needed to pack it up and quit. No mark meant absolutely zero right to the throne. The gatekeeper paused. A saint candidate with zero stigmata. He claims it is just because he is still a literal baby. Kina's eyes bugged out before he lost his mind. Does that even make a crumb of sense? Hold up, has this statue been moving this whole time? The giant guardian deadpanned that he was fully serious. The kid was just a baby, so he deserved to pass. Furious, Kina demanded that he be let in too. If a basic kid without a holy mark gets a VIP ticket, I definitely deserve one. Look, I literally have the mark. Another boy chimed in. Yeah, I have got the stamp too. This proves we are legit candidates. The gatekeeper sighed heavily. You need to realize you did not score that mark because you are built different. Does the rest of the peanut gallery feel the same way? The entire room shouted in agreement. So, the guardian rumbled, you are all begging to enter the third vault. The crowd screamed, yes. The massive statue hummed dark and low. Well, if you insist, I guess I have no choice but to send the whole squad. The boys absolutely lost it, cheering that they finally unlocked the next stage. But Shuri frowned, a chilling realization hitting him. Why was the boss suddenly rolling out the red carpet? The gatekeeper's voice dropped. Go ahead, jump straight into the inferno, like mindless moths. Fine, have it your way. The The crowd stared, totally baffled, as the gatekeeper sneered, claiming he'd obviously opened the gates for them. He instantly faded into thin air as the massive doors groaned open. Right away, the kids grabbed their throats, gasping for air like they were choked. The guardian's voice echoed. Can you feel that? That's the pure, suffocating dark mana radiating from the Demon King's corpse. Learn your place, you absolute fools. He only intended to let the strong survive this toxic aura. While one kid choked out that the pressure was unbearable, our MC was grinning from ear to ear, hyping himself up. Jackpot. My original body is right freaking there. The legendary vessel of the Skeleton King. His absolute ultimate prize was finally within. Honestly, he thought he'd never see this bad boy again after pulling that explosive kamikaze stunt back in the Divine Realm. Seriously, the sheer amount of dark energy pouring off that corpse was insane. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper pointed straight at our grinning MC, hyping him up as a fearless believer. Behold, the unshakable gaze of a true warrior. But the other kids were terrified, thinking, bro, his eyes are literally glowing with pure obsession. What is actually wrong with this dude? They panicked. Cutting through the tension, the Guardian announced, you still have a chance to back out. If staring death in the face doesn't make you smile, turn around and bounce right now. Quit now, and I'll still let you snatch some shiny loot from the second vault. Shuri gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. How was he supposed to survive walking through that pitch-black death fog? Another kid pleaded to just call it quits before they all got wiped out. One guy begged to just grab the flashiest artifact from Vault 2 and dip. But Kina boldly stepped up to the plate, shutting that idea down. He wasn't settling for some second-tier garbage. He demanded access to the third vault, ordering the Guardian to crank every single death trap up to the max. The other kid looked at him like he was completely unhinged. Even the gatekeeper, Kina smirked, pointing out that not a single legendary saint in history had ever successfully retrieved the Skeleton King's corpse. Not even the iconic Saint Melissa could pull it off. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes. Oh? Sounds like you've got some insider intel on this third vault, kid. Kina schemed internally. Saint Melissa was soft. She'd never let kids get slaughtered. This whole setup is just a giant bluff to scare us off. Out loud, he declared he refused to be accused of taking the easy way out. He wanted zero handouts, so he demanded the third vault be fully restored to its deadliest, like a bigger legend than the saint herself. MC silently agreed the kid was totally delusional. The gatekeeper just shrugged. Your funeral. Perfect. This bloodbath will make picking the next saint a breeze. Suddenly, a massive brute charged out of the shadows, and the group shrieked in sheer terror. Let that maniac go by himself. Don't drag us down with him. Kids were literally hitting the deck, while our MC just watched, totally vibing with the absolute chaos unfolding. A phantom voice whispered, urging its master to look ahead. There it was. Isaac locked eyes on the skeletal hand rest. It was his original flesh, passively soaking up insane amounts of energy inside this vault. One of the guys stammered, wait, is that literally the Demon King's corpse? Just one hand is leaking this much apocalyptic aura? But MC silently corrected him. Bro, that's just the thumb. Is that seriously all that survived? The rest of this skeleton is just a cheap knockoff. Out of nowhere, a terrifying beast materialized in the center of the room, sparking a literal demon? They were totally convinced the monsters were gone after round 2. The gatekeeper coldly reminded them that they literally asked him to disable the safety nets. MC mentally facepalmed. Bro, make it stop. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shook the walls. You pathetic, how dare you filthy mortals try to claim my king's holy vessel. One kid immediately threw Kina under the bus, jabbing a finger at him. This is entirely his fault. How are you going to fix this mess, huh? But Kina didn't flinch. He casually stepped up, telling them to chill and just trust his skills. He promised he'd carry them all out of there loaded with top-tier loot. In his head, he analyzed the enemy. One of the 14 familiars, the Skeleton King's personal, or rather, the absolute losers who got clapped by the Pope's holy bloodline. Smirking, he charged up an ultra-powerful divine spell. That vault is mine. His eyes flared with blinding holy light as he aggressively ordered the nightmarish beast to bow down before him. The demon unleashed a deafening shriek, leaving the other boys absolutely stunned. Kina flexed, yelling, "Behold the absolute power of the Pope's lineage." Hook, line, and sinker, Kina mentally cheered, gearing up to deliver a badass victory speech. But a deep, the beast totally ignored the holy light, locking its glowing eyes on Kina. Is this the arrogant rat trying to steal my master's corpse? Meanwhile, total panic broke out at the main entrance of the relic depository. What the hell is happening in there? The video feed just went black. An apprentice rushed in, screaming, "We've got a..." The ancient demonic seal in Vault 3 just shattered. The whole room froze in absolute shock. Simon grabbed the apprentice, demanding answers. Riley, are you telling me one of the 14 familiars just broke loose? Riley was sweating bullets, completely mind-blown. How was this even possible? Those are apocalyptic threats. Every single kid trapped inside was basically on death row. Another supervisor yelled, "What about the senior elders guarding the test? Why aren't they stepping?" Riley stammered. They triggered some kind of override while trying to disarm the traps, and just vanished. Gertrude's face went pale. Are you kidding me? Those kids are literally sitting ducks in there. A bunch of rookies can't go toe-to-toe with a monster of that caliber. Pull the plug on this exam right now and evacuate them. But right as she yelled that, a blinding flash of energy erupted from the sealed doors. Simon shielded his eyes, shouting, "What now?" Riley stared at the glowing gates in pure disbelief, his mind racing. Wait, is the main vault forcing itself open? Where? Back away from the entrance, a guard barked. Lethal dark mana could spill out any second. Hold on a minute, an elder muttered, eyes wide. The demon's aura, it's completely gone. Gertrude gasped. Did someone actually? Harry mentally cheered. Hell yeah, Kina crushed it. Whispers rippled through the restless crowd. Wait, they flat out killed the beast guarding the Demon King's corpse? One of the kids actually slaughtered that monstrosity. Simon nudged Relly. Is that even possible? It's gotta be Kina Barrett, right? Exactly. Just what you'd expect from the Pope's bloodline. The elder showered the cardinal with praise. Another guy chimed in. Honestly, a total flex. Totally fitting for the top saint candidate. Ray smirked. Looks like Kina absolutely cooked. He shot Relly a dirty look, silently gloating. Listen up, Eshua. Your pathetic little rebellion against the Holy See is over. Now that they've secured the Skeleton King's remains, you losers are gonna have to bend the knee. Time to end your lucky streak. Suddenly, someone shrieked. Look over there! The kids, they're making it out. Relly bit his lip, his heart pounding in his chest. Isaac, Shuri, please be okay. He pushed his way to the front, frantically scanning the battered group. They're bruised up, Relly noted grimly. But nobody's bleeding out. Thank God. A guard suddenly shouted, "Wait! The squad that entered vault number 3 is still missing." Another dude panicked. Are they dead? Relly's stomach dropped. Then, a massive shout echoed. The final squad is approaching right now. Armin, Shuri. Simon scrambled forward, totally losing his mind. Armin, are you hurt? Relly yelled. Shuri. Goal tackled his son in a desperate hug, sobbing. Shuri, talk to me. Are you bleeding? Relly froze in absolute terror. Wait, why isn't Isaac with the group? Across the courtyard, Harry snapped. Kina, what kind of garbage are you holding? Where's the Demon King's corpse? Kina flinched, looking completely mortified. Clenching a dinky little artifact, Kina stuttered, trying to formulate an excuse. Harry raged. Who the hell told you to drag back this piece of junk? Out of nowhere, a blinding golden light exploded above the crowd. Look up, someone hollered. A massive golden wolf descended, gently clutching Isaac in its jaws. Hold your fire, a knight roared. Is that Isaac? Relly sprinted forward, screaming his lungs out. Isaac, Aicely sprinted right behind him. Lord Isaac, she gasped, turning to her boss. Wait, young Master Relly, isn't this wolf the infant guardian dragon? Who guards the relic vault? Relly's mind raced. She's dead on. That's the legendary beast protecting the ruins. It might rock a wolf's body, but that soul is 100% holy dragon. It was summoned to this vault by the matriarch herself, thanks to her insane dragon affinity. Just breathing the same air as this thing is a privilege. Suddenly, slurp slurp. What on earth was that noise? Relly zoomed in on the MC's mouth. A random guy jabbed a shaky finger at the baby and shrieked. Elder, that thing Isaac is using as a pacifier. No way. Is that the Skeleton King's bone? The old man practically had a heart attack. Boy, spit that out immediately. It's not a toy. He actually pulled it off. He bagged the Skeleton King's corpse. Harry scowled, furious. Kina, did you seriously hand the Demon King's body over to this literal toddler? Honestly, no one was buying that excuse. More like, it was a pathetic cover story to save his own reputation. A booming voice suddenly echoed. What absolute nonsense are you spewing? This infant claimed the Skeleton King's body all on his own. You humans are so clueless. Harry stared at the talking wolf, utterly flabbergasted. Flashback to Kina, sweating bullets in the vault. Why the hell isn't my holy magic working? The monster had sneered. You're just bugs to me. It lunged at the terrified kids, roaring for their blood. But right before impact, a massive shockwave ripped through the room. A glowing blue shield materialized, wrapping the kids in pure safety. The crowd gasped in awe. Blue mana, that's the signature of the Eshua kid. The fiends screeched. You filthy clerics. How dare you try to snatch the great Demon King's vessel? Burn in hell. The MC clenched his tiny fists and yelled, You're such an idiot. The freak can't even recognize his own master anymore. Back in the present, The crowd was spiraling. Wait, a holy dragon literally can't lie, right? What exactly was Kina doing in there? Did the Eshua baby really carry the whole squad? Relly stepped up, totally bewildered. But great, that vault was a death trap. 14 familiars. Those aren't monsters a bunch of rookies can fight off. Why would anyone break their seal? The dragon tilted its majestic head. 14 familiars? That pale little brat over there specifically ordered me to unleash them. A battered kid pointed dead at Kina and screamed, "He's telling the truth!" Kina literally ordered the dragon to trigger every single trap in Vault number 3. Another kid raged. He dragged us into that bloodbath against our will. Using us as meat shields, the crowd erupted. Are you kidding me? Our kids almost got slaughtered because of this punk? How could the Pope's golden boy pull something so filthy? If Isaac hadn't hard carried against that demon, it would have been a total massacre. Wait, does this mean the Eshua underdog actually absolutely humbled the Pope's prodigy? Harry gritted his teeth, staring at the dirt while the gossip completely spiraled out of control. Honestly, are we even shocked? Even if he's not eligible for the sainthood. His power levels are absolutely insane, so the leaks about the Eshua family plotting a massive comeback are totally real. Relly beamed with absolute pride. Isaac, you absolutely crushed it, kid. The elder waved his arms frantically. It's highly toxic, another elder pleaded. Come on, be a good boy and hand it over. The MC slapped the old man's hand away, leaving him stunned. Good grief, how is a baby this freakishly strong? Isaac just vibed, thinking, man, I'm absolutely swimming in mana right now. Surviving that chaos, he inhaled the raw power in one massive gulp. Gertrude was basically glowing, hyping up Isaac's epic win, and bragging about how stoked the matriarch would be. Riley just muttered, yeah, looks like. Gertrude smirked. With this ultimate cheat code, they could finally hunt down the Demon King. A simple tracking spell would easily sniff out the Skeleton King's hidden soul. Our boy stared at her, the dark realization hitting him. Hold up, so that's why they were so obsessed with claiming his corpse. The greedy geezers aggressively thrust their hands forward, barking at Isaac to hand the prize over. They eagerly bragged about tracking the Skeleton King down and ripping his very existence to absolute shreds. Our hero stood there, totally baffled by the rising chaos. One of the ancient dudes hollered that they could finally settle their century-and-a-half-long, bloody vendetta. Just cough it up right now. But the wolf dropped into a sudden crouch, and our guy straight up swallowed the bone whole. The elder's jaws literally hit the floor, their eyes bugging out of their skulls as they shrieked. Isaac, the dragon launched into the sky thinking, what a bunch of absolute psychos. A hot minute later, a totally stunned bishop jogged up to Gertrude, asking if she'd successfully sniffed it out. She just pointed a lazy finger toward the horizon, sighing that it was a total bust. They were scratching their heads, completely clueless as to why they were failing so hard. Our MC just kicked back, watching the circus with a smirk, knowing they could scavenge all day and still come up completely empty-handed. Glancing around the room, he admitted the one thing actually keeping him up at night was that insane showdown in the relics vault. He remembered the deafening, bone-rattling blast, followed by a tragic screech about failing to recognize its own master. The gritty memory flashed in his mind, replaying that nightmarish, towering beast had practically whimpered. Is this Mana? Is it really you, Master? Isaac had just stared, absolutely frozen in pure shock. The monster poured its heart out, crying about how hearing the devastating news of his master's demise had utterly shattered his universe. But deep down in his bones, the beast always knew his lord would crawl back to the realm of the living. He was practically begging for the chance to serve his lord again. The creature had been brutally chained up. But before the monstrous loyalist could even finish dropping his tragic lore, our hero suddenly hesitated, internally debating if he should just talk to the poor thing straight before it kicked the bucket. He desperately needed some hard facts to untangle this massive, twisted web. His brain was doing crazy backflips. The ones who threw that monster in chains were his own dad's bloodline, right? He seriously had to double-check those facts, but snapping him back to reality, Riley violently shoved a sketchy bottle in his face, literally begging the dude to just take a dump. Whisper absolutely lost it, cackling like a maniac while the whole chaotic crowd started chanting for stronger, deadlier laxatives. Whisper kept wheezing with laughter, leaving our boy totally paralyzed by the sheer cringe. This was straight-up unhinged behavior. But the vibes were about to get way darker. A bishop slid out of the shadows, whispering that if the matriarch ever caught wind of this, it was an instant game over for all of them. She'd literally slice his stomach wide open without blinking. Riley frantically threw his hands up, pleading with the geezer, swearing they'd survive this mess. Sure, the crazy lady had literally shanked her own son before, but Isaac was her grandkid, right? Just picturing her icy, murderous wrath had the entire squad sweating buckets. Whisper chimed in, asking if Melissa wasn't off on some holy road trip with the big boss. Our guy rolled his eyes, doing the mental math that they'd need a fat minute to wrap up, giving him the perfect golden window to drain all that sweet mana and dip before Melissa pulled up. But suddenly, the heavy double doors violently burst open, and Gwell stomped in. Scanning the room like a hawk, he locked eyes with Riley and barked at them to scramble. Isaac shot him a deeply confused, suspicious glare. Just as Gwell dropped the absolute nuke, the patriarch was demanding a personal face-to-face audience. Isaac's brain completely short-circuited at the news, totally failing to process the reality of it. Riley looked like he'd seen a ghost, completely shook that his mom had already rolled up, since she literally never ever ditched a pilgrimage. This damn early. Grinding his teeth in pure, adrenaline-fueled panic, it hit him. They sped back specifically for him. Isaac aggressively clutched his glowing chest, which was still violently pulsing with raw magic, realizing with absolute dread that his mana absorption was barely halfway done. Pure terror hijacked his vocal cords as he let out an ear-piercing shriek, knowing full well that a certified psycho like Melissa would straight up put him on the dissection table. Fast forward a bit, and massive mountains of glittering gold and stacked, high-end jewelry boxes flooded the entire room. The crew huddled up, totally lost. Were they seriously showering Isaac with all this heavy drip? Riley was low-key convinced the matriarch had personally hand-delivered the insane loot. Gwell just smirked, ruthlessly taunting the guy. What, getting cold feet? She wasn't, having just dropped a quick voice memo confirming she was rolling up with the patriarch. The big boss himself hadn't breathed a single syllable about his grand. That mocking, smug attitude instantly lit a massive fire of pure rage in our. Right on cue, Valentine slid into the circle, wondering out loud if the Pope was dropping legendary care packages too. The old-timer immediately spun around, barking to pawn the whole stash on the black. The bishop across the room practically choked on his own spit, while Valentine hissed to keep it down, before the Pope's personal courier caught wind of their shady plot. The VIP messenger was literally chilling right over there. Whipping their heads around, they locked eyes with a striking, suited figure, who loudly declared the Emperor's obsession and absolute hype. The locals had actually scrapped this whole thing together as a massive "my bad" for treating Joshua's bloodline like absolute garbage. A messenger stepped up, noticing the icy reception. "You don't seem too hyped about the Holy Father's offering. You are going to lose your minds over this." He popped open the mystery chest and boom, a blinding, radiant glow spilled out, swallowing the room. It clicked in Riley's head. The Cardinal had hyped this up as a massive power-up for Isaac. The whole room just froze, eyes wide, piecing it together. Wait, was this actually the legendary Triple Crown? Isaac just blinked, totally clueless. A faint whisper echoed in his mind, saying it was a medal. A filthy trinket stamped with the Pope's mark. Isaac mentally scoffed. A medal? From that guy? No shot. But right then, the messenger shoved it toward Riley. "Hold this, it is for the kid." Riley just stood there, completely paralyzed, his brain short-circuiting. Our boy was just as confused. If it was his loot, why hand it to his uncle? Trembling, Riley gritted out, "Are you seriously telling me to hold on to this instead of giving it directly to Isaac?" The messenger just flashed a sickening, smug grin. He had been strictly ordered to ensure Riley took it. Pure rage spiked through Riley, his jaw clenching so hard it could crack. Out of nowhere, the elder erupted. "Are you genuinely handing the boy's rightful property to someone else? Have you completely lost your damn mind? You are seriously pulling this stunt." Fully knowing that passing this medal to a proxy literally symbolizes the recipient's death curse. Isaac's eyes went wide, totally stunned. Wait, what? He stayed dead silent. The Holy Envoy just kept that fake smile plastered on. "Oh, please don't twist this. His Holiness only means well." He smoothly added that he was only following protocol since little Isaac was basically still in diapers. The elder wasn't having it. Then explain the ribbon on that damn medal. Does the Holy Order suddenly forget that sunflowers mark a corpse? He literally wants the kid in a grave. The Pope is out of his mind. Just as the tension peaked, Gertrude snapped. "To hell with the Pope and his lapdogs. They mock our bloodline's curse at every turn." Gwell quickly stepped in, trying to put a lid on the exploding chaos. Because they were running out of time. The elder whipped around. "You honestly expect us to chill out?" Gwell bit his tongue, knowing full well this whole mess screamed absolute, unfiltered hostility from the Joshua clan toward the Holy See. Still, blowing this totally out of proportion wasn't going to do their family any favors. The elder didn't get that this was a massive power play, a blatant know your place. It was definitely the Cardinal pulling strings, given his ties to their family. But the sheer disrespect was insane. Basically, this confirmed Riley and the little punk were doomed to hit a brick wall. Honestly, that was a massive win for Gwell. He turned, shooting a sharp look, "What the hell are you doing, Riley? Just take the damn thing and say thank you." Riley choked out. "But brother." Gwell instantly shut him down, telling him to cool his jets. Isaac watched it all unfold, realizing real quick that playing. And right then, while the smug envoy stood there holding the open enchanted chest, a terrifying blue fire suddenly flared from inside. The box violently ripped itself from his grip. A blinding, aggressive light pierced every single corner of the room, flooding the space with pure energy. Gwell's jaw hit the floor, completely paralyzed. A towering, furious magical blaze erupted right over their heads. "Holy fire!" someone yelled. "But who's casting it?" The envoy started shaking like a leaf, stuttering out in pure horror. The metal. It was Isaac. His tiny hand was reaching straight into the inferno. The entire room just stopped breathing. Sitting right there on the floor, our boy flashed an absolutely menacing, psychotic smirk. The envoy freaked out. "What is the meaning of this? That was a sacred gift from His Holiness himself." "Is this open treason?" Gertrude spun around, firing back. "Are you seriously accusing us of staging this? Look at him, you idiot. He is a literal infant. Why are you targeting a baby who doesn't even know how to hold a toy?" Before things got bloodier, Riley stepped up. "Well, what a tragic shame. It looks like this totally random accident happened before I could formally accept the gift, so we will just pretend this whole delivery never existed." The envoy shrieked, "Are you out of your freaking mind?" Riley just shot back coldly. "Or, if you really want to push it, we will gladly accept the Pope's generous offering, even though it is currently a puddle of liquid slag." Everyone stared in absolute shock at the scorched metal, their brains failing to comprehend a baby's firepower. Panicking, the envoy begged for the scrap back, stammering that he clearly grabbed the wrong item. But right then, the blue flames violently latched onto him, consuming his robes. Pure, suffocating terror crashed as he let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. The elder quickly squished Isaac's cheeks, loudly cooing, "Aw, little Isaac just loves to play rough." Through gritted teeth, Isaac silently prayed they would let him go before he torched their asses too. The burning envoy wailed, desperately smacking at his blazing clothes, and bolted out of the estate, screeching, "You cursed Joshua freaks!" The whole room watched the human fireball sprint away, with absolutely and the elder scooped Isaac right up, hoisting him into the air like a trophy. He hyped him up. "God-tier move, kid. My chest hasn't felt this light in years." Another elder barked at Gwell to toss out the cursed scrap metal. He couldn't stop laughing, wishing the matriarch was here to see that Pope-loving bootlicker run for his life. "Flawless execution, Riley. You totally nailed it." Gertrude nodded, fully backing the clutch decision to unleash the holy flame. Panic flashed across his face. "Wait, what?" he stammered. They immediately told him to drop the innocent act. He was the one who blasted the kid with holy fire, right? He shot a bewildered glance sideways. Didn't the elders pull that off?" Jaws practically hit the floor. Total silence. "Wait, hold up. Didn't he drop that exact spell the second he waltzed into the relic vault?" Riley shot back that he only popped an invisibility charm. Gertrude chimed in, noting Isaac flexed some insane footwork. But honestly, did the kid even know how to use it? The elders and Riley spiraled into a chaotic, messy debate, entirely mind-boggled. Did this literal toddler just solo cast top-tier holy magic? The lore drops are insane. It's a mythic artifact that lets anyone instantly download and spam whatever spell is locked inside. Snagging that grimoire from the vault was a massive brain play. Sure, it doesn't hit half as hard as the hellfire he casually tossed around during his Demon King era, but it definitely gets the job done. Meanwhile, the elder leaned in, demanding to know if his mom actually wielded divine magic. Gertrude quickly shot that theory down. Isaac's mom? She was the literal polar opposite, the elder erupted, yelling that this went way beyond just having good genes. It's like dropping a Pulitzer-winning poem when you don't even know the alphabet. Gertrude pointed out that even the ultimate prodigy, Saint Melissa, had to actually learn to read before flexing her first holy spell. They were totally losing their minds over nothing. Right then, Cecily burst through the doors, breathlessly begging the elder for forgiveness. But wait, isn't the craziest part that he straight up shattered the Pope's blessing? Everyone immediately snapped their heads toward her. "Oh snap, the metal," the elder roared. He absolutely needed to inspect that. Riley moved to grab it, muttering, "On it," but suddenly froze. The box was completely empty. The metal was gone. Staring into the void, the elder's brain practically short-circuited. What the? It was literally just right there. Goal awkwardly scratched his ear. "Yeah, so, I totally tossed it. You guys literally told me to ditch that cursed piece of—" The elder jabbed a trembling finger at his face, absolutely losing his mind. "You idiot! That wasn't an actual order." He barked orders to rally the troops and start a massive manhunt. Meanwhile, Isaac let out a sneaky little chuckle, daydreaming about melting down the Pope's sacred trinket. A thing rumored to be totally indestructible. No way the Joshua bigwigs could catch wind of this. Spoiler alert, the missing metal was chilling right inside Isaac's pocket. He smirked, fully aware that without the hard evidence, all their wild theories meant absolutely nothing. Fast forward a few days. Out west, the terrifying patriarch slammed on the brakes and roared, "The mansion is dead ahead. Stay sharp. Do not drop your guard." A massive squad of vassals trailed behind him, echoing a thunderous, "Yes, sir." He whipped his head back, staring off into the distance, and something completely caught him off guard. Back at the estate, the elders were pacing around, sweating over why the Skeleton King's corpse hadn't respawned yet. Meanwhile, our savage little MC just patted his belly with a cheeky grin, casually thanking them for the 5-star meal. The elders literally collapsed to their knees in absolute despair. 300 bottles of lethal poison, and he just scarfed down 500 sacred fruits from the Julius clan. Isaac just spaced out, thinking about how deliciously sweet those fruits were. Plus, they were a major cheat code to boost his synergy with holy beasts. And yeah, OP pets make fighting an absolute breeze. Why on earth would he pass up free buffs? He'd definitely need a beast squad later to completely pack up the Pope and body the gods themselves. Honestly, there had to be a top-tier pet lurking somewhere in this mansion too. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the side, and he let out a loud gasp. No way, a mythic holy whale just spawned. But before he could make a move, the panicking elders begged him to hold up. He was strictly required at the grand. Isaac pivoted just as the heavy doors slammed open, revealing a towering cloaked figure. The entire room instantly dropped into a deep, terrified bow to greet the patriarch. This insanely intimidating powerhouse was the supreme leader of the Joshua bloodline, aka Isaac's very own grandfather. Sensing the raw, unhinged aura radiating off the old man, Isaac's gamer instincts tingled. He actually liked this guy's vibe. Breaking the tense silence, Riley stepped up, desperately begging his— "Slicing the kid's stomach open isn't gonna fix a damn thing," Riley cried. Isaac casually patted his uncle, silently assuring him to chill. There was absolutely zero chance anyone on this planet was— All eyes slowly shifted down to the tiny MC, who was just chilling, completely unbothered on the carpet. The patriarch aimed a rock-steady finger right at the boy. His voice dropped to a bone-chilling growl. "Toss him straight into the flames." Riley looked like he'd just seen a literal ghost. He fell to his knees, hysterically pleading with his dad to call it off, while his uncle screamed his lungs out in pure panic. Wait, did he totally misread the room? Why the heck were they trying to deep fry him? Were these psychos actually out of their minds? Or was he the only one missing the joke? "He's way too young to endure the fire," Riley shrieked, completely losing it. Isaac sweated. Yeah, that definitely sounded like a one-way ticket to getting cremated alive. As Riley desperately begged the patriarch to reconsider, Goal suddenly chimed in, arguing that granting the boy access to the flames was a massively overpowered reward. Isaac blinked. Reward? Yeah, his definition of a prize definitely did not involve— He snapped back, his voice dripping with venom. Obviously, toss Isaac into the inferno and we salvage the Skeleton King's corpse. Plus, the fire's blessing is basically a massive stat buff for him. Blessing? That single word caught Isaac off guard, sending his mind spinning. Meanwhile, Riley pleaded for a little more time, but Goal wasn't having it. Furious, Riley barked back, "We're better off dunking him in the water." Isaac just stared, utterly flabbergasted. He quickly realized these guys were absolute weirdos. Goal immediately shut that down, scoffing that the temple's sacred flames and waters were legendary heirlooms, strictly reserved for leveling up saints. And now they wanted to waste them on some pathetic snot-nosed brat? Riley lost it. Not powerful? Are you seriously kidding me right now? It hit Isaac then. Any resistance he faced was basically free XP. Right on cue, Goal started yapping, insisting Shuri was the ultimate replacement. After all, wasn't it Shuri who absolutely wrecked those demons down in the relic vault? Riley shoved back. "Bro, what are you even on about? Isaac is the one who bodied that demon. Even the sacred dragon literally vouched for him." Goal just smirked. The dragon was obviously tweaking. Like, how does a toddler who can't even walk pull off a stunt like that? Riley warned him to stop pushing his luck, spitting out that Isaac literally used the holy flame to scorch the Pope's personal metal. They literally watched it happen with their own— "Are you seriously going to deny it?" Riley pushed back. Goal just scoffed, suggesting Isaac had simply cooked up a shady setup with the elders. Besides, there was no— When suddenly the patriarch's booming voice cut through the chaos. "The metal! Is this what you're arguing about?" He whipped the chunk of metal from his pocket and flashed it to the boys. Their jaws hit the floor. They stood paralyzed, brains totally short-circuiting. The Pope was the only dude with a direct hotline to heaven, meaning this artifact was hardcore blessed gold. Even at peak Demon King status, melting that stuff was no joke. So how did he pull it off? Did this tiny vessel somehow make him more OP? Riley scrambled over, practically begging to know where he snagged it. The Patriarch casually mentioned he just scooped it off the bottom of Lake Elisev. "Dad, look!" Riley shrieked. "Your flame is so insanely busted that it actually melted the Pope's sacred sigil." Isaac smirked inwardly. Oh, it was game over. Joshua's house could finally flex on the Pope. Riley eagerly pitched, tossing the Demon King straight into the inferno. An elder chimed in. "He's spitting facts, Patriarch." Isaac could seriously become an elite Skeleton King hunter. Isaac spun around, a sly grin creeping across his face. Riley kept pushing, arguing that the traumatized townspeople were bound to realize that demons were still creeping in the shadows. "Spot on," the elder agreed. "If we just ghost this issue, we're basically rolling out the red carpet for a new Demon King era." Whisper leaned in close, murmuring, "Master, past or present? It looks like some fakes are out here causing absolute chaos." Isaac pondered who the copycat could be, but honestly, he couldn't care less. Let the fakes draw all the aggro. It worked in his favor. Whisper nodded in agreement, before suddenly gasping, realizing this went way deeper than just today. "Wait, remember what went down 70 years ago? The Demon King crashed Joshua's estate and nuked the whole place." Hearing that, Isaac froze. "Wait, what?" Riley was screaming his lungs out now, accusing the Demon King of trying to wipe the Saint's entire bloodline off the map. Just the thought of that curse made him see red. Whisper was stunned. 70 years ago? "Master, that's literally impossible. You clocked out 150 years ago." Isaac's gears started turning. So, this bloodline curse was the exact reason they hyped up their ridiculously long lifespans. Honestly, a basic demon curse is literal child's play. He could just flex his mana superiority, crush it, and drain its power. Right then, Gertrude spoke up. "Even if the curse isn't fatal, it absolutely tanks your stats, causing massive growth debuffs." Another elder chimed in. "Bro, some guys have gone their whole lives looking like a polished bowling ball." Hearing that, Whisper absolutely lost his mind. "I'm gonna slaughter this freak," he raged. "Male pattern baldness is hereditary," Isaac deadpanned. "Are you blind, idiot? The Patriarch and Riley literally have perfect hair." Just then, the Patriarch stepped up to him. "It's a curse. His eyes are crimson. He's been tagged too." Isaac just stared back, totally unbothered. The Patriarch spun around, declaring that the fire and water just weren't cutting it anymore. Isaac was completely lost, wondering why this guy was stressing so hard. That's when the Patriarch dropped the bomb. The Holy Spirit was granting him its power. The room went dead silent. "Wait, what?" an elder gasped. Isaac's eyes went wide. Bagging the Holy Spirit's power required absolute free will. You had to hit some godly, unprecedented tier just to get the deity's attention. And suddenly, Isaac realized the insane potential. With the Holy Spirit's buff, he was going to absolutely steamroll everyone and shove a knuckle sandwich straight down those damned gods' throats. Gwell completely lost it, eyes wide with pure shock. "A Holy Spirit? Are you kidding me, Father? That is way too far. That level of power is strictly reserved for absolute legends who elevate our family's legacy. What has this literal child actually done to earn it?" Okay, so what if he managed to melt some metal? It is honestly just a trashy flex meant to mock the blade. Did he seriously think they would just let that slide? Isaac practically seethed, utterly annoyed that this absolute clown was dragging this drama out again. The Patriarch shot him an icy glare. "When they delivered that totally toxic gift, what did you even do? The temple had the sheer audacity to disrespect them on their own turf. And you just mindlessly handed them a free pass, letting them walk away with, now you are actually defending the enemy. All you have done is trash talk your own nephew, and now you want to hold him back? Even wild beasts defend their pack. The entire house of Joshua is built on the absolute principle of shielding the vulnerable. Yet here is a tiny kid, someone we should be hyping up and protecting, single-handedly. If that is not peak Joshua energy, tell me what is." The sheer weight of those words hit Gwell like a truck, dropping him straight to his knees. The Patriarch commanded every main family member to gather and officially bless Isaac. Fast forward a few days, a super-stressed Relly had to ask, "You are not just going to hand it over? What is the actual catch here, Father?" The old man smirked. Was really missing the point? If they dunk the kid in holy water or roast him in temple flames to purge that demonic energy, the intensely clashing magic of the temple's fire and water is just way too aggressive. practically guaranteeing he will never master those hardcore exorcism rituals. Relly's heart completely sank, assuming that Isaac's potential would be totally hard-capped at a rank 5 priest. His dad validated that fear, casually dropping that Isaac would be permanently stuck at rank 4. Scooping up a handful of glowing magic orbs, the patriarch announced the ultimate vibe check. Isaac had to choose between fire, water, or the Holy Spirit itself. That alone was all the trial he needed. Gwell secretly did a mental victory dance. He knew the old man would never hand out the ultimate prize that easily. Offering the glowing spheres to the kid, the patriarch told him to take his pick. Relly, sweating bullets as he watched the intense elemental auras swirl, practically begged the universe. Please, just grab the white orb. He desperately prayed in his head. But nope, Isaac completely bypassed it, snatching the flaming red one. He hoisted it up like a massive trophy, absolutely beaming. Gwell smugly patted Relly's shoulder, dripping with fake sympathy. Hey, do not look so utterly crushed. Rank 4 honestly is not the— Boom! A blinding, absolute flash of white-hot energy erupted right out of the crimson orb. The sphere was literally cracking wide open. A massive tsunami of blazing crimson fire exploded outward, instantly swallowing the entire room. The elders went into full panic, shrieking at the top of their lungs. What on earth was happening? Was that not supposed to be standard temple fire? Right then, an actual goddess of fire materialized straight out of the inferno, completely paralyzing the entire room. The sheer sight of this fiercely stunning entity, an undeniable Holy Spirit, totally short-circuited everyone's brains. Terror kicked back in, and the room descended into absolute— Gwell dashed to his dad, totally hyperventilating. What is this? Why is a mega-tier Holy Spirit hiding inside that orb? His father just coldly shushed him, smoothly dropping the mic by pointing out that he never explicitly claimed there was only— Gwell fiercely ground his teeth together, totally furious. Meanwhile, the patriarch casually dropped some lore. House Joshua's entire magic foundation. Yet, this little kid spawned a fire so unbelievably toxic, it instantly melted the Pope's personal gold. That is straight up insane. The old man had totally booby-trapped the test, yet Isaac somehow pulled the ultimate wild card. Even the patriarch was completely shook. Suddenly, the fiery goddess bared her lethal fangs. She screeched that Eli had completely lost the plot. How dare he drag her, an elite royal, down to this filthy human realm? The entire crowd was way too violently shook to even breathe. The goddess just went full scorched earth, throwing an apocalyptic tantrum. Searing heat blasted everywhere, violently forcing everyone to duck and shield their melting faces. The elders were totally freaking out, and someone desperately shouted to pop their defensive shields. Gwell whipped around to the patriarch, practically crying. Are you actually insane? You summoned a royal? Do you want to nuke our entire estate? The old man smirked, casually pointing a finger right at Isaac. The toddler did it. Isaac's jaw literally hit the floor. He was totally and completely speechless. Eli flashed a dark, knowing smile, confirming the kid had triggered this absolute apocalypse. Honestly, this room had every chance of becoming a shared crematorium. As the furious goddess levitated higher, Isaac's brain short-circuited. He literally injected just a micro drop of holy mana to grab a mid-tier spirit. What was that orb even packing? Everyone else was having the exact same terrifying thought. If this kid actually tried, what kind of cosmic horror would he spawn? Both of them stood completely frozen, totally mind-blown by the sheer Then, the fiery queen kicked it up a notch, aggressively blasting pure, deep. As her rage fiercely leveled up, Isaac quietly gasped. It totally clicked in his brain. This specific flame literally cooks raw mana straight into holy energy. Bro, this is an absolute game changer, he practically cheered in his head. Isaac knew he had hit the jackpot, but there was one massive problem. How do you tame a raging god? Meanwhile, every single adult in the room totally abandoned all dignity, scattering like terrified roaches and screaming for— Whisper fired back, claiming he could somehow crack the code on making it work. Isaac plotted internally, realizing that on top of that, royal-tier spirits, and right now, dodging those obnoxious deities, was top priority. Whisper chimed in, absolutely backing up that strategy. Since every single spirit practically orbited the gods, one of the elders completely lost it, shrieking, "Patriarch, you have to banish this entity right." Pure terror gripped the room. After all, they were staring down a completely unhinged entity, one so toxic that even the gods themselves had cut her off. Eli deadpanned that if he caught heat simply for his hair color, he totally would have ghosted the divine realm too. Turns out, this entire chaotic mess sparked from some petty bias against black hair, which completely blinded them to the actual threat. The Holy Spirit unleashed a blood-curdling screech, then abruptly went dead silent. Did they catch a glimpse of something lurking there? The goddess went absolutely feral, totally trashing the room and obliterating. Boiling with absolute rage, she roared, demanding to know what kind of psycho drags her into a subjugation ritual. Eli coolly shot back that he wasn't the one who pulled her here. She scoffed, pressing him. What was the play here? He obviously flexed his patriarch privileges to force her hand. But before she could even finish her rant, Eli casually pointed at baby Isaac and dropped the absolute bomb. The kid did it. The goddess practically short-circuited, her jaw hitting the floor. She shrieked that Eli was completely out of his mind. Did he seriously sacrifice an infant to drag her down here? Eli just shrugged it off, casually denying the whole thing. But the goddess kept screeching, yelling that even if his entire clan was flopping, this was way over the line. Seriously, what sick, twisted experiment did he run on this newborn? All eyes locked onto the baby, both of them utterly clueless about the bizarre aura radiating off the tiny kid. Isaac was mentally scheming. If this divine power was up for grabs, he was 100% looting it. He'd just repurpose her as a personal mana filter. Right at that moment, the goddess threw her hands up, sparking a heavy-duty spell. She sneered, shouting that this was absolutely perfect. She was going to test drive this baby herself and see if he actually had the juice to pull her here. If he survived her subjugation strike, maybe she'd buy it. She unleashed her magic, blasting a massive attack straight at our boy. But out of nowhere, Eli stepped in, tanking the hit. The goddess cackled, mocking him that catching a quick fade from her was honestly his best option. Then her smirk vanished when she realized little Isaac hadn't even flinched. Eli just tilted his head and asked, "Are we finally on the same page?" Did she finally grasp that this specific Isaac was the one who acted? She was completely shook. Eli casually laid out the ultimatum. Ink a contract with the kid right now, or refuse and face a brutal punishment. She bristled, spitting back. Punishment? Did he seriously think a top-tier spirit gave a single damn? She threatened to just torch the entire estate to ashes and walk away free. She thrust her hand forward, daring the arrogant fool to watch his precious territory turn to absolute ash. But then, Isaac pulled the wildest, most unhinged move ever, leaving the elders completely paralyzed. The goddess shrieked that the baby was a literal psycho. Isaac literally started slurping the goddess straight into his mouth. The panicked elders lunged forward, desperately trying to pry him away. They were pulling their hair out, screaming at the baby not to eat that, begging him not to swallow. But it was too late. The goddess was already clamped between his tiny gums. Her mind was completely breaking. How on earth was a baby eating her? She screamed in pure disbelief. Was this seriously not his first time? This entire family was psychotic. How the hell were they even raising this little monster? She swore she'd just bide her time and make these absolute morons pay. Trapped in a literal baby's death grip, she hissed that she was pulling back for now, but massive vengeance was definitely coming. Instantly, our boy felt the exact shift in space as the goddess desperately. He mentally projected that round 2 was absolutely happening. A heavy, intensely awkward silence blanketed the room before every single elder scrambled to check on the infant. Whisper burst into laughter at the pure chaos, suddenly struck by a massive, brilliant epiphany. The goddess was totally trapped. She couldn't escape. The goddess was completely glitched out. Even though intense mana flared wildly around her hands, the elders just stood there, entirely jaw-dropped. "That is dark mana," they screamed. Eli casually dropped the insane lore that he had actually invited the Demon King, prompting the goddess to holler, "What kind of demonic protein are you feeding?" Isaac analyzed the exact matchup. Spirit flowers were supposed to be the absolute, ultra-pure MVPs of the entire Saint faction. They literally channel straight holy vibes into nature, but hit them with even a drop of dark mana, and they instantly crumble. The goddess violently grabbed her face in horror, screaming at her health was draining rapidly, leaving her completely nerfed. Panicking, she actually started pleading with a literal baby to turn off the dark aura. Isaac just kept giggling like a little menace. Eli lazily scratched his ear, murmuring with zero sympathy, "Man, the Skeleton King's raw, villainous energy was just way too overpowering for anyone to even step into his personal space." Looking absolutely mortified, the goddess cried out that these people were totally unhinged, ready to throw hands the exact second and he was really trying to feed her this garbage? Eli smoothly clapped back, pointing out that if she simply anchored herself to his grandson, she could completely detox the royal seat's dark energy. And he didn't care, ready to toss her right back. She shrieked, demanding if he had any clue who she even was, but Eli wasn't having it, coldly ordering her to sit tight and let herself get devoured. She snapped, screaming that they were totally unhinged, exactly why she despised their guts, swearing that if they didn't have that shiny saint's bloodline protecting them, she'd slice them into mincemeat. She promised to completely wreck this annoying little punk. But the second Isaac caught that thread, he just shoved the goddess even deeper down his throat. She wailed in absolute terror, begging for mercy as she screamed, 4 days. Just give her 4 days locked up with this terrifying toddler. 4 days was all she needed, but Eli simply shook his head, deciding that wasn't nearly enough time. He commanded his guards to throw open the heavy doors of the Eastern Palace, dragging the kid and the spirit inside, strictly forbidding a single soul from stepping foot in there until the purification was totally locked down. Dropping that mic, he marched right out of the room. Relly tried hollering after him, and a totally spooked Goel chimed in too, but Eli just shut them down hard. That is enough. He was absolutely done listening to their excuses. Right then, Isaac casually yanked the goddess out of his mouth, a massive grin spreading across his face as he realized something huge. The Eastern Palace was chilling, right next to the ruins hiding the ultimate mana core. Talk about hitting the absolute jackpot. Flash forward a bit, and they were officially locked away in the Eastern Palace. Suddenly, a blinding, fiery blast rocked the area, making everyone instantly realize that they were definitely dealing with top-tier royalty. It looked like the head honcho had totally thrown in the towel, meaning the next guy up for the throne was probably going to be some dude from the Pope family or his brother, right? Meanwhile, one of the royal gossips started whispering that Lord Isaac was totally jinxed and out of the running for the crown. A maid leaned in, eyes wide, asking, "Wait, is he actually cursed, though?" The tea spilled faster than lightning, with all the staff buzzing about the drama. One guy shivered, claiming that just the day before, 4 maids who went to check on the kid literally ran for their lives. They swore the toddler somehow still looked like a creepy old dude. The staff were totally scratching their heads, murmuring, "Wait, aren't they basically like fleshless zombies or walking skeletons?" Come to think of it, hasn't he been locked up in there with that Holy Spirit for like 10 solid years? Anyway, a little while later, a blood-curdling shriek suddenly ripped through the Eastern Palace of the Joshua estate. The staff literally scattered like scared bugs. Asili crept up to the giant doors, her face pale with pure dread, and shakily turned the knob. Pushing it open, she nervously announced her arrival to Lord Isaac, her voice trembling as she asked, Are you okay in here?" Meanwhile, Isaac was just chilling, sucking on a lollipop. He popped it out, giving her the most confused, deadpan. Asili fretted over how insane the Demon King's hex must be if he was still stuck looking like a toddler. In his head, Isaac rolled his eyes. What on earth is this girl yapping about? He was staying pint-sized totally on purpose. Babies soak up mana way faster than adults, hitting an insane power cap that you can literally only unlock while you're still in diapers. Right beside him, the fiery goddess groaned, stretching her limbs and complaining that her entire body felt completely wrecked. Asili politely asked if she'd caught any decent sleep. Charlotte just swore under her breath, vowing to completely wipe out his dark energy tomorrow, no matter the cost. She swore she was totally on the brink of finishing him off yesterday. She jabbed an angry finger right at Isaac, who just flashed a cheeky grin from his. Lunging closer, she shrieked that he was an absolute monster. How the heck did he secretly hoard even more dark aura? Today, he just laughed in her face, completely unbothered. Charlotte totally lost it, screaming at the little freak. Just how many of those skeleton kings did you gorge on? Why is your mana pool still this insanely deep after 10 whole years? Why does it literally keep skyrocketing every time you wake up? He smirked, silently flexing the fact that he'd been sneaking sips from the underground mana cores every single night for a whole decade. Whisper fired back, stunned that he never realized just how massive the stash hidden right under the annex actually was. It was honestly a massive flex. He originally calculated this grind would take a solid 40 years, but he totally speedran it in just 10. The goddess hovered in the air, grumbling from behind him. He had officially maxed out his mana farming, and entirely without a mentor, forcing him to observe and hack the magic system completely solo. But boom, now he could casually spam rank 6 holy spells. Asili stepped closer, gently cooing that everything was going to be okay, little master, and that the Pope's crew was about to jump into the mix. Isaac blinked, his brain screeching to a halt. The Pope? Asili cheerfully explained that the holy forces were gearing up to permanently erase every single one of the Skeleton King's lackeys who dared to threaten the Empire, all 14 epic demons. Isaac's jaw practically hit the floor. Totally clueless to his panic, she happily chirped that they'd soon rip the absolute last drop of the Skeleton King's dark mana right out of his tiny body, telling him not to stress out. Isaac mentally shrieked, "Are you guys completely out of your minds?" Did she have any clue how much elite loot he still needed to farm off those guys? Who said anything about wiping them out? Gently tucking him into his crib, she sweet-talked him, saying the young master just needed to snack on his candy and take a good nap. He practically ripped his hair out in sheer frustration. These absolute scammers. He urgently needed to stop them before his loot totally vanished. But right at that very second, a mysterious voice drifted through his open window. So, get this. Gol was strolling through the massive palace courtyard with Shuri. He was totally bragging that Shuri didn't just casually skip the exams, but straight up locked in the title of the youngest priest ever. Word on the street was that even the royal princess would be pulling up to his initiation ceremony. Scoring that valedictorian spot and having royalty there, major flex. Goel was absolutely beaming with pride, waving off the praise as if it was no big deal, claiming it was just expected since Shuri was his blood. He played the humble dad card perfectly, while clearly bursting with pride over his genius kid. Everything was literally picture perfect, but right mid-sentence, boom, Shuri completely vanished into thin air. Gol whipped his head around, totally freaking out and clueless about what just dropped, while Shuri got violently sucked into this glowing, chaotic magic portal. He screamed his lungs out as he plummeted. Thud. The second he hit the ground, a chilling voice called his name. Trembling, with actual tears pooling in his eyes, he looked only to face Isaac. "Do you actually have a death wish?" Isaac sneered. "Still a pathological liar, huh? Or did you genuinely think you could ghost me just by sneaking into some elite academy?" Shuri froze in absolute terror. The total madman was standing right in front of him again. Isaac completely humbled him, stating coldly that Shuri only bagged those achievements because of his grueling training. "I gave it everything I had," Shuri fired back. "Do you think grinding day and night to be the absolute best in class is just a walk in the park?" Isaac just scoffed, dropping facts. There was zero chance Shuri could have pulled that off solo. Defeated, Shuri grabbed his chest, his voice shaking like a leaf. As he admitted, yeah, it was true. Smirking, Isaac asked if he should start laying the groundwork for the next phase. Since the most powerful holy spells only unlock post-initiation, Isaac abruptly hopped off the bed and declared that his new pawn, yes, Shuri, was going to help him pull this off. Total panic mode activated. Shuri stammered, "Wait." Instead of answering, Isaac cranked up his magic, dropping a suffocating, bone-chilling aura right onto Shuri's shoulders. Without a single second to think, Shuri cracked, shouting that of course he'd do it. He nervously squeaked out, asking what the mission was. Isaac's eyes flashed as he demanded Shuri hand over his entire stash. Every last cent of Shuri completely spills his guts, handing over every single scrap of intel he scored from Gol. Homeboy is absolutely losing his mind, bawling his eyes out at the sheer terror of facing down this demon. Eventually, he resorts to giving Isaac a frantic, deep tissue massage just to survive. Isaac practically purrs in satisfaction before dropping a heavy question. "So, what is the deal with X?" Shuri stammers out that ever since the massive disaster at the Relic Vault, those goons totally went off the grid and stopped taking orders entirely. They practically have a death wish at this point, just waiting for the executioner's block. Isaac arches an eyebrow. He has zero choice in the matter. He has to pull this massive stunt off within 12 months. Shuri blinks, totally skeptical. "Wait, are you seriously going through with it?" Isaac casually drops that he is going to join the holy priesthood. Shuri's jaw hits the floor. Dude is not even enrolled in the basic academy. "How do you even plan to pull that off?" Shuri asks. Isaac violently snatches his hand back, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Are you mocking me right now?" Smack. Isaac clocks him over the head so viciously that a massive knot instantly forms on his skull. No, I swear." He quickly blurts out that a fast-track recommendation loophole exists. And get this, some high-ranking academy professors are literally right here in the estate. Score a recommendation letter, ace the exam, and boom, instant ordination. Isaac's eyes light up, genuinely impressed by this blatantly but Shuri frantically backpedals, warning that Isaac needs to pull off a miracle to prove his moral compass, which is a massive problem, considering his current reputation is basically an absolute garbage fire. "Damn," Isaac mutters under his breath. "This trembling little punk can read me perfectly." Shuri keeps nervously rambling, insisting those stuck-up professors will only hand over a golden ticket if Isaac achieves something insanely like pulling off a high-stakes rescue mission. And the richer or more royal the VIP, the better the payoff. But stumbling across a blue blood in distress is not exactly an everyday occurrence. Finding a top-tier noble who actually needs saving is basically hunting for a needle in a haystack. A wicked thought crosses Isaac's mind. "She is going to be there, right?" he presses. Shuri drops to his knees, utterly defeated. "Yes." Before Shuri can even finish exhaling, a twisted smirk creeps across Isaac's face. And her social status. Smash cut to a little while later. The scene shifts entirely to the sun-baked, elite training grounds at Joshua's lavish estate. Eli, standing tall before his squad, drops a massive bombshell. Isaac is absolutely refusing to travel to the royal capital. A girl nearby chimes in, insisting Isaac needs to hit up the massive foundation festival. The ultimate proving ground where every single saint candidate faces. The realization hits Eli like a freight train. He is completely floored, processing the fact that while rival candidates have been desperately chasing clout and flexing their power, Isaac has spent an entire decade moving entire— Wait, did this kid not pull off an impossibly god-tier miracle inside the relic vault exactly 10 years ago? Rumors were flying that Lord Isaac was chilling in the legendary Eastern Palace, the sacred stomping grounds of past saints. The hype surrounding him was totally unreal. Eli totally short-circuits, completely at a loss for words. Meanwhile, a veteran teacher steps up, fanboying hard, confessing it has been his ultimate life goal to mentor the legendary Lord Isaac. The stakes are astronomical. This initiation crashes right into the princess's grand birthday. Eli scrunches his face in pure disbelief. Wait, the actual Pope? The teacher nods eagerly, revealing the Pope plans to personally— The gears start turning in his head. Catching that hero title is not just— The strategic perks would be absolute game changer. The professor fires right back, utterly dismissive of the rules. Who cares about a birth certificate when you are dealing with a generational prodigy? Eli aggressively rubs his temples, completely over the intense stress. Fine, just do whatever the hell you want, he snaps. The academy staff practically throw a victory. Cut back to the main room. Shuri is still working overtime, massaging Isaac's shoulders, while our chaotic protagonist basks in absolute bliss. Boom! A blinding, fiery shockwave violently rips through the palace walls, turning the air to ash. From the shadows, a mysterious stalker watches the inferno spread, calculating his net. Unbelievable, the man mutters. He actually pulled a royal tier spirit into this realm and locked down a blood contract with it. Not even the mighty Pope can handle that kind of intense heat for long. The holy leader usually has to instantly banish the entity before it breaks his mind. This terrifying, raven-haired fire elemental is not just a basic summon, it literally commands the sacred heavenly barriers. It is a dark entity, permanently blacklisted from claiming the Spirit King throne, because its core is too genuinely malicious. A greedy, sinister grin spreads across the Watchers. He knows the Pope's royal bloodline is obsessed with hoarding rare spirits. If he can manage to hijack this dark elemental and serve it to them on a silver platter, they will absolutely lose their minds. The massive payout would be astronomical. Plus, he is packing a serious trump card, a secret artifact capable of completely suffocating divine mana. The deadly trap is officially set. The second he chokes out that holy energy, the Skeleton King's toxic dark mana is guaranteed to violently— All he has to do is snatch the elemental while the entire palace is drowning in absolute chaos. Fast forward a bit. Shuri slowly pushes open the heavy oak doors to Isaac's quarters. He nervously signals for the elite professor to step inside. The woman takes a shaky breath, whispering that she is finally about to lay eyes on the infamous young lord. She walks in side by side with her colleague. As they step over the threshold, their eyes lock onto Isaac, who is just casually chilling inside a baby's crib. Cautiously creeping closer, the professor gasps, totally stunned that he has not aged a single day in an entire decade. Hearing them, Isaac slowly pivots, greeting the crowd with adorable little babbles in his very own baby language. The professors practically clutched their chests, screaming as their hearts did absolute backflips. They needed to sprint back to the academy, right now. As Jacob leaned over the crib, locking eyes with the tiny guy who was busy working his absolute hardest to charm the entire room, the shady priest decided it was time to forcefully rip the Demon King's mana right out of his tiny body. Scooping the infant into his arms and pulling him tight, Jacob knew it was now or never. A heavy silence quickly swallowed the room. Little Isaac just flashed a toothless, innocent grin at Jacob, playfully reaching his chubby hands out toward the priest. Jacob's brain completely short-circuited. Why the heck wasn't anything happening? He had just pumped out enough holy energy to make that dark aura completely spiral. Right on cue, Shalak shrieked that the pain was absolutely agonizing. What was that idiot thinking? Someone just end that blasted priest already. Why was he drowning the room in so much divine energy? Jacob froze, totally shell-shocked by the furious voice echoing around him. But then, a greedy realization hit him. This royal tier spirit was his ultimate golden ticket. Slipping a hand into his sleeve, he fumbled for a second, before blurting out an incredibly lame excuse about sweating from the stuffy weather. Whipping out a suspiciously laced handkerchief, he started aggressively catching a whiff of the foul scent. Our boy instantly pieced together what this total creep was trying to pull. Boiling rage flared up inside him, while the goddess started hacking and shrieking at the top of— A panicked professor desperately demanded to know what was wrecking the spirit. Without warning, blindingly intense light exploded out of Shalak, flooding the entire space. Sending a massive shockwave of pure panic through the terrified onlookers, she unleashed a completely blood-curdling scream. Playing dumb, Jacob loudly questioned if the Demon King's twisted madness was causing this chaos. The crowd frantically yelled at their professor to step back. But that unhinged academic was literally drooling. Knowing he had to push the furious spirit completely over the edge, the attacker seized his moment, thrusting his hand forward as a scorching, fiery magic flared to life. Chanting agonizing cleaver, he ruthlessly unleashed a blinding, razor-sharp beam of energy straight toward the flailing goddess. Her physical form literally started vaporizing into thin air, accompanied by gut-wrenching shrieks of pure agony. Out of nowhere, Jacob tightly gripped his own wrist. While the radiant being kept melting away in absolute torment, baby Isaac just stared, utterly bewildered. Was this clown seriously trying to pull off this stunt right here? Suddenly, a totally frantic Riley busted through the doors, screaming Isaac's name. Smirking internally, our little protagonist figured the show had dragged on long enough. The audience was packed. Time for the grand finale. Gripping his tiny chest, Isaac cranked up his magical aura, sending a colossal shockwave rippling through every inch of the room. The sheer pressure instantly slammed Jacob face first into the cold. Is young Lord Isaac actively absorbing the ambient mana? A professor gasped. He's completely neutralizing her rampage. Flashing a sly little grin, our tiny hero knew it was finally time. With a crisp snap of his chubby fingers, he telepathically commanded the raging goddess to chill out. Instantly, Shallock floated into the air, freezing perfectly still inside a glowing magical seal. Jaws absolutely hit the floor, as the stunned professors started screaming that they were witnessing the legendary Azure Saint. Asili clamped both hands. "Oh my gosh, no way," she practically squealed. Meanwhile, the unconscious Shallock was plummeting toward the earth, only to violently snap awake right in midair, and stare down at her glowing hands in pure, unadulterated shock. The professors were completely losing it, violently hyping up how this insanely overpowered baby was effortlessly manipulating the Skeleton King's sinister. One instructor practically yelled that he had entirely crushed the spirit's violent rampage, using the legendary Azure Sainthood from the House of Joshua. But then, her energy flickered, and Shallock immediately started rushing over to Isaac's crib. Riley looked upon the scene like he was witnessing an actual miracle from the heavens. With a shaky, emotional voice, he whispered just how incredibly. Asili was just as hyped to see the baby perfectly safe, though she frustratedly clutched her head, jokingly asking Riley if that was seriously the only insane thing he managed to notice. The entire room completely erupted, showering Isaac in joyful cheers, as they triumphantly hoisted the baby high into the air. Meanwhile, Jacob was still pathetic, nervously stammering, What in the world just happened?" Right on cue, an immensely ticked-off Shallock fiercely declared that she'd absolutely love to know the exact same. "You absolute garbage-tier servant of the Golden Church," she roared. Hearing that lethal threat, Jacob whipped around in pure, unfiltered terror as the furious. "Who is pulling the strings on this miserable little stunt?" she demanded. Trying his absolute hardest to sound confident, he barked back. "What strings?" Sweating bullets, he swore he only stopped by to pay a friendly visit to little Lord Isaac. Narrowing her fiery eyes, she mocked his pitiful excuse. Mistaken? Please. He was the one reeking of that sickeningly air. Desperately, he tried to flip the script, claiming she was completely delulu. Ignoring his pathetic wailing, Shallock viciously announced that, effective immediately, every single fire even remotely linked to the Pope. Letting out a sinister little chuckle, she boldly admitted she was dropping this massive banhammer simply out of pure, unadulterated spite, and sincerely hoped the idiot wouldn't get it twisted. Spitting out those final icy words, she spun on her heel to storm off, prompting a desperate Jacob to blindly reach out for her glowing silhouette. Begging and pleading for her to hold up, his brain totally short-circuited. How on earth could a mere spirit unilaterally shred a binding contract, with holy men explicitly endorsed by the Almighty God himself? Especially when the literal Pope was involved? Spirits absolutely didn't have that kind of juice. Unbothered, she brutally told him to get lost, casually dropping the bombshell that she had aggressively dumped the gods centuries and didn't give a single flying crap about their pathetic little rules anymore. Watching this absolute total meltdown unfold from his crib, Isaac just flashed a. The fierce goddess ordered that trembling loser to completely scrub himself from her sight. Jacob's jaw literally hit the floor, totally paralyzed by the sheer before his knees gave out and he face-planted straight back into the dirt. Dusting herself off, Shallock floated over to our tiny protagonist, softly thanking him for totally saving her hide with his insanely pure and for effortlessly putting a leash on the Demon King's chaotic energy. Since the corruption was completely wiped out, her old contract was officially history. But instead of dipping, she pledged to stick right by his tiny side, just to pay back this massive, life-saving debt. Smirking to himself, little Isaac couldn't be happier. After all, bagging an incredibly overpowered spirit bodyguard was exactly absolute clueless fools who don't owe a single thing to anybody. The instructor loudly declared they were heading straight back to the holy sanctuary, spilling all the tea on the recent chaos. A prodigy of that insane caliber absolutely needed to be plunged into the spiritual slumber. Without a doubt. Hearing this, Isaac's blood totally boiled, though he quietly grinned, secretly hyped for the glowing referral. Riley strolled up to his old man, who was buried in stacks of documents. Scanning the files, he dropped the bombshell that the Holy See officially greenlit Isaac's initiation. They desperately wanted him front and center at the grand ritual. Riley blinked in pure shock. Wait, seriously? Already? Did he score this just for rescuing the Joshua crew and the whole academy? His dad shook his head. Nope. He got the nod because he saved a legit royal tier spirit. Riley's jaw hit the floor, and honestly, nobody had the guts to argue. Plus, grabbing this initiation was basically the ultimate cheat code to graduate the academy instantly. So he threw a massive pop quiz at Isaac to check his brain power, and the kid totally aced all 16 brutal questions. Seeing those flawless scores, Riley flushed bright red with pure hype, hyping up the flawless victory. Zero regrets now. The kid is finally walking and talking like a boss. Eli sighed, muttering it was a massive letdown. The boy acted like a total menace. They still needed to put him through the ringer personally. Almost everyone coasts through, unless they're straight-up villains or heavily twisted. Riley nodded, remembering the wicked trial using a sacred spell that literally forces you to spill the absolute truth. Eli peeked at the exam to see the damage. Flipping the page, his eyes glued to a prompt asking for his honest vibe on the bloodline. That literally birthed and raised him. Isaac's deadpan answer? Claiming every single piece belonged to him. He flexed so much raw ambition, it left them low-key stunned that such savage energy burned inside their own flesh and blood. Then came the ultimate question. What is your master plan after the initiation? Isaac ruthlessly wrote, I will literally devour the gods themselves. They stared at the paper in sheer panic, sweating bullets as they checked the final answer. He was supposed to drop his deepest hopes and dreams as a holy priest of the sacred Hellen Empire. His response? To completely wipe this nation off the map. Catching sight of that treason, Riley violently crushed the test paper in his fist, staring off into the void like his brain short-circuited. Absolute terror paralyzed him as he slowly snapped his head toward his dad, whose face was practically melting with icy, terrified sweat. He fiercely whispered that only the two of them had ever laid eyes on this madness. If Isaac takes another truth trial post-ordination, he is getting straight-up executed for absolute heresy. Riley grabbed his hair, shaking like a leaf. Right then, Eli completely snapped. He violently slammed the desk, roaring that he would take the ordination spot himself. Meanwhile, Isaac was to be heavily grounded. First up, the kid desperately needed some real schooling. Flash forward to dusk. Our main guy popped open his bedroom window and hushedly asked his mentor if the master plan was locked in. A super confident, yep, echoed back. He stuffed a duffel bag to the brim, slung it over his shoulder, and practically vaulted out into the crisp night air, smirking about pulling off the ultimate jailbreak. He dipped out with a massive, wicked grin. Fast forward a bit, over at the capital's elite Riley Academy. Inside the Holy Spells wing, rumors were catching fire about a literal 10-year-old kid securing the dreamy ordination. The gossip was absolutely wild. What kind of insane stunt did he pull to rank up so fast? This upcoming graduation was about to be legendary. One dude smirked, scoffing that a literal infant, who couldn't even take a step, was getting blessed. What kind of rigged garbage is this? Nizer rolled his eyes hard at the massive hype, and his buddy was super confused about the could not walk comment. Nizer snickered, explaining the brat hadn't aged a single inch in 10 Dude got permanently hexed by the Skeleton King, and is stuck as a tiny kid. He shot a glaring look at Shuri, asking, Am I wrong though? How the heck does a literal baby get ordained? He bet real money it was just a fake VIP title. Every single news outlet was buzzing over the drama. And it suddenly hit Shuri how incredibly toxic this guy was, right before the annoying chatter sparked up again. Nizer spun around, loudly mocking how overpowered being born into a sacred bloodline was. Even total zeros get handed a free ordination. Absolutely pathetic. Shuri's blood boiled hot, and shooting up from his seat he raged internally. How dare this clown talk down like that? Right on cue, Kina stormed into the room, snapping. Do you honestly think the Holy See is just playing games, Nizer? The whole squad whipped around in pure shock, as he ruthlessly continued. Plus, the literal legend who stamped Isaac's golden ticket was my own old man, Duke Leon. I highly doubt he is dumb enough to disrespect his own flesh and blood. Nizer completely lost it, screaming at him to shut his mouth, barking that Kina didn't even go to this academy. Why the heck are you even— Kina flashed a cold smile. I got a VIP invite. I will be totally schooling your grads as the new master instructor for sacred spells. Hearing that massive flex, the guy's faces contorted in pure, salty rage. Kina glanced at Shuri, admitting he was low-key stressing out too. Confused, Shuri asked what the catch was. He sighed. That menace Isaac absolutely cannot become a priest. The Joshua Empire is totally safe, until he claws his way to the top as patriarch. But the dude added a final sting. If his family totally collapsed, he should come crawling, and he would score him a spot in the Pope's faction. Shuri just stood there, completely stunned. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. He practically begged himself to chill out, muttering that now was definitely not the time to throw hands. Stepping right up into Kina's personal space, he gritted out that he did not need any handouts, but Kina just smirked, shoving him out of the way, leaving Shuri to storm out of the office, snapping back that the jerk should mind his own business. Fast forward a bit to the campus dorms. Shuri barged into his room, snatched up a textbook, and violently hurled it across the room. He let out an explosive scream, desperately gripping his hair. Those absolute snakes. Why was all this garbage piling up on him? His own family was not even going to show up to his initiation ceremony. All because that runaway punk bailed on them. Why the heck was this blowing up right now? What an absolute menace. He viciously cursed him to go totally bald, just like the Skeleton King. Right on cue, Isaac materialized in the room, literally crawling out from behind the desk, through a glowing magical portal. The guy deadpan asked what Shuri had just been yapping about. Shuri nearly jumped out of his skin and let out a terrified. Isaac leaned in, asking him to repeat that little comment about his hairline. Was he seriously asking to get wiped out? Trembling like a leaf, Shuri stuttered, asking how on earth he escaped. And how the heck did he even end up here? Isaac casually plopped himself down on a storage trunk. He explained that to snag his new rank, both the patriarch and his uncle tried to block him, so he just ditched them. But before he could even finish explaining the situation, Shuri absolutely lost it, screaming his lungs out. What kind of mess did he start this time? Was he seriously trying to justify this? Unbothered, Isaac whipped out a weird, glowing artifact, mocking how pathetically weak it felt. He then demanded to know if Shuri was actually going to sell out to the Pope's faction. Shuri frantically yelled back that it was not like that at all, but our completely unhinged protagonist just whacked him over the head with the artifact, roaring at him to shut his mouth. These arrogant clowns were out here disrespecting the Joshua name. A dark, twisted rage completely took over Isaac, and he started relentlessly pummeling Shuri from every single angle. He aggressively roared that the Joshua family belonged exclusively to him. He was the only one allowed to trash talk them, and only he had the absolute right to burn their legacy to the ground. Poor Shuri was totally clueless, having zero idea what kind of crazy talk. Isaac grabbed him and screamed at him to burn this into his brain. Kim Shuri, he, and only he, would be the one to completely obliterate the Joshua estate. Absolutely terrified, Shuri glued his forehead to the floorboards, sobbing uncontrollably while praying for a way to ditch this total psycho. Isaac carelessly tossed the artifact away, snapping at him to stop acting like a dramatic toddler, and ordered him to get up and lead the way. Sniffling, Shuri nervously asked where they were even going. A wicked smirk crept onto Isaac's face as he announced he was going to handle whoever had dared to mess with his guy. Cut to the campus dining hall, buzzing with students. A girl glanced over her shoulder, completely confused, asking what the vibe was and who dragged this random little kid in here. The crowd honestly could not stop obsessing over how ridiculously flawless and silky his hair looked. Suddenly, Isaac's aura turned pitch black. He practically growled, demanding to know who had the guts to mess with the Joshua family. The entire cafeteria went dead silent, absolutely shook by his sudden outburst. Locking eyes with the redhead, Isaac called her out, claiming he totally remembered her, a dusty relic buried 10 years ago, looking sketchy as ever. Panicking, Shuri yelled at him to drop it, desperate to keep him from starting a brawl. If he sparked a scene here, the campus inquisitors would instantly swarm them. Now, this girl was actually Nizer's sister, Naki. Heart racing, Shuri lunged straight at Isaac, frantically trying to hold him back. But Isaac leaped right onto the table. Pointing dead at Naki, he declared she was the Crimson Menace. She raised an eyebrow, totally unbothered, as Isaac interrogated her, demanding to know if she was the one bullying Shuri. Naki casually clapped back that she never laid a finger on the guy. That was all her brother Nizer's doing. Isaac sneered, twisting her words into a confession. But Naki stood her ground, repeating that she was innocent, and the blame fell entirely on Nizer. Was this kid even listening? He suddenly leaned in close, whispering that he felt an intensely familiar aura radiating off this girl. Isaac nodded, fully agreeing that her energy was painfully recognizable. It was the literal divine power of one of the 5 major gods. Naki slowly stood up, aiming a pointed finger right at his face, guessing he had to be the infamous Isaac from the rumors. A mocking smirk crossed her face as she roasted them, calling one a straight-up cursed baby, and the other just a pathetic lackey for the Pope's faction. She boldly predicted that neither of them would achieve a single thing this entire year. And honestly, it was only a matter of time before the Joshua bloodline was completely erased from existence. Isaac just blinked, genuinely taken aback by the sheer audacity of this girl. She definitely belonged to a lineage that served those 5 main gods. In a total panic, Shuri started screaming at Isaac again, begging him to back off since they absolutely could not afford beef with the Crimson House. He practically pleaded with him to just go home, but Isaac aggressively snapped at him to why the heck would he bounce now? He was here to get officially ordained. The entire cafeteria was frozen, staring in absolute shock at this crazy kid perched on the table. Naki coldly stated he would never get that title, while Nizer threatened to go straight to the Pope to get his ordination permanently cancelled. Shuri was losing his mind, questioning why an unproven kid was even put in this position. He was completely furious at Nizer for playing so dirty. Meanwhile, Naki kept running her mouth, dragging them by saying that, based on his totally unhinged behavior alone, it totally looked like his ordination was getting ripped away. But before Nizer could even fire back, one of her lackeys slid up and muttered something in her ear. They figured calling an inquisitor as backup was the smartest move. Panic hijacked Shuri's brain. He suddenly remembered that 70% of those ruthless inquisitors belonged to the Crimson House. Absolutely terrified, he snatched the toddler into his arms and hissed at him to make a run for it. Out of nowhere, a blood-curdling shriek shattered the tension. Something massive had just crashed right through their doors. A monstrous beast unleashed a deafening roar. Pure chaos erupted as students bolted like startled deer, desperately scrambling to dodge the massive creature. Isaac just smirked, realizing his ultimate backup plan had finally arrived. The crowd panicked, whispering if this nightmare had broken out of the training grounds. Naki's bodyguard barked, "Get back, my lady, stay behind me." Suddenly, a vicious gale ripped through the entire hall, and the savage beast howled, lunging straight for Naki. She tried to bolt but spun back around, completely frozen in terror. How did this colossal nightmare close the distance so fast? Right as it loomed over her, Isaac grabbed something nearby and ordered the beast to freeze. He brutally smashed the heavy object straight into the giant wolf's jaw, making it yelp in absolute agony. Isaac rolled his eyes internally. He had been summoning this dumb mutt for ages, and it literally showed up at the last possible second. The creature kept snarling, leaking dangerous mana all over the place, while Naki shrieked, "Monster!" A blazing, lethal flame instantly ignited in her palm, but Isaac casually commanded the beast to scram. The massive wolf stiffened, instantly started shaking like a leaf, and awkwardly shuffled its way out the door. It let out a pathetic whimper, totally submissive to its real master. Isaac had practically yanked this poor beast out of bed, brutally smacked it around, and chased it off. He flashed a cocky grin and muttered, "Who's got the upper hand now?" Right on cue, a squad of inquisitors kicked the doors open, screaming, "Where is the beast? Everyone evacuate the area, right now!" Some swore it dashed off down the hall, insisting they needed to call the Monster Control Squad, ASA. One of the elite guards sprinted over to Naki, frantically checking if she was hurt. Shuri spotted the Inquisitor badges and low-key freaked out. He scooped Isaac up, whispering they had to dip, but the officer immediately blocked their escape, barking that nobody was leaving until the investigation wrapped up. Shuri's heart completely sank. He slowly turned around, forcing a super awkward laugh, while swearing he didn't see a thing. As he nervously chuckled, Naki suddenly yelled at the guards to back off, declaring that this little kid had just saved her life. She pointed straight at Isaac. Shuri's jaw literally dropped. He was beyond confused by this plot twist. Naki side-eyed the kid. "Your name is Isaac, right?" She mumbled a quick apology for trash-talking him earlier, adding a total tsundere remark that she wasn't actually grateful or anything. "Don't get the wrong idea, got it?" Shuri and Isaac just stood there, gritting their teeth and staring at her like she was losing her mind. They were completely clueless about what was unfolding. But wait, since he genuinely saved people and scored a holy recommendation, it all made sense. The crowd gasped, finally realizing this toddler was the exact prodigy Brother Helen had hyped up. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious estate, Eli was throwing an absolute tantrum in his office. Oh my God, why do they keep rejecting the cardinal? Would it kill them to just ordain him again? Just let the kid show up. Eli snapped at his caller to shut their mouth and aggressively slammed his hand over the communication crystal. His underling whined that the Shining Creator was going to lose his mind over this, but Eli coldly shot back that he couldn't care less. He insisted the kid was staying locked away in the mansion until he grew up. The guy warned him that caging the boy was a massive red flag that would totally backfire. Eli's blood boiled. He already had way too much on his plate, but then the messenger dropped a bombshell. casually mentioning that a mysterious little blonde boy was currently roaming around the academy grounds. Eli's rage vanished, instantly replaced by sheer panic. It had to be Isaac. He immediately summoned Relly, who crept into the room looking absolutely terrified, asking what disaster happened now. But before he could even finish his sentence, Eli ruthlessly cut him off, roaring that they were marching to the capital this very second. They literally had to get there by tomorrow. Relly stared at him like he was insane. He desperately tried to explain that even the fastest shortcut would take an entire week. "We have exactly 23 hours and 48 minutes left. We are running," Eli barked. Flash forward to the next morning. Shuri was hammering on Isaac's door, yelling, "What the heck are you doing in there? Are you literally trying to cram your tiny body into those priest robes? Hurry up, the entire squad is waiting." He kept pounding on the wood, teasing that people were going to roast his outfit anyway, so he might as well just come out. Out of nowhere, Isaac casually announced that he was done. Shuri just dropped his head, burying his face in his hands, begging the kid to just give up and let them go home. He was practically crying, until he randomly glanced up and saw the doors swing wide open. The moment he locked eyes on Isaac, he completely froze in absolute shock, totally speechless. Isaac just looked at him and confidently declared it was time to move out. Cut to the massive banquet hall for the ordination. It was officially the grand finale of the Foundation Day festival. The epic day was finally here. Hordes of students were vibing and chatting around their massive tables. But suddenly, an announcer ordered the entire room to rise, and all the boys immediately jumped to their. He noticed heavy hitters rolling into the hall, Eli right in the mix. The crowd erupted into applause, while Goel took it all in, realizing these were the literal bosses of the 5 great families. It hit him. He was destined to become the next Joshua Patriarch and the head cardinal of the Azure House. Suddenly, Riley burst onto the scene, letting out a massive breath of relief for actually making it on time. Goel spun around, totally caught off guard, right as Riley frantically demanded if anyone had spotted. Goel fired back, questioning why the kid would even show up. Wasn't he supposed to be locked down at home? And seriously, did Riley sprint the entire way? Riley looked totally wrecked, absolutely covered in gashes and bruises, gasping for air. His face was practically pale blue from sheer panic as he choked. But here was the million-dollar question. Where in the world was Shuri? The guy was supposed to be sticking to Isaac like glue. Goel admitted he hadn't seen a trace of him, but before he could finish, the grand doors blasted open, and a voice boomed through the hall, announcing His Absolute Highness. "Everyone, bow down." An imposing elder strode straight into the room. This wasn't just anybody, it was Coolio, the literal pope. The moment his foot hit the floor, the whole crowd roared. God bless the Helon Empire. Every single person dropped to their knees, utterly paralyzed with respect. Once the pope took his massive throne, he finally motioned for the VIPs to take their seats. Eli scanned the crowd, quickly realizing Isaac was totally MIA. Meanwhile, the actual ordination ceremony kicked off. Only the chosen initiates needed to step up to the altar. Eli lazily swirled his wine glass, secretly hyped about how flawlessly things were panning out. Boom! The very first name dropped. Isaac. Eli blinked, totally thrown off, glancing around the room as the announcer echoed, "Isaac Joshua, step forward." Eli rolled his eyes, wondering why they were hyping up a literal ghost. They just needed to scratch the no-shows off the roster and keep the ball rolling. But then Isaac's buddy barked out a crisp, "Present." Eli practically choked on his drink, sputtering, while Goel sneered. The absolute nerve. How does he have the guts to show his face here? Riley's jaw completely dropped when Isaac swaggered in alongside Shuri, looking completely unrecognizable. Plot twist. The kid had literally hit a massive growth spurt and morphed into a full-blown teenager out of nowhere. The entire hall lost its mind, gasping, "What in the world is happening?" Eli gripped his goblet so hard his knuckles turned white, silently seething. When the host called Isaac up to the podium, he coolly strutted forward. Riley shot out of his seat, staring at Isaac like he was seeing a ghost, whispering, "Bro, since when did you get so huge?" Actual tears started pouring down his face as he sobbed about how Isaac was perfectly rocking the custom robe he tailored for him. Wait, wasn't this dude practically a toddler yesterday? Did he actually shatter the Skeleton King's deadly curse? The crowd immediately started buzzing, muttering, "Is this kid's aura seriously that insane? Absolutely wild." But then Nizer bolted upright, screaming his lungs out. This makes zero sense. How did he age up so incredibly fast? Meanwhile, Isaac just flashed this icy, ultra-confident smirk right at the altar. Nizer suddenly clamped his hands down onto the armrests, splintering the wood under his furious grip. He was losing his mind. That twisted demon, the Skeleton King, what kind of sick trick did he pull on Isaac? A normal kid doesn't smirk like a cold-blooded killer. Or maybe, just maybe, The curse itself was the cheat code that saved him. Kina caught wind of the drama and instantly went on high alert, stealthily tuning into everyone's whisper. If anyone screams saint energy, it's him. He doesn't look cursed for a second. The guy literally looks divine. The second Isaac closed the gap with the Pope, the elder murmured his name. Isaac just stared dead at him, thinking, so this ancient guy is the actual Pope? They locked eyes in a chilling standoff. Isaac sized him up, over 70 years old, but still oozing the menacing aura of a literal beast. Worse, staring at this guy, Isaac caught terrifying flashbacks of every single Pope he'd ever clashed with in his past lives. A dark thought flashed across Isaac's mind. Why don't I just slice his throat right here? He instantly flashed back to his ordination exam, where the judges grilled him on the exact words he'd say to the Pope once he officially became a priest. His cold-blooded answer? I'll tell him to get on his knees so my blade can chop his head off cleaner. Riley and Eli totally knew about this psycho response and realized, cue the chaos. Eli violently vaulted from his chair, smashing his fist straight through the table. He yelled something about his hand slipping, then completely committed to the bit, shrieking in fake, agonizing. He frantically screeched that a massive roach had materialized out of nowhere. They flipped the entire table upside down, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded, muttering, "Are these guys actually insane?" I swear, bro, the thing was literally the size of my actual head. The announcer quickly jumped in, demanding order in the hall, announcing that Shuri was up next and needed to approach the altar. Shuri was absolutely fuming, irritated that these clowns were trying to steal the spotlight. He roughly scratched the back of his neck, pushed himself up, and swagged. The Pope gave him an icy, silent glare, then smoothly signaled the host to kick off the ultimate test, the initiates paying their respects to the divine. Both teens stood shoulder to shoulder, while the entire room started aggressively debating which god would answer them. Everyone was dying to know which celestial being would actually drop their blood. Riley and Eli awkwardly stood by the wreckage, sweating as they watched. Eli nervously muttered, maybe the Azure patron saint will step up. Riley let out a shaky breath, whispering, yeah, let's hope so, secretly praying that the cursed god of darkness wouldn't crack. Yeah, Eli practically swore they'd have to obliterate him. Riley caught that dead-eyed glare, his heart dropping as pure dread for Isaac washed over him. Maybe ditching that cursed bowl of holy water was the ultimate play. Isaac stepped up, slicing his finger right alongside Shuri's. The second their blood hovered over the basin, the holy water violently boiled up, sending a massive shockwave of magic through the hall. Gwel beamed, crying absolute tears of hype as he flexed. That's my boy. Azure's patron saint just dropped in the flesh. The dude literally sobbed uncontrollably with joy. Shuri floated down, glowing, while Isaac just stood there, brain glitching, trying to decode the vibe. That his family's deity was the literal god of light, that stingy god of pure hearts. Brushing it off, Isaac slashed his own finger, boldly declaring that whoever messed with him was catching hands. But the exact second his blood hit the chalice, the Pope noticed the twisted vibe and completely froze. Absolute terror hijacked the Pope's face. The instant that drop mixed with the water, pitch-black demonic energy puked out of the bowl, swallowing the room and suffocating the crowd with heavy, paralyzing dread. Eli gasped. What the hell is that? A nightmare-fuel skeleton with glowing crimson eyes ripped its way out, sending everyone into total panic. No way, it was the literal Demon King. The whole crowd lost their minds, shrieking and scrambling like prey. Out of nowhere, Eli launched himself forward, roaring, Demon King! Our boy got completely swallowed by the dark aura, while Eli threw a lethal, bone-shattering punch straight for the villain's skull. But the monster just swatted him away, wrapping the kid in cursed chains, echoing that he'd been craving this exact saint's debut. Isaac was totally lost in the sauce. Meanwhile, the demon relentlessly dragged the Holy Empire, swearing to shatter it brick by brick. The beast cracked a psychotic laugh, promising that Isaac was victim number one. The poor kid was still malfunctioning, totally clueless. The monster was a dead ringer for him, giving off major Uncanny Valley vibes. Whisper totally tweaked out, screaming, who is this cheap knockoff? His boss is a way bigger loser and a massive idiot compared to this guy. Right on cue, Julio and Leon stepped into the danger zone, blasting their magic straight at the demon as it relentlessly choked Isaac with its chains. A blinding flash nuked the room, and Riley screamed at the top of his lungs for everyone to fall back. Eli channeled his raw mana, charging the Demon King like a freight train, making the terrifying beast shriek and howl in sheer agony. Suddenly, massive waves of magic pulsed through the hall, glowing like a supernova. The demon hissed. As your Grandmaster, his stats are hard-capped by the curse. He should have just stayed put. He spat back that he really didn't want to pull this card, knowing he'd probably level the entire building. then snapped, completely triggered. You yap way too much. Right then, he dropped a catastrophically cracked spell, bathing the entire hall in blinding, neon blue magic. The demon absolutely lost it, yanking Isaac closer and mocking. You really want to watch this little saint bite the dust? Isaac was still buffering. His own grandson was literally being held at gunpoint. Yet he triggered a full-blown catastrophe. He just smirked, shooting back that a saint wouldn't get wiped by this, calling him an absolute psycho. In a split second, a blinding white flash triggered a cataclysmic shockwave, launching debris everywhere as the ceiling started caving in. The crowd scrambled frantically, covering their heads to dodge the raining boulders. But the grand hall just kept crumbling to dust. Thick smoke choked the air, while everyone gasped, trying to survive the nightmare. Gwell was completely glitching. Did that blast actually land? The survivors were violently panicking. Holy crap, the Skeleton King just respawned. Bro hasn't moved an inch since hexing Joshua. 70 years ago, right? Was he seriously just farming stats and camping in the shadows this whole time? Meanwhile, our boy finally connected the dots. Nah, this clown is totally a fake. He struggled to his feet, but Eli barked, "Isaac, are you good?" He knew the kid was actually Joshua, but taking a hit like that? Insane. That bony freak literally called him a saint. Wait, isn't the Skeleton King permanently offline? He sure thought. Asher had literally shredded the guy to pixels with his blade. Riley rushed over, frantically checking on Isaac, who just brushed it off, saying getting killed was pure illusion. The whole squad was absolutely shook. Whisper chimed in, guessing it was just some shadow clone, but the vibes were totally cursed. Isaac double-checked. You felt that too, right? That was raw mana hijacking him. Then, he completely froze. His own mana core was straight up missing. Knowing the Holy Vault locked up a literal piece of his bone as a relic, that didn't add up. But if that faker actually snatched his core, that was a massive win. He could just slaughter the fake and reclaim his stats. While he was practically drooling over the idea, Eli stared at him like he had two heads. Clutching his chest, Eli finally realized the harsh truth. If he hadn't pulled the trigger, Isaac would have been caught in the crossfire. Spinning around to face the traumatized crowd, Eli was entirely lost, his brain scrambling to figure out how things got this chaotic. Julio was also tripping out, absolutely refusing to accept reality. The ultimate deity, the literal MVP god the Golden House had been obsessing over. For a solid 1,000 years, the one who flexed on the top 5 gods just dropped this massive disaster on them. Julio's blood boiled, grinding his teeth in pure rage as it hit him. He had actually been this close to picking that cursed spawn. As Eli closed in on Isaac, calling out his name, our MC spun around, raising an eyebrow at the interruption. Wait, he just got here, and now he's supposed to dip? Isaac blinked in disbelief, while Eli's voice shook with raw emotion. The old man gushed that his precious grandson had literally crushed the Skeleton King's curse and glowed up into an absolute masterpiece. Isaac low-key panicked. That unhinged, awkward smile plastered on the old guy's face was giving him major red flags. Eli kept to buy him all the sweet treats in the world. Isaac deadpanned internally. Bro, did he seriously think some cheap candy would win him over? Did he look like a clueless lamb being lured to a slaughterhouse? Right then, Kina pivoted toward the Duke, declaring that Isaac absolutely shouldn't bounce just yet. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocked the building, spitting out a literal horde of nightmarish beasts. Deafening roars echoed as the monsters flooded the entire hall. They definitely still had some messy business to wrap up. Standing his ground, Isaac practically barked. Nah, I'm staying. You guys are helpless, Patriarch. There's no way I'm backing out now. With a confident smirk, he ignited a crackling magic spell in his palm, ready to obliterate the swarm. As both boys stepped up, Kina mentally roasted Isaac for being an arrogant clout chaser. Sure, the kid had a massive glow-up and was practically a saint now, but Kina wasn't impressed. Meanwhile, Isaac flashed a wicked grin. He honestly had zero clue why he was flexing so hard right now, but he definitely milked this moment. It was time to prove who the real Alpha Saint was. Our MC thrust his hand upward, channeling a massive surge of energy into the sky, and unleashed a blinding purification spell. The concentrated orb of light detonated, flashbanging the entire monster horde, and leaving the entire crowd utterly speechless at his god-tier technique. A light this pure hasn't dropped in a whole century, but everyone was hella confused. Why spam a support spell instead of a direct attack? Someone theorized he was cleansing the ambient mana to block their healing. But the real tea? Isaac only had Solak to teach him magic. However, once your purification hits rank 6, it transforms into a brutal AoE damage over time. Right on cue, the monster started hacking up black blood, suffocating in absolute agony. Trying to reclaim the spotlight, Kina snapped at Isaac to step aside. Claiming Isaac's magic lacked the firepower to wipe them out, Kina got a swift middle finger in response. Kina scoffed, assuming Isaac was merely capping at Tier 5 magic. Yeah, the kid was definitely a 1 in a billion prodigy. But Kina fully believed he could easily outclass that level of talent. Flashing a cocky grin, Kina charged up an energy sphere and told Isaac to take notes. You gotta spam high-level holy magic and blitz them from every angle to actually secure the kill. Our MC tried to hold it in, but straight up lost it, erupting into loud, mocking laughter right in Kina's face. He fired back, asking if Kina even knew what kind of mobs they were dealing with. These freaks had insane passive healing, meaning they had to be one shot with an absolute nuke. Still laughing like a maniac, Isaac threw his arms wide and stepped up, telling Kina he was absolutely clueless. Kina silently fumed, wishing he had just let the patriarch drag the kid away. Isaac's smug face was giving him literal anger issues. Isaac then dropped the bomb. Striding across the chaotic room, he declared the actual threat was hiding right under their noses. Flexing his aura, he instantly locked onto a sketchy parasite, snatched Kina's needle, and sarcastically asked what this little guy was doing here. Without hesitation, he skewered the nasty, triggering a concentrated burst of toxic energy. Smirking like a villain, our MC revealed the bug had been silently microdosing everyone with lethal poison. A slow-acting toxin is insanely broken because the victims literally just drop dead without a clue. Flashback to a while ago. The Skeleton King vowed to absolutely wipe out the entire roster and to bring the Empire to its knees. Their game plan was to assassinate all the newbie priests. Hearing this, the crowd panicked, scrambling around the hall like headless chickens to squash the remaining parasites, while the medics desperately spammed healing spells. Watching this chaotic mess unfold, Isaac cringed. They were popping the bugs way too fast. Panic hit him as he yelled out to stop, but he was a second too late. Vile dark energy violently erupted from every corner of the room. Whisper hyped his master up, saying this was the ultimate clutch moment. He could just purify the corrupted victims, and boom. Every single hater in the room would be forced to bow to his absolute dominance. Isaac smirked, fully hyping himself up as a certified genius. But right as he prepared to steal the show, the Pope totally kill-stole. The old man casually dropped a Tier 9 mana absorption spell, vacuuming up every single ounce of toxic mana until the room was spotless. Flashing a saintly smile, he announced the poison threat was over. While the NPCs cheered their lungs out, our MC was mentally raging, dropping massive curses on this glory-hogging. Out of nowhere, a massive demon wolf snuck up on Isaac's 6, growling that it was payback time, and he was dragging the kids straight to hell for disrespecting their supreme king. The beast lunged for a lethal strike, but the second Isaac locked eyes with it, the wolf froze, completely paralyzed by soul-crushing terror. Overwhelmed by Isaac's god-tier killing intent, the mutt tucked its tail and bolted. Our MC just let out a heavy sigh, thinking, bro, did this absolute clown seriously think he could lay a finger on? He drifted back into the sprawling crowd, leaving Kina completely paralyzed. The dude literally thought he just banished the beast with a single glare. Gripping his fists until his knuckles turned white, he stared in pure disbelief. No way this was real. Flexes like that were supposed to be strictly for the Pope. The fallout was instant. Rumors blitzed across the entire empire like wildfire, with absolutely everyone trying to figure out the identity. At an emergency summit, Harry took the floor, grimly dropping the bombshell that the holy water chalice was somehow compromised. Some sneaky illusion magic had been cast on it, and right now, inspectors were desperately tracing the artifact's shady origins. Just hold out for the final report, someone demanded. Another guy fired back, pressing him on whether this whole disaster went down just because Harry admitted it definitely factored in, but the real crisis? The Empire's main defense grid, the one guarded by the Holy Dragon itself, was totally failing. Fast forward a bit. Isaac was chilling in his bedroom, casually flipping through the daily headlines. The front page claimed the barrier was collapsing due to a massive monster surge, spinning some narrative about the Holy Dragon being tied directly to the royal bloodline. Oh, and conveniently clearing the Pope of zero blame. Isaac smirked. This kind of toxic PR spin was exactly the Suddenly, Goal crashed the scene, hyping up how flawlessly his little nephew could read. He clapped his hands, putting on this super-exaggerated, fake-proud uncle routine. Meanwhile, Isaac's only thought was figuring out a clean way to permanently ghost this absolute. Riley chimed in too, absolutely gushing over how crazy articulate his nephew sounded. He literally wanted the kid to spit some poetic bars trashing the Demon King. Isaac mentally begged this dude to just touch some grass. The vibe instantly shifted when the family patriarch strode into the room, declaring it was perfect timing to catch both his sons in one spot. He ordered Isaac to bounce, and the boy quietly dipped. The second the door clicked shut, Eli unleashed a heavy-duty magical silence barrier across the entire space. Riley panicked, asking why he was flexing that kind of intense spell. Eli slumped onto the couch, dropping the bombshell that his own office had been bugged for a while now. "It's just strict protocol," Eli warned, his tone dropping. "This is about Isaac." Both brothers immediately locked in, their faces dead serious. They braced themselves for the worst, and the patriarch delivered. He heavily suspected Isaac had bonded with an evil god during his awakening ritual. There wasn't a single shadow of a doubt. The deity backing Isaac was anything but standard. A cosmic emblem had flashed that had literally never popped up in any prior ceremony. The only witnesses to this wild anomaly? The Pope and the Golden Cardinal. And right after, the Pope actively tried to assassinate Isaac. Riley's anxiety. Eli coldly pointed out that the Supreme Leader wouldn't have pulled a stunt like that unless Isaac was channeling straight-up dark, divine energy. Goal rubbed his chin. He pitched a totally different theory. What if it wasn't a corrupted deity at all, but specifically their rival house's patron? Both men froze, wondering if he meant the Goal kept rolling, explaining that those fanatics absolutely despise anything they consider tainted. Like, they genuinely lose their— If someone from the Ashua bloodline accidentally locked in a contract with the Gold faction's patron, those elites would wage absolute war. The Pope's lethal reaction practically confirmed it. Isaac must have synced up with a divine entity that exclusively belonged. Eli hesitated for a split second before dropping an even crazier possibility. Or maybe he snagged a deity they haven't even managed to tame yet. Eli's eyes lit up at the prospect. He practically vibrated, questioning if a mere kid could actually pull off securing the ultimate divine sponsor. Gold just smirked, shooting that massive reach down. Getting back to business, their father commanded him to secretly tap into the Pope's network and leak exactly which entity answered Isaac's call. Gold blinked, totally caught off guard. "Wait, why me?" he protested. The patriarch smoothly countered, promising a top-tier legendary artifact for sure. That shut him up real quick. The head of the house then laid down the law. Until Isaac kicked off his fieldwork, the kid was getting VIP-level protection. Because if he pulled those same unholy numbers during his upcoming faith exams, the boy was basically guaranteed to spawn as a dark priest. Just the thought of that reality check made the whole room sweat. Goal was already having visions of their entire family getting cancelled as state traitors. They'd get hit with massive treason charges, and even his precious Shuri, Riley, on the flip side, was just straight up having a panic attack over his favorite nephew's dark future. Looking absolutely lethal, Eli swore they had to block this nightmare scenario at all costs. Flash forward, Shuri and Isaac were finally summoned together. Riley hyped them up, announcing that their hands-on combat and field training was about to drop. He started trauma dumping about how his upperclassmen used to grief him non-stop back in the day. Visibly annoyed, our boy internally begged this guy to just mute his mic. Because with that depressing intro, it felt like they were literally getting drafted into the trenches. Shaking it off, Riley explained they'd be shadowing elite veterans out in the wild. They were expected to lock in their specific class builds and finally experience what actual, hardcore clerics do on the daily. Stuff you could never learn from crusty textbooks back at the academy. And the stakes were massive. Their performance scores here would totally dictate their future guild placements, not to mention their overall social rep, so slacking off wasn't an option. Then, once they cleared this brutal phase, without skipping a beat, Isaac shot his hand into the air, bluntly asking when exactly they'd get to speedrun the sacrifice ritual. Riley was practically vibrating with excitement, begging to know if he was down. The MC just flashed a knowing smirk. "Yeah, I'm in." Getting to slaughter the Demon King's cronies? Oh, he was beyond hyped. Riley nearly cried tears of joy, gushing about how fast his faith was leveling up, ready to lure down. "So, during the offering ceremony, we dish out sacrifices to the big guys upstairs," Riley began. Massive crowds roll up, making it this colossal, hyped-up event. But at its core, the ceremony is all about catching feelings for the divine. It's deeply personal. Which loops us right back to the million-dollar question. Should we actually squat up and prep for this thing? Gowell just crossed his arms behind his head and dipped, totally checking out of the convo. Undeterred, his brother kept rambling, preaching that the offering is basically a hardcore ritual, thrown exclusively for their deities. And rituals? They've always been a massive group project. The whole vibe is about serving the divine as a squad, using your own spiritual faith to back it up. The MC forced a strained smile, secretly thinking this dude was way too deep in his own sauce, playing the intellectual with those goofy glasses. Riley pushed up his frames, but that sparks a whole debate. Like, if you pray solo, is it just praying? But if you do it with the squad, does it become a full-blown ritual? Honestly, it's a gray area. What actually matters is the core reason the squad linked up, and the energy they bring to the table. Okay, yeah, I'm yapping off script here, but you catch my drift, right? The offering is basically a massive party. And what's the first thing that drops in your head when you hear festival? Exactly. Pure hype and vibing out together. And honestly, isn't catching a good vibe a core part of faith? Isaac completely tuned out the brain-numbing yap session, his mind drifting. So, this whole gig involves low-tier gods and angels. He smirked. He really hoped they crossed paths, so he could rip every single one of them to absolute shreds. Oblivious, Riley cooed that his precious little Isaac must be itching to slice up some dark minions. That holy rage is exactly what we need. Meanwhile, Gowl hit his son with the hard truth. Only the squad with the highest stats scores the ultimate VIP pass to execute the Skeleton King's goons. So he better grind hard. The MC dragged a hand down his face in pure exhaustion. Great. A freaking group project. Riley kept cheerleading, hyping them up to bag flawless grades and chase their dreams. Isaac just nodded along, playing the perfect student, while mentally calculating the body count. Guess I have no choice. I'll have to slaughter a few Lightbringers to rescue the dark side. Aloud, he faked total excitement, swearing he'd go all out. Watching him, Riley melted, entirely convinced this precious innocent kid could never fall to the dark side. Thank the heavens. Suddenly, Gowl, chewing his nails down to the quick, demanded to know exactly which god claimed him during the awakening. Isaac barely hid an eye roll. It's a blur, honestly. But the sigil was totally nasty, almost puked looking at it. The uncle shared a panicked look. Bingo, it had to be a rogue deity. Sweating bullets, Riley tried to spin it. Hey, totally chill. Lots of good gods have super edgy logos. Gowl frantically nodded along, chiming in that pure faith was the only thing that actually mattered. Isaac just shrugged it off like it was nothing. Catching the vibe, Riley immediately pivoted, excitedly announced that the Golden Cardinal was personally requesting an audience. Isaac glared, seriously annoyed by the spotlight, when a loud, booming voice cut through the room. His uncles flinched. Keena Barrett kicked open the door, stepping in with main character energy. Riley's jaw dropped. Wait, why are you targeting Isaac? Gowl practically ripped his own hair out in panic, hissing that he was utterly clueless. How the hell should I know what's going on in that psycho's head? Riley whispered back, terrified this guy was a hitman sent to jump their nephew. No way the Pope sent him to take us out, right? Gowl gulped. If the kid got marked by an evil god? Yeah, definitely possible. Without warning, Keena lunged, snatching Isaac's arm in a death grip. I used to think you were straight up trash, he spat, zero filter. In the shadows, Whisper was practically wheezing with laughter. Isaac narrowed his eyes, deeply unamused. Is this clown actually insane? What's with the random aggro? But then, Keena's whole demeanor flipped. But now, I get it. You ghosted the world for a solid decade. Because you were secretly grinding. You didn't want your raw talent infected by those brain-dead NPCs at the academy. I saw it during your awakening. You're an absolute prodigy. Those other frauds aren't even in your league. For an absolute beast like you, basic training is just a massive time loss. Whisper snickered, whispering that this guy had totally lost the plot. Ignoring him, Keena thrust his hand out, pitching an exclusive team-up to train together under his grandfather's elite guidance. We'll ditch the simulation and step into the real war zone. Take my hand, Isaac. Together, we'll chop off the Skeleton King's skull and completely take over this holy empire. Watching this bizarre soap opera unfold, sure wondering, wait, is this just some next-level bullying tactic cooked up by the old man's face was dead serious, and honestly, the offer was a massive steal. Any normal guy would have folded, but our boy, he straight up smacked Keena's hand away, barking at the dude to back off so he could focus on his act. But Keena wasn't letting it go, insisting he didn't even need to sweat the whole priest gig. He wasn't just offering some basic tutoring session. He was ready to fast-track him with 10 solid years of hardcore experience. Isaac hit him with a cold, I literally do not care, then casually jabbed a thumb toward Shuri, telling the old geezer to draft his cousin instead. Shuri practically choked, pointing a trembling finger at his own chest, while Keena shook his head, muttering that the two were built completely different. Isaac nodded along, which instantly triggered Shuri into launching a fiery string of insults at both of them. Deep down, Keena was losing his mind over Isaac's insane potential, knowing the kid could literally repel nightmare creatures with a single, icy glare. He leaned in, chuckling darkly, and murmured that he had definitely caught the way he practically bullied that beast into retreating. Isaac instantly clocked the old man's true motive. He just wanted to study him like a lab rat. That realization only fueled his urge to shut the guy down. He waved him off like a pesky fly, snapping at him to get lost. Just the sheer idea of being molded by the Holy See made his stomach churn. Catching that vibe, the old man's grandson went completely feral, stepping up with pure venom in it, demanding to know who the heck was calling his grandpa. Sickening. Isaac doubled down, totally ready to vow he'd rip the kid's head clean off his shoulders. But Eli practically tackled him, clamping a hand over his mouth right on time. He yanked the boy out of the blast zone, firmly announcing that their kid was booked and busy, demanding the old man keep his distance. Kina threw a total fit, deeply offended. But the patriarch hit him with the ultimate block, claiming Kina's toxic influence would corrupt their precious boy. The sheer audacity left the old guy completely speechless. With his entire family rallying behind him like a wall, Isaac quietly schemed about the perfect moment to ditch every single one of them. Enter the Pentagon, the ultimate gauntlet that every rookie priest is forced to survive. White, gold, azure, black, and red. That is the exact, brutal order of the trials they have to conquer, with the literal top-tier cardinals acting as the final bosses for each phase. Basically, if you don't ace this, you're nobody. With the stakes set, our boy strutted off to start his classes. He paused, dead in his tracks before pulling the classroom door, wondering what kind of crowd was lurking inside. Cramming 30 kids with clashing egos and elite backgrounds into one room? Were the higher-ups begging for an all-out turf war? Shuri had sworn up and down that the vibe would be totally chill, mainly because his own squad practically ran the group. Isaac flashed a wicked grin, realizing that treating Shuri as his advanced scout was an absolute galaxy break. He was totally plotting to weaponize these clueless pawns to sweep the Pentagon exams and bail out his actual crew. Pushing the door wide, he plastered on the brightest, fakest smile to nail that first impression, only to get slammed with a sub-zero reception. The tension was suffocating. Every single kid in the room looked ready to jump him on the spot. Isaac blinked, genuinely thrown off by the massive hostility, when some random punk stepped right into his personal space, growling, "Are you the trash who's been tormenting our boy Shuri all these?" His lackey chimed in, smirking that it was time for the elite upperclassmen to beat some actual respect into him, warning him that if he even breathed a word of this little hazing to Shuri, he was practically a dead man. Isaac mentally sighed at the pathetic display. And right in the middle of their cringeworthy monologue, he smoothly slid something out from his robes. The second they saw it, the whole clique erupted into mocking howls. "Wait, is that a freaking baby rattle?" one kid wheezed. "Guess the rumors about him being a literal toddler are spot." They totally bought their own hype. The leader sneered, telling his boys to string Isaac up by his ankles, but mid-sentence, that plastic rattle absolutely blasted into his face like a cannonball. The dude dropped like a sack of bricks, out cold. The entire room froze in sheer, paralyzed horror. Isaac snatched his weapon back without missing a beat, and cheerfully agreed that they definitely needed to get up close and personal for some extreme team building to guarantee those perfect grades. They were basically destined to be absolute besties. And with that, he proceeded to entirely demolish them with the utmost kindness. When Shuri finally strolled in, his jaw practically unhinged in confusion, staring blankly at the chaos. Isaac casually brushed it off as a heavy bonding session, lounging like a king on a literal throne made of bruised, unconscious teenagers. The groaning victims desperately pleaded with Shuri to save them from his psycho cousin. Shuri just awkwardly dodged eye contact, sheepishly thanking his battered buddies for keeping his little cousin entertained, before leaning down to nervously whisper that their very first trial heavily graded their squad's overall harmony. Isaac scoffed. "What do you mean, bruh? Look at this flawless human pyramid. You literally cannot get more harmonious than this." Shuri's sweat dropped, realizing this wasn't teamwork at all. It was just absolute subjugation under an unstoppable force. His cousin was genuinely insane. Our boy slapped a crumpled piece of paper right into Shuri's chest. It was an exhaustive hit list of every single leech who had been secretly extorting him over the past 7 years. These absolute parasites had spun web after web of lies to bleed him dry of every last resource. He fully gets that the Ashua bloodline is famous for their blind generosity, but this scam was way over the line, leaving the poor kid totally sobbing in the aftermath. He sneered, making it clear that Eshua didn't need a single thing from those losers. Anything they could possibly offer was totally worthless anyway. But Isaac coldly stepped in, whispering that actually, they had plenty to offer. They still had all 4 limbs and perfectly fresh organs, didn't they? He wasn't asking for the world. He just wanted a quote-unquote healthy relationship where the give and take was totally equal. So, since this was a mandatory group activity, they needed to bust their asses and keep their hearts totally pure. A wicked, unhinged grin spread across his face as he dangerously lowered his voice. "Cat got your tongue?" Terrified, the group frantically nodded, blurting out that they understood every single word. Satisfied, he stepped off them, and their human pyramid instantly collapsed into a groaning pile. As Isaac strolled toward the exit, Shuri chased after him, totally panicking. Wait, what if we told— Isaac just clicked his tongue in annoyance. He told the anxious boy he had something to show him, and ordered Shuri to follow his lead. But Shuri was still freaking out, whining that a single bad score would get them instantly expelled from the assignment. Since the very first test literally graded them on group harmony, Isaac casually brushed off the panic, promising he had a foolproof plan. Without warning, he yanked open revealing a heavily bound and gagged student stuffed inside. Shuri's soul practically left his body. Horrified, he grabbed Isaac's collar and screamed. "Are you out of your freaking mind? What the hell is this?" This kidnapped kid was literally in their group, not to mention a family friend of their uncle. Isaac couldn't even remember the guy from the relic storage room. He coldly stated that being in their group was exactly the problem. He pulled out a crumpled letter, where the kid confessed in writing that he was a spy. Shuri's furious scolding instantly died in his throat. He slowly turned his shocked gaze toward the tied-up boy, his jaw dropping as he managed to stammer out, "Wait, did Nizer put you up to this?" The captive kid immediately burst into pathetic, ugly tears, sobbing out frantic apologies. He sobbed that he had no choice but to obey Nizer's orders. Unbothered, the MC lazily grabbed his rattle weapon, chillingly commanding the sniveling boy to just spit out the truth. Shaking out of his skin, the spy confessed that Nizer ordered him to single-handedly destroy the Yeshua group. Knowing how the test worked, Nizer knew Shuri would cave to basically any demand to keep the peace. The plan was to act like a total Karen, demanding ridiculous things until the group completely shattered, sniffling miserably. The kid admitted that acting hostile toward Isaac during the entrance ceremony was also entirely Nizer's script. Nizer desperately wanted the glory of crushing the Skeleton King's minions himself. Isaac's eyes darkened as he remembered that arrogant jerk. So, that snob wasn't just throwing shade. He actually wanted to slaughter his loyal followers. A terrifying smirk played on Isaac's lips. Clearly, Nizer needed a brutal reality check. Flash forward. Nizer was aggressively cornering a different lackey, barking, "Why the hell are you backing out? Is playing a simple spy really that hard? How many cowards have already quit on me?" The lackey awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, sweating bullets as he mumbled pathetic apologies. He nervously explained that Isaac's group was doing quote-unquote team-building exercises, so spying was totally off the table. Nizer absolutely lost his mind, screaming at the loser to get out. One of Nizer's cronies quickly stepped in to calm him down, smirking that they still had 3 hardcore loyalists planted inside Yeshua, but Nizer furiously ground his teeth, his blood boiling. Something about Isaac deeply unsettled him, and he needed to erase that threat, ASAP. What pissed him off the most was his own father practically fanboying over Isaac. Seriously? Inviting that trash into their elite home? Whatever. After today, this nightmare would be officially over. Those Yeshua losers were going down. Fast forward to exam day, and the massive crowd gathered at the Pentagon of Harmony. They had to sit through a painfully dry sermon, which had Isaac literally fighting off sleep. Finally, the proctors announced the brutal catch. The first Harmony test was purely based on a blind vote. Glaring absolute daggers at Isaac from across, Nizer mentally celebrated his victory. If even one single group member hit the veto button on teamwork, the entire squad would be instantly disqualified. Meanwhile, the traitor who voted against them got a free pass to transfer to a winning team. That meant his embedded spies could comfortably stab those Yeshua clowns in the back and still survive the exam. With his sleeper agents primed, Yeshua was absolutely cooked. Watching Isaac confidently walk up to the voting table, Nizer flashed a disgustingly smug smile. But then, the results dropped. The announcement echoed through the hall. Every single member of the Yeshua team voted for absolute unity. They flawlessly cleared the Pentagon of Harmony. Nizer's jaw practically hit the floor. His brain short-circuited trying to process the impossible. Catching his eye, the MC slowly turned and shot him the most toxic. The second they stepped out of the testing hall, Shuri sprinted after Isaac, totally mind-blown. "Dude, how the hell did you pull that off? How did you brainwash everyone into voting? To stay loyal to the squad?" Isaac just chuckled, asking if Shuri remembered the Golden Cardinal desperately hunting him down. A few days back, Shuri nodded, totally confused, adding that Isaac, a literal rookie, had blown off the Cardinal like an absolute psycho. Annoyed by the disrespect, Isaac shot him a death glare. "Do you want to die right now?" He casually explained that he demanded a golden pill as the entry fee, just to grant the guy an audience. Shuri's eyes bulged out of his skull. He couldn't fathom demanding something so insanely overpowered. The mythical golden pill? An item so heavily guarded. Rumors claimed only the highest-ranking gold elites even touched them. Did Isaac seriously think the Cardinal was insane enough To just fork it over? The MC shrugged and coolly confirmed the guy actually paid up. And then, he simply used that priceless artifact to bribe his entire squad. Shuri's brain practically exploded. Wait, so you promised to split it with them after we passed the vote? Nope, Isaac replied effortlessly. I literally just handed it to them before we even stepped up to vote. Shuri screamed, "Are you insane?" Flashing a holy, serene smile, Isaac softly declared that everything was perfectly fine because he deeply trusted his teammates. Shuri just stared at him in awe. This unhinged maniac was actually starting to sound like a real priest. This totally made his day, but the second Isaac swung the door open, a straight-up nightmare was waiting for him. The entire squad was sprawled out on the floor, thrashing around in sheer agony. Absolutely they swore they did exactly what he ordered. Shuri stood there, completely paralyzed with shock, while our boy just shrugged and said he knew they wouldn't dare stab him in the back. Shuri couldn't wrap her head around this level of savagery, screaming, "You literally poisoned them and lied straight to their faces." He just smirked, claiming he fed them a quote-unquote golden pill. Spoiler alert, that pill was 93% raw flour, 5% Skeleton King mana juice, 1% heavy-duty constipation meds, 0.5% ground-up human hair, and just a microscopic crumb of the actual golden pill. He flexed that a person could absorb more mana just by catching a whiff of the real thing. The MC coldly reminded them that they were only still breathing. Because he allowed it, so it was time to pay up. The crew instantly dropped to their knees, desperately rubbing their hands together, crying for the antidote since they already survived the Pentagon of Harmony. He casually strolled over to his closet, dropping the classic line, "A promise is a promise." So, where was this legendary cure stashed? The boys weakly dragged themselves across the floor, right as he yanked a literal baby diaper out of the wardrobe. "Jackpot," he cheered. Shuri felt her stomach drop, totally grossed out, wondering what kind of psycho actually life-saving medicine inside a crusty old diaper. Right as he was tossing the cure to his pathetic minions, the door slammed open with a massive bang, and Shuri spun around to bail. A completely unhinged Nizer stormed in, calling our MC a total moron and barking at him to hand over his spies. Isaac just aggressively clicked his tongue, which absolutely terrified the groveling boys. Nizer growled that he had no clue what Isaac bribed them with to switch teams, but he was shutting this circus down right now. But the second those words left his mouth, his own spies instantly lunged at him like rabid dogs. They furiously warned him to never lay a single finger on Isaac. Why the hell was he ruining their vibe? Nizer was utterly baffled as his own guys started jumping him. The MC slowly walked up, dropping his voice to say he heard Nizer preaching to these kids, telling them that in desperate times, people blindly chase after an irresistible force. "You're dead wrong," Isaac whispered. "People just save themselves first. Everything else is completely meaningless when the Grim Reaper comes knocking." The pure, terrifying emptiness in Isaac's eyes chilled the boy to the bone, making him panic. No way, this can't be real. How can a human have a gaze like a literal demon? Fast forward a bit, deep inside a lavish office at the Holy See. A timid knock echoed through the room. Harai snapped at them to enter, silently fuming over the absolute disrespect of having to wait 7 agonizing days just to summon a mere student. A trembling subordinate scurried into the office, sweating bullets as he begged for mercy, stuttering out that Isaac was a straight-up no-show. Harai's eyes widened in disbelief. He's refusing to show his face even after swallowing the golden pill? The poor messenger awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, confessing that Isaac had one more message to pass along. Our unhinged MC literally demanded, "Next time, tell that old man to send a way bigger chunk of gold." Harai violently snapped his expensive pen in half, roaring at his lackey to use every single dirty trick in the book to drag that brat in. Time ticked by. Nizer finally stomped out of the dorm, viciously cursing Isaac out and branding him a straight-up criminal. But then, it clicked. The rumors said Isaac was hiding a major red flag, something massive keeping him from throwing hands with the Inquisitors. If Nizer just dug deep enough, he'd definitely expose his secret. Suddenly, he spotted a sketchy crew loitering right outside Isaac's door. "What the hell are they plotting?" Nizer hissed. "Why are they lurking around the dorms?" The leader of the group scrambled for an excuse, sweating internally. "Why is a guy from the Reds hanging out here? One of those godless freaks? He better scram. It would be a total PR disaster if anyone caught his boss trying to strike a backroom deal with an Azure." Right on cue, our MC yanked the door open, complaining about why they were dragging their feet. He ordered them to hustle up because he desperately needed some tea snacks. The messenger's eyes lit up, realizing Isaac was giving him the perfect alibi. What a gullible idiot. Classic Azure, he sneered mentally. He played along, smoothly lying that the special delivery was still cooking in the kitchen. Isaac clapped his hands, calling it absolutely perfect. We desperately need fuel for team training. Make sure it's dropped off before sunset. Hearing this, Nizer's blood boiled over. Team training? He was holding practice with the very spies he had just hijacked. The delivery crew turned to make their escape, but a blinded by rage Nizer completely lost it, blasting the innocent fire mages into oblivion. They instantly hit the floor out cold. Dusting his hands off, Nizer glared at Isaac and smirked, claiming he just forced the servants to take a little nap. Now it was just the two of them. He challenged Isaac to a hardcore test of faith, promising it would be a total blast. Shuri started hyperventilating, knowing damn well that accepting this psycho's trial meant getting burned to a literal crisp. If this went south, the blowback could nuke their entire faction. Nizer slickly pulled a sketchy red envelope from his coat, explaining. It held a deadly device that triggers from a single touch, perfect for their little game. But out of nowhere, an icy voice echoed right behind Nizer's neck. It was the Cardinal. He spat Isaac's name like venom, completely disgusted, growling that he never expected this punk to ghost a holy summons. Just to play around with some kids. Do I look like a joke to you? He snarled. Nizer whipped his head around in absolute terror, internally screaming over what a top-tier boss was doing in this dump. Harai didn't even blink, shooting him a lethal. He totally hadn't expected to get this close to the Reds. Wild to think a red dude was actually coming for him. Nazir low-key started panicking, while our boy MC played the innocent card, batting his eyes and begging the Cardinal for forgiveness. He smoothly threw Nazir under the bus, claiming the kid specifically warned him against mixing with the golds, which was Harry threw the boy a major side-eye, and Nazir practically screeched, demanding to know when he ever said that. Plus, what did he mean by the Cardinal calling him? He swore bishops were strictly banned from chatting with students during training. Meanwhile, Isaac was fighting for his life, trying not to burst out laughing. The Cardinal then turned to Nazir, coolly stating he'd given him plenty of time to vibe with his squad. But apparently, he took a mile when given an inch. The only reason he hadn't gotten cooked yet was out of respect for his dad. Sweating bullets, Nazir scrambled to defend himself, swearing it was a massive misunderstanding. But the Cardinal wasn't having it, casually dropping that he'd be piling way more grunt work on their team directly from the throne. Nazir's soul practically left his body as he clutched his head in absolute despair. Harry then slid over to Isaac, inviting him back to his room, but Isaac curved him, dropping the excuse that he had a prior appointment with the Red Cardinal, since he'd also been summoned. Nazir's jaw literally hit the floor. While Isaac smoothly wrapped things up, claiming he had prior plans anyway, Harry was just as shocked, asking if the Red Cardinal seriously just called for him. Isaac hit him with a solid, yes. Nazir's brain went into overdrive. He never even told the guy he was being summoned. How did he know? At this rate, Cardinal Barrett would literally fail him, and his whole reputation would tank. He needed to dip, ASAP. He marched over, clamped his hands on Isaac's shoulders, and flashed a super fake smile, announcing he was officially escorting him away. The Cardinal looked at him like he was crazy. Nazir was internally screaming, terrified his bluff had crashed and burned. But shockingly, the Cardinal just brushed it off. He told Isaac he had bigger fish to fry and let him bounce. Nazir let out a massive sigh of relief, totally convinced that even a big-shot Cardinal wouldn't dare mess with his noble family. But then Harry hit him with a brutal reality check. Since he disrespected the House of Gold, he was personally doubling his workload starting tomorrow. Nazir cursed under his breath, picturing a hellish future of scrubbing floors 24/7. But he hyped himself back up, thinking if he just then all this crazy cleaning would vanish like magic. But while he was busy daydreaming, our boy MC had literally vanished. Nazir lost his mind, screaming, "Where did that absolute clown go?" Shuri deadpanned that he went to take a nap, claiming the dude needed his beauty sleep to grow. Nazir ground his teeth so hard, he almost cracked them. It was literally 2 p.m. He stormed over, furiously pounding on Isaac's door, and screaming for him to wake up. But Isaac was out cold, meaning Nazir was only annoying the absolute heck out of his own group members. Fast forward 3 days. Nazir was deep in the trenches, scrubbing floors and cursing Isaac's entire bloodline. He chucked his mop across the room, grabbing his head in agony. Who on earth makes someone clean for 18 hours straight? To make matters worse, his dad had just hit his line, roasting him for being absolutely useless since he couldn't even bag one guy, all while still begging for help. Nazir realized his squad was taking their anger out on him over their garbage grades, and now his own dad was basically ghosting him. He absolutely had to drag Isaac to his dad to save his own skin, which meant he needed to track him down first. Surely the guy would show up for prayer. So he camped out in the prayer hall like a total stalker, ready to ambush him. But 6 agonizing hours passed, and literally no one showed up. Meanwhile, his angry squad had been hunting him down. They barged into the prayer hall, raging. What the heck is he even doing in here? They were drowning in chores. One guy snagged his arm, forcefully dragging him toward the door, threatening to actually end him if their grades tanked any lower. Nazir, completely dead inside, begged for just one. He absolutely had to see Isaac. And right on cue, he spotted him, just chilling by a pillar, watching the whole train wreck unfold. Catching his eye, Isaac flashed a cheeky grin and gave a little wave. Nazir absolutely lost it, screaming and violently thrashing to break free from his squad. Our MC was having the time of his life watching the drama. Shuri called him an absolute menace, asking if he was just here to troll the poor guy. Isaac chuckled, admitting it. Shuri then pointed out that getting an audience with the Red Cardinal was actually the mega brain play for them, because there was zero chance Barrett would ever hand them the king rank. Our MC just stared blankly, totally lost on the lore. He practically begged Shuri to give him a crash course on the grading system. Shuri sighed and laid it out. The king is an absolute. The queen is a massive talent, capable of saving an entire nation. A bishop is your textbook flawless model student, and a knight is a top-tier talent. A pawn is just your average, run-of-the-mill NPC, and a skeleton? Total trash tier with zero qualification. Shuri dropped the bombshell. If the cardinal gets ticked off and slaps them with a skeleton rank, they're getting instantly booted back to the Scrub Academy. Plus, Cardinal Barrett was definitely out for his blood. Isaac's brain totally short-circuited. Like, what kind of massive beef could a grown man possibly have against a 10-year-old kid? The guy literally just handed him a shiny gold pill. That's when Shuri casually dropped a massive lore bomb. Turns out, Barrett! This jaw-dropping revelation completely caught Isaac off guard. His dad basically stole her right out of the Cardinal's arms, shattering the engagement entirely. Why? Because his dad dragged their entire family drama into the spotlight. Suddenly, it all clicked. No wonder this dude wanted him dead, ready to rip him to absolute shreds. Suddenly, a loud crunch echoed right next to his ear. Our boy whipped his head around, only to catch Shuri casually munching on a massive bowl of popcorn. Shuri practically choked on his snack, while explaining that Isaac could totally block Barrett's hate if he simply buddied up with the Red Cardinal. Plus, the Golden Kids desperately needed to squeeze past the Red Pentagon anyway. So, Isaac's best play was just making a soft to never summon a skeleton inside the Gold Pentagon. Boom, problem solved. But right as those words left his mouth, a shadowy, glowing magic circle sparked into existence right behind Isaac. While he was still deep in thought, completely distracted by his cousin's wild advice, a mysterious hand aggressively snatched him into the shadows, slapping over his mouth to muffle his panicked screams. Shuri instantly caught the terrifying and spun around to rescue him. But Isaac had vanished into thin air, literally zero trace. Meanwhile, a heavy, dramatic knock echoed through the Cardinal's private office. The moment allowed the guest inside. The massive door completely exploded off its hinges. Isaac confidently swaggered into the room, roasting the guy as a creepy kidnapper, and casually asked how his day was going. Like, the Cardinal loved, yet he still ordered his shadowy goons to snatch a kid. Hooray slowly swiveled his chair around, rolling his eyes and calling him a disrespectful brat. But honestly, he had some major business to discuss. Isaac just threw his hands up in the air, smirking like he knew everything. Wasn't it totally obvious? The only reason he got dragged here was because he'd been ghosting the Cardinal forever. But then, the Cardinal dropped an absolute plot twist that nobody saw coming. He flat out declared his burning desire to legally adopt Isaac into the legendary Golden House. Isaac was absolutely shook, his jaw practically hitting the floor. His brain raced with pure panic. What kind of twisted joke is this? Is this guy trying to troll him? Or is this some shady master plan to keep the mighty Ashua family on a tight leash? Catching that deeply suspicious glare, the Cardinal smoothly swore he wasn't playing any mind games. He was throwing down a legit offer to ditch Ashua entirely and live like royalty under the House of Barrett. But to Isaac, this juicy pitch just made the whole a million times more sketchy. Like, why the sudden obsession with adopting him? Was it just because that fake skeleton king loudly branded him a holy saint? Whatever the trap was, he honestly didn't care. Isaac leaned in, stone cold, demanding to know what massive perks came with becoming his leader. If they were actually talking business, this dude better lay out the exact terms. Hooray cracked a sly smirk, secretly amused that such a tiny kid was aggressively negotiating a massive power play. Leaning forward, he proudly announced they'd spoil him with absolutely everything that the stuffy Ashua family miserably failed to give. The Pope's elite bloodline would shower him in endless luxury. Our MC simply busted out laughing, casually shrugging off the offer, while flexing that House Ashua literally lacked nothing. Hooray tilted his head, arguing that rumors said they were treating him like a prisoner trapped in a giant mansion. Their strict faith demanded total patience and crushing his true chaotic nature. He'd be choked by endless, suffocating rules forever. But the House of Gold? They wouldn't micromanage his life at all, offering him rock-solid backing for any wild stunt he ever dreamed of pulling off. Isaac totally deadpanned, telling him this whole pitch still felt incredibly weak. Unless he was directly sponsoring him to become the next supreme boss of Barrett, the deal was complete trash. The Cardinal let silence fill the room for a dramatic second, weighing the kid's massive ego, and that word on the street was that Isaac hungered for the saint title, and maybe even the Pope's absolute throne. If he was really aiming for the top spot, securing the House of Gold's endless wealth would be an insane tactical advantage, right? Isaac shot back that, at the end of the day, his loyalty lied deep within the Holy Land. If this guy seriously thought he'd instantly switch teams over some basic promises, he was dead wrong. But the Cardinal ruthlessly cut him off, aggressively throwing down the ultimate offer. They would hand him his own massive slice of territory, he'd score an entire private domain, an unbreakable vault overflowing with raw gold, a personal army ready to die for him, absolutely insane zero-tax privileges, and a mind-blowing mansion that made Ashua's estate look like. On top of that, the untouchable status of a direct bloodline heir. Isaac's attitude did a lightning-fast 180, instantly backtracking as he loudly announced he was super interested. A victorious grin spread across the Cardinal's face, as he thrilled that they were locking in such a massively overpowered alliance. He vowed to kick off the official adoption paperwork that exact second. Just one catch: keep this juicy secret totally hidden from Ashua for now. Isaac beamed a fake smile, loudly promising that everything was chill and his lips were perfectly sealed. He pushed so much dramatic emphasis into those words that the Cardinal instantly realized a massive rat was eavesdropping right outside their door. Whipping the door open, he intensely scanned the dark hallway, only to catch Shuri, desperately crouching behind a corner. The guy let out a terrified screech, totally wiped out on the marble floor, and immediately scrambled away, frantically hollering that his ears were totally shut. Watching the absolute mess of a retreat, the Cardinal dragged out a massive sigh, turning his attention back to Isaac. He brushed it off completely, dropping the ultimate flex. Ashua could know every single detail, because in the end, only Isaac didn't bat an eye. He casually dropped an, "I'll think about it," keeping his actual master plan completely under wraps. He'd literally rather drop dead than join the Pope's bloodline. The Cardinal hit him with a downright lethal glare, spitting out, "Even if you die?" Isaac just nodded, veins popping. The old man crushed the official papers in his fist, snarling that Isaac was a spitting image of his mother. Same arrogant face, same reckless mouth. He warned the kid that one single word could get him banished forever. Priesthood? Cancelled. Pope? In his dreams. He wouldn't even snag the title of a saint. The Pope's inner circle had the absolute power to blacklist him from the Holy Empire entirely. Isaac knew the stakes, yet he still kept running his mouth. The Cardinal stormed forward, trying to intimidate him, but Isaac just flashed a wicked smirk. He casually mentioned he'd just built his own empire, one where useless popes and priests didn't even exist. Why would a kingdom need two bosses anyway? The throne was destined to be his, period. The Cardinal flinched, stepping back while staring at this absolute, flashing an angelic smile. Isaac shrugged, claiming a guy needs at least that much nerve to take down the Demon King. Strolling over to his desk, he casually suggested the old man scrub today's little offer from his memory, for both their sakes. Tapping the crumpled document, Isaac admitted this whole desperate setup only spiked his curiosity about what kind of crazy disaster forced them to try and crown the direct heir of a rival bloodline. Catching the absolute panic sweating through the Cardinal's face, Isaac's grin widened. He bet the entire empire was dying to know the tea, too. Meanwhile, back at the Eshua estate, Eli ripped open a letter from the Unison Pentagon and absolutely lost his mind. Why did Isaac pull this stunt? Why push it this far? He roared. The whole script was supposed to flip. Deciding he just wasn't praying hard enough, the old man scrambled back to the altar. He hit his knees, obsessively chanting praises to the heavens, literally begging God to banish his own grandson. Right then, Benjamin, the second son of the Yeshua clan, strolled into the holy hall, shooting his brother a bewildered look. What on earth happened to this family while I was MIA? Since when do we weaponize prayers to hex people? He let out an awkward chuckle, asking if Isaac was seriously that much of a menace. Riley frantically waved his hands, instantly shutting that rumor down. The kid was an absolute angel, polite, sharp, and pure-hearted. Benjamin side-eyed their dad, who was currently sweating bullets while furiously praying, and asked why the old man was freaking out so hard. Riley whispered that Grandpa was honestly just way too paranoid about his grandson. Shrugging it off, Benjamin pointed out that as the second son, the family throne was never his to claim anyway. He was honestly relieved a legit heir had finally spawned. Yet a creepy, unsettling vibe still lingered in the air. Finally wrapping up his manic prayer session, Eli marched over, totally baffled. He ranted that anyone slapped with a holy blessing that massive should be completely paralyzed by the sheer energy. Literally knocked out cold for 3 straight days. So how did Isaac just shrug it off? His sons exchanged a look. Blessing? Yeah, right. That sounded straight up like a curse. They honestly wished the magic had just fizzled out. Just then, Leah Eshua, a top-tier saint candidate, glided into the room, gently mentioning how painfully obvious it was that Grandpa cared deeply for the boy. Flashing a polite smile at the crew, she checked in to see how everyone was holding up. But the patriarch completely ghosted her, obsessing over how Isaac survived the Unison Pentagon. That kid was absolutely not supposed to make the cut. Rubbing his chin in deep frustration, he realized the current reigning Pope's faction was locking onto Isaac with way too much interest. If those elites were secretly plotting to assassinate his grandson, hauling the kid back home, ASAP was the only play. But the timing was completely garbage. If this crazy ordination had just been delayed for a year or two, their master plan would have been flawless. But Isaac was just too insanely overpowered to fly under the radar. Eli shot a death glare at the letter, fully convinced this piece of paper was the root of all his nightmares. Catching the murderous look, Benjamin asked who the sender was. That hyper-premium envelope was way too flashy for their household style. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, Eli dropped the bomb. The letter came from their estranged fourth brother. The room instantly froze in shock, and Riley gasped, "Wait, Noel actually sent that?" Their dad grimaced, revealing that the arrogant punk was literally demanding to know when he'd inherit the patriarch title. Noel had the nerve to say the old man could kick the bucket any day now, so he needed to hand over the crown fast. Furious, Eli shredded the fancy paper into confetti, barking that this exact toxic attitude was why they needed to beat some manners into Isaac immediately. A decent brother would never pull a stunt like that. Riley completely agreed, adding that if Grandpa seriously viewed Isaac as a lost cause, he could just step up and take the throne himself. The sheer thought of that responsibility made Riley want to throw up, but his dad quickly snapped back, reminding everyone that Isaac had already dominated the harmony test. So a tiny spark of hope remained. Out of nowhere, Salak swooped through the air, screaming that this whole situation was absolute garbage. The patriarch demanded answers, and the spirit shrieked that this absolute menace was roaming around, straight up bashing other kids with a toy rattle. Like, seriously, what kind of unhinged psychopath weaponizes healing magic just to deal extra damage? Eli sighed, realizing this was just peak Isaac behavior. Meanwhile, his sons just stared, their jaws literally on the floor. The patriarch cringed hard as the spirit exposed the brutal truth. Isaac had literally poisoned and blackmailed his own squad just to ace the exam. He brushed it off, muttering that it was all good, as long as the Pope's faction stayed clueless. Right on cue, a panicked Shuri burst into the massive hall. He hollered for his grandpa, dropping a massive bombshell. Cardinal Barrett had actually invited Isaac to become his adopted heir. The patriarch's expression turned pitch black as he demanded to know Isaac's answer. Riley instantly jumped in to do some damage control, swearing that Isaac bled their family colors and would never defect. But Shuri completely shattered their hopes, revealing that the kid had enthusiastic. Riley lunged forward, gripping Shuri's shoulders and shaking the life out of him. What on earth did he mean? He panicked. How did that snake trick Isaac? Shuri, sweating bullets, explained that the cardinal just flashed an absolutely massive bag of cash that nobody could ever turn down. His uncle let out a booming string of curses. The whole room shifted as the servants started aggressively whispering the tea. Cash ruled everything, after all. The patriarch was practically radiating pure rage, his knuckles turning white as he balled his fist, roaring that he was still breathing. And these absolute vultures. Cut to shortly after, our guy is absolutely swimming in loot. Massive treasure chests just drop right at his feet, all courtesy of the rest of the crew stands there, totally paralyzed by the sheer amount of. One of the guys stammers, "Wait, so the gossip about him being tight with the Pope's inner circle is actually legit?" Isaac just flashes a wicked smirk. He knows exactly what this is. His eyes slide over to Shuri, who just dragged in even more fat stacks as a desperate show of family loyalty. Isaac squints, thinking, seriously, what is the point of flexing this hard? He strolls up to his cousin, wondering, did the big boss actually sign off on this? Shuri shoves a heavy letter into his hands, practically declaring him as one of their own. Isaac just stares, completely baffled by this sudden kiss-up. Frustrated, Isaac rips the parchment to shreds. Suddenly, Shuri whips his head around and gasps. Hold up, is Sister Leah out there? Wait, the matriarch showed up too? That drops a bucket of ice water on our guy. He spins around, absolutely horrified. The entire student body freezes as the legendary Melissa steps onto the scene, and as she zeroes in on him, His heart does triple backflips. Total panic mode. Why on earth is she crashing this party? Does she have any clue how hard he has been dodging her? Since bolting is out of the question, he shamelessly ducks behind Shuri, like a human shield. Someone in the crowd mutters, "Whoa, she looks insanely lifelike." Turns out, it is merely a holographic projection from a communication orb. An instant wave of relief washes over him. Annoyed, he violently drives his knee straight into his snapping. "You nearly gave me a sheer heart attack. Get a grip, man." He genuinely thought the final boss had actually arrived. Poor Shuri crumples to the dirt, groaning in absolute agony as he whines. "Bro, what did I even do?" Isaac instantly puffs out his chest, trying to look untouchable. But the second Melissa drops a casual hello, he violently flinches. Her voice echoes, saying she caught wind of his insane glow-up, and the hype is totally real. Smashing the Skeleton King's curse. Yeah, she is seriously mind-blown. Isaac is sweating bullets, thanking his lucky stars this is only a hologram, since she is miles away. His dark secret, as the absolute Demon King, stays completely hidden. Then, Melissa brings up the sketchy rumors about him getting snatched by his own squad. She coos about how traumatic that must have been. But in a split second, her warm smile vanishes into thin air. She drops his name. With pure, freezing venom, Isaac's blood runs ice cold. He realizes instantly, she is not talking to Isaac right now. She is addressing the Demon King. Did she seriously sniff out his aura through a literal screen? Her projection steps closer, oozing lethal intent, demanding to know why she detects raw, demonic energy leaking on. He stumbles backward, totally freaking out. If my cover is blown right now, it is game over. Thinking fast, he fake gasps, shouting that it has to be the lingering after effects from absorbing the Skeleton King's finger bone a whole decade ago. She pauses, her piercing gaze calculating. Then she nods, recalling Riley mentioning that exact detail. Plus, there is zero chance the actual Demon King would casually hang out here. Isaac exhales a massive breath he did not know he was holding. Best decision ever, absorbing that cursed bone. Her hologram glares, stating that if the real deal was, she would literally peel his skin off and string him up by his feet. Isaac deadpans internally. "Bro, I am a skeleton. Good luck skinning literal bones." Meanwhile, over on the side, leans in, whispering aggressively to his boss. "Are we seriously just sitting here watching these holy nerds run drills?" Nezer scoffs, dropping some major tea about how the sacred shrine loves sticking their noses in. Like, what is their actual endgame here? Leah catches every word of their trash talk. She pivots, locking eyes with them, and smirks. "We are here, because he caught my attention." Nezer blanks, totally stunned. Leah smoothly points out she knows his tragic backstory, how he was lined up to be the big boss of his clan, until he completely fumbled the bag, getting his entire squad wiped out in the Harmony Pentagon, and pulling that toxic move of punishing his own allies. Those facts hit Nezer like a literal freight train. Leah then throws a cheeky glance back at Isaac, and playfully sticks her tongue out. Meanwhile, Melissa announcing she cooked up an epic reward to celebrate him surviving pure hell. Isaac's eyes light up, grinning like an absolute kid, expecting a massive cash drop. But instead, she drops a massive bombshell. She is transferring her ultimate skill directly to him. We are talking god-tier offensive holy magic. The exact same nuke that obliterated the Skeleton King back in the day. Isaac squeezes his eyes shut, absolutely sick to his stomach, internally screaming for her to just keep it. The entire crowd erupts in feral whispers. No way. A signature saint technique? That is literal divine energy. You could drop billions and still not buy that kind of buff. It is the most cracked version of holy magic in existence. One of Nezer's goons starts spiraling, loudly panicking that at this pace, the Asura faction is going to completely leave them in the dust. He spits out a bitter curse, furious that this insane power-up is just going to inflate the kid's ego to the absolute. Right on cue, a salty classmate from Isaac's team slides into the spotlight. He drops to his knees with peak dramatic flair, hissing under his breath. "Do you seriously think the saint will let you walk away?" He is ready to spill all the tea and permanently cancel Isaac's VIP status right here, right now. G, the disgraced heir of the completely shattered mallet territory, aka Nezer's top-tier snitch, spins around to face the saint, dramatically yelling that he has some groundbreaking evidence to expose. Isaac literally poisoned his own team just to pass the Harmony trial. Melissa blinks, totally taken aback, while the snitch instantly turns on the waterworks, fake sobbing, wailing about how a human being could be so absolutely ruthless. Melissa looks genuinely thrown off by the chaos, and Nezer just watches from the shadows, a wicked grin spreading across. This is it. His pawns are finally coming in clutch. The very second Isaac gets publicly exiled, Nezer plans to immediately scoop up the leftovers and claim. Right after that, the saint suddenly whipped her head toward her grandson. The poor guy immediately froze up as she barked, "Are you kidding me? You seriously think that tiny dose of poison is enough?" That pathetic drop wasn't nearly strong enough to spike his spiritual energy. What an absolute fail. The poor boy totally didn't expect those words from the saint, and just stood there, completely confused at first. Shaking off his shock, he eagerly tattled, whining that Isaac had literally beaten them black and blue. But that only fueled her outrage even more, as she practically growled, ordering Isaac to take notes. "Just bruising people doesn't count as real training. Next time, shatter their bones. It'll actually make them stronger." After that, she aggressively rolled up her sleeves and stomped toward the trembling boy. "My bad," she smirked, as an apology. "I'll break every single bone in your body myself." But Leah quickly jumped in, shouting that the kid would literally die if she went full force. Stepping back, Leah approached the terrified boy herself, holding out a gentle hand. "Aw, do you need a little help?" she asked sweetly. "I can just snap your spine in one clean hit." Her psycho smile while saying those cruel words sent him into an absolute panic, forcing Isaac to finally step in. He told his sister to chill out and that everything was fine. "I'll take care of this myself," he assured her. He leaned into the boy's ear and whispered in a dead serious tone, "Told you to listen to me when I spoke, didn't I? From now on, you're officially my personal meat shield and servant." Right then and there, the kid realized a horrifying truth. Every single person in the Ashua family was completely crazy. With the chaos sorted, the core family moved to a private room to talk. Leah cut right to the chase, asking her brother if he was actually aiming to become the head of the family. He didn't even hesitate to confirm it. She raised an eyebrow, asking what his master plan was once he became patriarch. He casually answered that he'd just abolished the saints. Hearing that, Shuri gasped and yelled that he was a crazy idiot. Leah ignored the outburst, demanding to know why he wanted something so extreme. And Isaac, shoving away his annoying cousin, who was desperately trying to shut him up, deadpanned, "Because we don't need them. I'll destroy the Demon King myself." He then locked his intense gaze on his grandmother, asking why she didn't just give up her sainthood too. The old woman went dead silent, deeply thinking about it, before a sad, nostalgic smile crept onto her face as she confessed to committing a sin that absolutely no one should ever commit. Years ago, she revealed to her granddaughter Leah she actually had the perfect chance to kill the Skeleton King. It was a flawless, one-in-a-million opportunity to end him forever, but she just couldn't pull the trigger. Puzzled, Leah asked her why she hesitated, and Melissa sighed, admitting she honestly didn't know. But God had never forgiven her for it. It was entirely her fault that the Ashua bloodline carried this curse. And to finally lift it, she had to be the one to slay the Skeleton King. It was her heavy burden to bear. Isaac was dying of curiosity about how things had spiraled this far. But Melissa kept her lips sealed, simply flashing that same cryptic smile. Watching her closely, her granddaughter felt absolutely sure that there was a massive secret reason why she couldn't kill him. Breaking the silence, Melissa stated that this was exactly why she wanted to see him today. Her granddaughter pulled out a sleek little box and popped it open, revealing a stunning necklace tucked inside. Shuri's jaw literally dropped in total surprise. It was a saint's rosary. Isaac was equally confused. This was the ultimate holy symbol, the absolute only one of its kind in the end. But why on earth was she handing it to him? Melissa explained that she had poured her own divine power into it, fully aware that his offensive holy spells were painfully weak. "With this baby on you," she declared, "you'll be able to tap straight into raw divine energy whenever you want." She ordered him to rely on the relic instead of his trash-tier offensive magic, bluntly warning that he wouldn't survive a second in the remaining Pentagon trials just spamming cleansing spells. "I'll swing by the Empire soon to teach you exactly how to crush the Demon King," she promised. "We'll catch up then." In a flash, she disappeared into thin air. "Yeah, get lost and don't ever show your face again," Isaac fiercely grumbled in his head. Since the conversation was officially wrapped up, Leah pushed herself off the couch, announcing that she'd better head out too. She confidently marched right up to her brother and suspiciously poked him in the chest, asking, "You're hiding a mana core in there, right?" Realizing she had completely busted him, Isaac's blood ran cold. He started sweating bullets, because even Melissa hadn't sniffed that out. "Crap. I need to kill her right here, right now." But Leah suddenly tilted her head, second-guessing her own words, and asked, "Wait, maybe this is just that artificial mana core from the annex?" Catching his breath, Isaac looked at his chest with a bit of confusion, and quickly confirmed her guess, after which he mentally kicked himself for totally forgetting he still had that unabsorbable junk stuck inside him. He'd been thinking he could eventually crack its seal using holy spells, but nothing had worked so far. Without warning, Leah unclasped the jewelry from her neck and told him it was a sealing artifact, and that this necklace should easily be able to dispel his block. He snatched the jewelry in eager anticipation, his mind racing. Hold up, not only does she know about the mana core, but she can actually dispel it? Talk about hitting the absolute jackpot. His sister casually teased that she wasn't entirely sure if he could handle using it, but she totally understood he was busting his back trying to restore their family's lost secret techniques. Isaac just blinked, completely clueless about what secret techniques she was even rambling about. Changing the subject, she asked what his grand plan was after ditching his sainthood. He smirked, telling her he'd just be a filthy rich unemployed bum, which actually got a genuine laugh out of her. After that, she said her goodbyes, promising they'd catch up once his grueling apprenticeship was finally over. Watching her stroll toward the exit while quietly chuckling to herself, Isaac just shook his head, thinking she was definitely just as crazy as the rest of them. Outside, she eventually approached her carriage, signaling the knight that they were heading back. He shouted after her, dropping a massive hint that the pendant was the ultimate key to unlocking their family's hidden arts. Stepping gracefully into the carriage, she smirked, totally unfazed. She already knew, but he still chimed in, reminding her they were dealing with a sacred family heirloom. The patriarch had handed it straight to her, since every single direct bloodline descendant was drooling over it. Flashing a wicked smile, she bragged that if anyone actually managed to swipe it, then those fools were way dumber than she gave them credit for. The knight chimed in, pointing out that if the guy somehow guarded the relic, he would absolutely secure the spot as the next family head. Honestly, she figured that was a way better vibe than him getting shipped off to the Holy See. Her mind drifted back to his insane rants about wiping out the saints and totally obliterating the Demon King. Chuckling to herself as she gazed out the carriage window, she silently hyped up her brother to make his move. Back at the estate, our boy was absolutely thrilled about her present. Fast forward to a brutally stormy night. Galt rolled up to Barrett's spot, where a maid happily welcomed him, geeking out over how long it had been since his last visit. He quickly checked the vibe to see if things were straight, and she just giggled, brushing it off as business as usual. When asked about Joshua's status, he didn't sugarcoat a thing. Same old garbage behavior as always. She basically hit him with a, not surprised, knowing exactly how awful they were. They were nothing but a pathetic squad of two-faced hypocrites. He nodded along, spilling the tea that he was honestly terrified. He might accidentally catch feelings and get attached to that toxic mess. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted to the sketchy vibes surrounding the recent. Turns out, the main priest who handled Isaac's sacred consecration turned up dead in the monster-infested woods. Was the cover-up so intense they had to straight-up silence the witnesses? And now the Golden House wants to adopt Isaac? No shot. They would literally never do that in their right minds. The red flags were everywhere, even factoring in his mom's weird background. If he dug any deeper into this wild conspiracy, he'd totally be painting a target on his own back. The maid escorted him down the dim hallway to the study. He dismissed her, ordering her to stay far away until he personally called for her, because he desperately needed to. Pacing around the quiet room, a terrifying thought hit him. Was he actually getting soft on these people? Him? The guy who ruthlessly handed Joshua's rights over to Cardinal Barrett. There were fleeting moments where he low-key feared he cared too much about Joshua's fate. But stepping into this sinister estate? Yeah, those warm feelings vanished instantly. He slipped into the secret intelligence archives, desperately hunting for any crumb of lore about Isaac's shadowy awakening. Bingo! He hit the jackpot, uncovering the exact symbol of the deity who claimed the boy. "May the absolute God be with me," he gasped, slamming the massive tome shut and bolting out of the study like a madman. The puzzle pieces had finally snapped together. This was exactly why the Spirit family was pulling these strings. This wasn't some petty Holy See drama. This was a straight-up battle for the Spirit bloodline's survival. Honestly, the fate of the entire empire might literally hang in the balance. As dawn broke, our main guy tossed his useless gear aside and completely locked in on his glowing stash of loot. Whisper chimed in, questioning if this fat stack of cash was enough to bag a weapon capable of shattering the binding sphere. Isaac kept it real, admitting it was a massive long shot. The real nightmare here? That stupid anti-demon stone. Whisper pointed out how insanely overpowered it was. Not only did it totally obliterate, but it basically tanked aura and holy powers like they were nothing. Talk about a massive headache. Isaac vented his frustration, mind blown that they actually forged the very chains, holding his crew hostage out of pure anti-demon material. Utterly unhinged, Whisper quickly reminded him that going this extreme was literally the only option to take down a legendary Ninth Circle demon. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, Isaac finally chilled out and focused on his main mission, shattering the seal on his mana core. Whisper was beyond stoked that he was finally tackling this. Slumping onto the mattress, Isaac whipped out the pendant, recalling Leah's promise that this little trinket was his cheat code. As raw energy started gravitating toward the jewel, he stared in awe, confessing he had never witnessed anything this wild. The moment it sparked with an intense glow, his hype levels went through the roof. Instantly, a massive geyser of pitch-black mana erupted directly from his core. He barked an order at Whisper to feast on it all, and the spirit unhinged its jaw, vacuuming up the chaotic surge of power like a black hole. Isaac was absolutely hyped, yelling that this was way more raw magical juice than he ever. This massive boost was exactly what he needed to level up his magic tier and unlock top-tier spells. He reached directly into the swirling vortex of darkness, laughing like an absolute maniac. While Whisper kept chugging the endless magic, Isaac's villainous cackling awkwardly died down. Something felt incredibly wrong. Thanks to the chaotic backfire of the mana, the flesh on his arm melted away, leaving pure, exposed bone. "What the actual hell is this?" he shrieked in a chunk of time ticked by. He just sat glued to the bed, glaring miserably at his skeletal hand, completely devastated that his bony, undead form was making a comeback. This had to be the legendary curse that twisted the king into history's ultimate demon, flipping the very rules of life and death. Even Whisper was stressing out, panicking and asking if the dark hex was permanently taking over. Isaac reassured him that this vessel was stacked with divine blessings, meaning it wouldn't just fold easily. But the curse had violently spiked in power because his sudden mana level up completely threw off his body's delicate internal balance. He could totally boost his holy aura to push back the encroaching rot, but that meant he'd literally have to sit down and pray. Whisper argued that his system naturally auto-converts basic mana into divine energy anyway. So why not just sit tight and wait it out? Isaac snapped back, pointing out that waiting was a massive gamble on time, and demanded to know what. "Siphoning holy mana from the rosary right now is a total waste," he hissed. Whisper chimed in, warning that their little scheme would get exposed instantly, and he'd end up roasted at the stake. But his master just brushed it off. Sacrifices had to be made. He was going to weaponize the upcoming Pentagon. If he gamed the red trial, the heretical one, perfectly, he could massively glitch his holy mana stats. But until then, he had to bandage his rotting hand. He was literally mid-rap when Shuri completely barged into the room, demanding to know what he was up to. Isaac instantly panicked, shoving his cursed hand behind his back and awkwardly spitting out a greeting. Shuri zeroed in on him, asking why he was giggling to himself like a total psycho again. It was seriously creeping him out. And wait, why was he hiding his hand? Was he hurt? Isaac dodged his gaze, sweating bullets as he swore it was absolutely nothing. But Shuri wasn't having it, desperately snatched to inspect the damage. The second those skeletal fingers flashed into view, Shuri shrieked, backing up across the room in pure terror, screaming, "Bro, what the hell is that?" Whisper frantically urged his master to wipe the kid's memory right now. But Isaac hissed that using mind-wipe magic on someone else would blow his cover. Luckily, Shuri was totally clueless about the demonic reality. Instead, he started tearing up, wailing that Isaac's issues weren't just psychological, they were physical. Was his twisted personality literally caused by a rotting body? He sobbed that Isaac should have just told him. Everyone out here treating him like a villain, and he was suffering in silence. The MC instantly caught on to the misunderstanding. The legendary Ashua clan curse. The men in this family were practically doomed, either born completely talentless or gifted but physically deformed. Shuri rambled on, hyperventilating about some great ancestor who had the exact same grotesque condition. "But why are you physically wrecked and so mentally unhinged?" he cried. Isaac flashed a strained smile, heavily debating if he should just murder his cousin right. Shuri declared they had to snitch to Grandpa immediately to get him cured. He warned Isaac's lifespan was definitely cut short, but he swore he could buy him more time. Yeah, the MC was absolutely not letting that happen. If Grandpa checked him out, his Demon King identity would be totally busted. Isaac desperately gripped his cousin's shoulders, begging him to keep this totally off the radar. He played the martyr card. He couldn't bear to stress the family out. Plus, the upcoming Pentagon was the absolute priority. He spun a wild lie, claiming his dying wish was to personally slaughter the Skeleton King's minions. Those dramatic words hit Shuri right in the feels, bringing him to literal tears as he promised to keep quiet. Isaac smirked, assuring him he wasn't going to drop dead anytime soon. He had a secret loophole. Hooked, Shuri eagerly demanded to know the master plan so he could help. Flashing a completely sinister grin, Isaac whispered that he just needed his gullible cousin to act as a delivery boy, straight to the Cardinal of Red. Fast forward 20 days. Isaac's team was slumped over their lunch trays, absolutely roasting him with every curse word in the dictionary. Their psychotic leader had literally rigged the bathroom with explosives, pumped toxic gas into someone's pillow, and casually spiked a dude's lunch with straight-up cyanide. Stepping out of the shadows, the MC soaked in their raging complaints, sarcastically asking if they were vibing with his hyper-personalized training regimen. "Bro, this is literally attempted murder," they shrieked. One of the exhausted priests shoved a to-do list in Isaac's face, screaming, "Care to explain this garbage?" Step 1. Yeet yourself off a cliff and die. Step 2. Get absolutely slaughtered by a demon. Step 3. Get beaten to a pulp. And Step 4. Just straight up die. Isaac let out the most exaggerated, exasperated sigh, treating them like toddlers as he explained these were their actual benchmark. They were absolutely fuming. Ignoring their tantrums, he gestured toward a massive mountain of sacks piled next to the dining table. He casually mentioned that if they were done stuffing their faces, it was time to strap up. They were heavy-duty sandbags. One of the guys absolutely lost his mind, yelling, "You want us lugging these around? Dude, we're squishy healers, not frontline tanks." The MC strolled over to the grueling weights, coldly stating they needed to bulk up fast. The Pentagon was basically knocking at their door. And for this next phase, they were strictly using brute physical force. The kid looked completely clueless, pointing out that the next trial was the Golden Pentagon, a purely mental test where you only need your brain. Isaac just snapped some weighted metal cuffs onto his own wrists and dropped the bomb. He officially swapped their exam. They were now locked into a pure, grueling strength check, the brutal Red Pentagon. The squad's jaws hit the floor, stunned that he just bypassed the academy. He smirked, adding that their final projects were totally overhauled too. Clapping his hands like a ruthless drill sergeant, he commanded them to shut up and grab a sandbag and sprint 50 laps around the dirt track. Right now, he barked. The team collectively snapped, whining that this whole torture session was utterly pointless. How the hell did he even alter the curriculum? And why were they running 50 laps? Isaac simply leveled his menacing rattle at them, his eyes flashing dangerously as he whispered, "Oops, my bad. Did I say 50? Make it 100 laps." And if they didn't snatch first place in the trials, they were all dead meat. Screaming like a maniac, he chased them out onto the scorched field. Out, the broken squad finally crossed the finish line. Staggering back into their dorm, they instantly ripped off the hellish sandbags, collapsing. One dude slammed his fist down, crying that he was officially done. "What kind of psycho torture is this?" he wailed. They only needed 2 kings to pass the entire grade anyway. They already secured one, and they could just coast through and grab the Azure Pentagon later. Suddenly, Isaac's heavy hand clamped down on the kid's trembling shoulder. "Are you genuinely joking right now?" Isaac deadpanned. "If you don't sweep all 5 kings, do you even deserve human rights?" The boy completely froze in absolute terror. The red and gold factions were absolutely dead set against letting them crown a king. And on top of that, the trial rotation was totally wrecked. Why on earth were they scrambling the trial order? This was literally the Holy Empire's most sacred tradition. Who did this guy think he was, just ripping up the playbook? It always went white, azure, black, and then red. Suddenly their buddy busted through the door, gasping for air. The tea was spilled. The next trial was the Red Pentagon. The Red Cardinal had a little backstage chat with the Gold Cardinal, and they straight up swapped spots. Panic instantly set in. The Red Pentagon wasn't just a test. It was a brutal one-on-one cage match. And if they choked here, they lost absolutely everything. Enter Isaac. He strolled up with this absolutely devilish smirk and dropped a question. Since the trial lineup was locked in, why not push their training back a few days and hit up the Empire's official training grounds? Cut to Nizer and his squad pulling up to the arena gates. The guy was sweating bullets. Why? Because his own dad had actually greenlit Isaac's wild request. He had promised his old man a serious show, claiming he'd push Isaac to the absolute limit and force him to reveal his true power level. Plus, the rules had flipped from solo brawls to an all-out squad versus squad showdown. Honestly, Nizer couldn't care less. Shuri's Azure crew was literally zero threat. Sure, Isaac gave him major creep vibes, but wiping the floor with the rest of them would be a total walk in the park. There was zero shot a hardcore martial arts family like his was going down. Dripping with absolute ego, he barked at his guys to march out and wrap this up fast. But his jaw literally hit the floor when he scanned Isaac's roster. Even his dad, Leon Sefford, was totally blindsided. Walking out right next to Isaac was Keena freaking Barrett. Catching the ref's deeply confused look, our boy casually explained that his usual bag carrier caught a nasty stomach bug right after breakfast. But hey, lucky him, he scored a last-minute sub. It's just a scrimmage, right? No big deal. Nizer was straight up paralyzed with shock, while the bleachers erupted into absolute chaos, buzzing over. Why, a beast like Keena was playing for Azure. The dude hit like a top-tier holy heavyweight. Leon forced a tight smile and leaned into the Gold Cardinal, hissing that this stunt was crossing a major line. Why did he greenlight Keena joining Azure? But looking at the Cardinal's equally stunned face, Leon instantly clocked that the guy was just as clueless. Down on the field, Kina casually asked Isaac if taking out the trash meant he'd finally score those top-tier secret lessons. Isaac gave a solid nod. Nizer absolutely lost it, screaming that this was straight-up rigged. Kina wasn't a rookie. Why would a legendary heavyweight crash a newbie fight club? Kina just smirked. Nah, Nizer had it twisted. Kina had actually tossed his promotion in the trash and dumped his high-ranking privileges, just so he could chill in the rookie bracket with Isaac and Shuri. The crowd completely lost their minds, whispering, while Nizer's squad stood there looking dumbfounded. Kina locked eyes with the ref. So, we doing this or what? The ref stuttered out that since Kina Barrett was, on paper, still a bottom-tier priest with zero active ties to the Pentagon's official trials, there wasn't a single rule stopping him from throwing down. Nizer yelled that this was utter garbage, grinding his teeth so hard they practically cracked. He knew the math. His whole squad combined couldn't lay a scratch on Kina. Plus, they still had to deal with Isaac. They were literally walking into an unwinnable bloodbath. But if they could just bait out a one-on-one clash between the captains, they might actually survive this. Meanwhile, Shuri was acting super weird, throwing nervous glances at Isaac with a heavy frown. Isaac caught the stare and totally trolled him. You gotta hit the restroom, man? Told you to go before we walked out. Shuri totally brushed off the roast. Dude, is your hand gonna hold up? He asked, voice tight. Isaac just brushed it off, swearing it'd be totally as soon as his sacred energy recharged. Shuri shook his head. You should be the captain, man. Real talk, you're the only reason we even made it this far. He rattled off Isaac's insane flexes, snagging class rep, skipping whole tiers, absolutely clutching the exams, and even crushing the harmony trials with his help. Isaac let out an annoyed sigh through his teeth. What kind of sappy garbage is this? Sure, Isaac was a genius mentor, but it took real guts to actually survive his training, and Shuri pulled it off. Shuri was stunned, but still stressed. Nizer was a total tank, definitely not an easy sweep. Isaac just smirked. If you're really as tough as I made you, wiping the floor with that red-haired clown will be a total breeze. Shuri felt a massive surge of emotion, hitting him right in the feels, until Isaac leaned in close. But if you somehow blow this, I'll end you myself. Shuri's hype violently crashed into pure panic. The arena speakers boomed. Just 5 minutes left on the clock. All squads needed to lock in. Up in the stands, Ashley was biting her nails, hyper-fixated on Kina joining the fray. But Riley's face was dead serious. He pointed out that this was actually a massive nerf for both Isaac and Shuri. Those Red House snakes had already blasted them with a gnarly destruction curse earlier. Just as he said that, our absolute menace of an MC was literally chaining his own hyped-up squad to the ground to hold. Chill out, it's not time yet, he roared. Ashley squinted at the glowing binds and realized it was a signature Azure move. The legendary holy buff, Spirit Uplift. Isaac had actually asked her to teach him that exact spell. Riley swallowed hard. How exactly does that spell hype them up? Ashley just stared, sweating. It's just supposed to give a confidence boost. You know, make them look at you guys, absolute beasts, he hyped them up. Our MC just smirked, knowing damn well he was hiding a massive cheat code. Nobody realized he'd totally rigged the system with spirit boosts and some shady herbal buffs. He'd whipped these guys into shape, and now, it was payback time. Out of nowhere, massive crimson magic circles lit up the sky. Was it finally starting? Boom! The patron of the Red House, the literal god of justice, crashed down right into the center of the arena. Shuri instantly dropped to his knees, screaming for everyone to start praying. Whoever flexed the strongest faith would snag a massive buff from the Crimson God. Shuri was practically sweating bullets, praying his heart out, fully convinced this blessing would hand them an easy win. But then, crash. Our boy literally punched the divine statue, shattering it into a million pieces. He just stood there, flashing an innocent little smile. Oops, did I do that? Shuri basically lost his mind, screaming in absolute horror. Dude, what is wrong with you? He shrieked. You just Kina was totally freaking out too. Bro, you actually shattered it. How are you even that strong? Was that some crazy hidden spell? You gotta teach me that later. Shuri just stared at him, totally flabbergasted. Why are you taking notes right now? The god's head just rolled on the floor. Our MC just shrugged. Yeah, and? He couldn't care less about any deity except his golden god. May the heavens bless this total mess, he snickered in his head. Shuri nervously patted him on the back, desperately trying to cover for him. He was just, testing out his physical limits. Apologize right now, dude. Yeah, my bad, he mumbled, with zero regret. Watching from afar, Leon sweated a bit. This kid was an absolute loose cannon, but humbling him was going to feel so good. Shuri caught that vibe and panicked. Were they going to drag him into an interrogation? But Herg just smirked, stepping up. Honestly, isn't this the Red House's fault for putting up such a fragile statue? The thing basically crumbled from a weak internal spell. Guess your so-called strong faith needs an upgrade. Herg's eyes narrowed, secretly vowing. He wouldn't let a single soul lay a finger on Isaac. The tension between them was literally suffocating. Finally, Leon sighed, realizing that putting a bunch of academy kids on trial was a PR nightmare. Just keep the exam going, he ordered Nizer. But take Isaac out, swiftly. A few moments later, the referee stepped up, breaking down the rules for the Red Pentagon. The mission was dead simple. Sniff out the one real medallion hidden among a pile of first squad to secure the legit item takes the win. The captain decides who holds the target, and once it's locked in, no takebacks. Shuri started sweating again. Choosing the right guy to carry the target was going to make or break them. The ref then dropped the 3 absolute ways to clear the round. Option A. Kidnap the enemy leader and force them to spill the truth. Option B. Use some big-brain detective skills. And Option C. Literally wipe out the entire enemy squad and loot everything. The items were tossed to the teams. Nizer rallied his crew, his voice a little shaky. Listen up! Don't let them rattle you. It's just the Azure squad. Meanwhile, Shuri wimped out, walking up to the ref to quit as captain. Our MC violently yanked him back. Bro, what are you doing? He barked. Stop whining and just go secure the drop. Watching this mess unfold. Nizer practically laughed out loud. Shuri was such an unbelievable clown. He realized he definitely had this in the bag. They were up against the Azures. This was going to be a complete walk in the park. The only wild card was Kina. Aside from him, the Azures were just monster hunters, not PvP players. They had zero clue how to fight actual humans. There's absolutely nothing to fear from these scrubs, Nizer hyped himself up. The whistle blew, kicking off the match. The second the timer started, our boy exploded off the starting line like a literal rocket. He blitzed straight into the heart of the red team's formation, grinning like an absolute psycho and laughing out loud. He realized this test was the perfect excuse to legally beat the living daylights out of these stuck-up saints. Nizer panicked, screaming at his team to hold the line. They're just trying to psych us out. Do not flinch. Their stupid honor code won't let them strike first. Just play defense. But MC completely ignored that, launching himself into the stratosphere. He ripped out a heavily modded golden flail, spinning it like a hurricane midair. Hand over your captain, he roared, slamming the weapon into the arena floor with bone-crushing force. Boom! The shockwave sent the entire red squad flying like ragdolls. Smirking down at the chaos, he demanded again. I said, bring me your boss. Do that, and I'll let you walk away. Terrified, Nizer shrieked for backup. But in that exact second of pure chaos, Kina made his move. He violently dashed through the broken enemy lines, lunging straight for Nizer's throat. But Nizer just smirked. Too predictable, kid. Kina was fast, sure, but his strat was way too basic. Nizer had seen it coming from a mile away. He instantly popped a holy clone spell, ghosting the attack. Restrain him, Nizer commanded. Without missing a beat, the red mages chained together a massive tier 5. Holy binding spell, remorse for suffering. It completely froze Kina in his tracks. Smirking, Nizer instantly teleported right behind the Azure squad's blind spot. Smirking, Nizer practically begged them to charge. A cheap beastman trick? Yeah, right. That garbage wasn't going to fly with him. Sure, they looked a tiny bit beefier. He locked eyes on Shuri, who was already cooking up some holy magic in the background. Snatching a severed arm or two for a sick little souvenir sounded like a solid plan. As the enemies closed in, Shuri replayed Isaac's golden rule in his head. Just stick to the script, and the W is ours. Nizer was completely sleeping on him, probably hoping to flex in a one-on-one duel. Bam! Shuri snatched Nizer's arm and cratered him straight into the dirt. Suddenly, the old warning echoed in his mind. The real reason flesh and bone literally couldn't handle the impact. Standing over a wrecked Nizer, Shuri roared at the stands. Don't you ever disrespect the Azure House again. Watching this, Kina's jaw practically hit the floor. Shuri definitely didn't have that kind of brute strength before. That holy spell had a sneaky, massive buff stacked on it. Kina shot a glance at Isaac. Was this his mastermind play? Right on cue, Isaac flashed a devilish smirk, signaling Shuri to go for the kill. Sweating bullets, Shuri stammered that he'd just grab the medallion and dip, but he quickly hyped himself up. He couldn't chicken out. He had to finish that Red House loser. Tugging Nizer up by the collar, Shuri demanded the medallion's location. The bruised leader just choked out a mocking laugh. You think you can interrogate me, the future boss of the Red House? Panicking, Shuri yelled back at Isaac. How do I make this guy talk? Coughing it up was his only ticket out of this arena, alive. Nizer snapped, "Shut your mouth! On the air!" I've literally been trained to resist every torture method known to man. Shuri just stood up and delivered a ruthless punt straight to his family jewels. The entire stadium gasped, traumatized by the sickening crunch. Since when did the Azures fight so dirty? Up in the stands, Isaac was absolutely losing his mind laughing. After that fatal low blow, Shuri shrugged. "Hey, I tried to do this the nice way." The Red Squad instantly rushed to save their boss, but Kina coldly shut them down. He triggered a rank 6 enemy banishment skill. Boom! A massive AoE holy wave dropped, paralyzing the entire enemy crew right where they stood. Sweating through the pain, Nizer finally connected the dots. Did these scumbags get captured on purpose? They definitely already knew where the stash was. Why humiliate them like this then? Was this Isaac kid seriously pulling all the strings from the start? Pinned to the dirt, the red lackeys realized Isaac faked everything, just to break Nizer on live TV. Even so, they swore they wouldn't leak a single word. Isaac just hit them with a wicked grin. "What are you idiots babbling about? We already got the location." Channeling the insane buff from the Elder's Ring, he hoisted his weapon and started absolutely handing them a beatdown. Minutes later, Isaac snatched the medallion from the wreckage, cheering that he bagged the loot. The referee officially crowned the Azure team the kings of the Red Pentagon. The crowd went absolutely feral, screaming that the glory days of the Azure House were officially back. Look what they pulled off with the Pope's grandson leading the charge. Beaming with pride, Riley thought Isaac had totally crushed it. Just then, royalty entered the chat. The crown prince of the Holy Helan Empire, Shablis Elifric Hela, strolled up to Riley. A masterclass performance like that? Expected nothing less from the youngest priest in Imperial history, Shablis purred. He snapped his fingers, ordering his attendant to prep a lavish reward for the winners, who had absolutely blessed the arena with that legendary hype. Riley instantly bowed deeply to greet the royal. The Crown Prince chuckled, noting that Riley had some seriously cracked nephews. He offered to sponsor their official priestly uniforms, politely asking if that flex was acceptable. Riley happily gave the green light. Since the boys were heading out of the country for the Golden Pentagon, high-end gear like that would be an absolute godsend. Plus, custom armor gifted straight from the royal bloodline, that was a straight-up heirloom, destined to be passed down for centuries. Shablis smiled and promised to dispatch his personal royal tailor. Riley quickly protested, saying His Highness was way too busy for such a hassle, but the prince just grinned, insisting he wanted some FaceTime with the rookies. And he had a little parting gift for Riley, too. A piece of advice. Maybe pull his youngest nephew out of the Golden Pentagon. Dad is plotting to kill Isaac. You might want to keep your guard up. Riley's eyes locked onto the prince with dead serious intensity as he murmured a quiet thanks for the intel. Still, he calmly replied that his nephew could hold his own. Cut to a few hours later at the estate. The Azure crew was completely losing their minds. The literal crown prince had been front row. Meanwhile, Isaac was awkwardly side-eyeing Kina. "So, you heading back home now? The exam's done, right? You're basically off the clock." The retainer nodded, agreeing that it was probably time to pack up. The patriarch was definitely expecting him back, but Kina just casually set his teacup down on the saucer and dropped a bombshell. "Nope, he actually ordered me to move into the Azure House full-time." Isaac blinked, totally flabbergasted. Since when?" Kina fired back. Just the night before, he had been sweating bullets, questioning his own sanity. Their whole chat had revolved around the Red Pentagon, which had officially offered him a spot as a priest for the Azure faith. But the kid just brushed it off like it was nothing. He had already taken the deal to join the Azure House, meaning he was staying put. He ordered the staff to pass a message to his old man. He'd be crashing here for a while. Kina's mind raced in panic. Did this guy seriously drop a holy spell on Shuri? What kind of insane power was he wielding? And handing him a priest's robe? That wasn't a gift, that was a leash. The Pope held all 5 faiths in an iron grip, and the Crown Prince was actively gunning for the papal throne. Meanwhile, our boy coolly stated he was cashing in on his favors, no matter what. But since his schedule was so packed, he decided he'd just crash right here with him. The maids and butlers were absolutely losing it, terrified that if the cardinal caught wind of this stunt, the entire estate would be flipped upside down. Trying to bargain, Kina promised that if he wanted, he'd personally help him conquer the gold, azure, and black pentagons. He swore he'd be his secret weapon to crush the gold priests and drag the azure ones straight to the demon's chopping block. Do we have a deal? Annoyed, our MC shot him down, snapping that he had it covered. So he needed to back off. Kina threw a total fit, whining, "Why? You swore you'd train me." He refused to budge until he got what he was owed. Dropping flat onto the floor, he dared the guy to try and drag. Our protagonist deadpanned, wondering if this dude was missing a few brain cells. "I literally just used you," he muttered. "Now get out of my face." Kina didn't care. Talk all the trash you want. He'd done the heavy lifting, and now it was time to pay the piper. The MC brushed him off, saying he'd get to it later. He was drowning in work. "Scram before I completely change my mind." Panicking, Kina stuttered, "Wait, are you backing out?" Realizing he had no leverage, he finally caved. Fine, he'd wait. Smirking, the protagonist dropped the bomb. He was pulling the plug. He already bagged a student who actually followed instructions without whining. Kina blinked in confusion, demanding to know who could possibly replace him. Flashing a wicked grin, our guy just pointed. "Who else?" "Shuri." Absolutely triggered, the boy snarled, asking if proving he was the top dog right here and now would secure his training. The MC just smirked, noting that it entirely depended on how much of a show he put on. Fast forward to the Holy See's Grand Ballroom. The Azure House was getting the VIP treatment, gourmet food, and massive room upgrades, leaving the rest of the mansion's residents totally speechless. Relai chuckled to himself. He honestly never thought, what kind of crazy metric was the Holy See even using to hand out these rewards? Just then, Leon shouted his name, telling him to wipe that look off his face and celebrate the Azure House's massive win. It had been a minute since they last crossed paths. Word on the street was he was speedrunning straight to mind-blowing progress for someone his age. Meanwhile, the Azure House patriarch looked like he was fighting off a massive migraine. He was the only guy cut out for this mess, but his clock was seriously ticking. He offered a grim apology. Honestly, even if he wasn't standing at death's door, wouldn't carrying the title of patriarch be a total nightmare? Plus, he couldn't even pass on his bloodline. But hey, at least he had some wildly overpowered nephews. The big boss had to be practically bursting with pride. So, just let him have this tiny flex. Sure, he was only the third child, but he still bled the house colors. Yet he completely faded into the background when the royals and elite VIPs showed up. Relai prided himself on being a human lie detector. Everyone in the room probably already knew about the dark curse haunting House Eshua, but that was fine. His gut feeling was dead on. The guy literally had zero interest in snatching the patriarch title, as long as Isaac stayed completely off limits. Out of nowhere, Leon slid up to the protagonist. Flashing a fake smile, he asked about that mind-blowing spectacle he was promised. He was still waiting for the show. Never missing a beat, our boy grinned and fired right back. The show was him absolutely wrecking Leon's kid. So, did he grab some popcorn while watching Shuri get destroyed? The color drained from Leon's face. He gaped in pure horror, demanding to know why he was picking a fight with the Crimson House. They tearing the city apart hunting for the Skeleton King's moles, which made them insane. Recovering his composure, Leon scoffed, saying he had set the bar way higher for the Azure crew. Though he had to admit, they'd picked up some freaky new tricks. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt a toxic wave of dark mana rolling off the kid. Keeping his poker face flawless, our MC thought to himself, "Is this clown running a holy detection spell right now?" Out loud, he smoothly reminded Leon that he must have conveniently wiped from his memory the tiny detail where he literally swallowed a chunk of the Demon King back in the day. And if watching his own son get absolutely schooled wasn't enough of a thrill, did he want to take this little bloodbath straight to the Golden Pentagon? Sweating bullets, Kina internally panicked. Was this narrowing his eyes? Leon asked what exactly he wanted as a payoff this time around. The protagonist kept it chillingly casual, nothing too crazy. He just wanted a little face-to-face with the demons loyal to the Skeleton King. Hand over the keys to their cells, now. Turning his back to leave, the Cardinal coldly agreed. Sure, if he actually survived the trip. But making it out alive? That was the million-dollar question. Every last one of them was about to be swallowed whole by the Golden Pentagon. Our MC just narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of cryptic garbage this bastard was spitting. Suddenly, an Azure member waved a crumpled dispatch in the air, screaming that they'd just been hit with a mandatory quest straight from the Golden Pentagon. A lethal expedition, Leon sneered from afar, that the Golden Top Brass fully expected them to blindly march into. The Helen Empire totally botched these missions across multiple zones. So, any guesses where the Azure squad is getting dumped? Straight into Crazy Andy, the Arcana Empire. Shuri was sweating bullets, wondering if this was their empire's ultimate nemesis. Like, were they seriously shipping them off to a nation that would literally leap at the chance to slaughter holy priests? Everyone was absolutely terrified. The place was basically rubbing shoulders with the demonic wastelands. Sending them there was straight up psychotic. Whole squads of paladins and their troops had vanished, without a trace out there lately. The mastermind? That high-tier demon who devoured a bunch of priests at the Golden Pentagon 14 years back. That dead zone is still totally sealed off. and the investigation hit a massive brick wall. Leon shot our MC a look and scoffed that it was just a pathetic sight. There was no need to panic. He had the authority to swap their deployment zone. Shuri's eyes lit up immediately, practically begging him to just ask for the favor. Our guy casually turned around and asked if Leon could re-roll the location for them. Fast forward a bit, Riley crashed into the Azure estate and laid out the whole situation for goal. He swore to absolutely tear the place apart if they didn't cancel this suicide run immediately. His brother tried to get him to calm down. Their dad was completely losing his mind too, throwing a massive fit. Consider this an official protest. He frantically wondered if the scumbags at the Holy See were openly gunning for Isaac. Goal pointed out that their old man had already stormed off, so they'd get the orders changed in no time. Everything was handled. There was zero chance they'd hand students a mission that could trigger an international diplomatic crisis. This was just a cheap scare tactic to keep their egos in check. Plus, there was no way he'd let Shuri bite the dust out there. Suddenly, William burst through the doors with terrible news. The young master had literally just locked in the mission. Our boy, flashing a totally unhinged smirk, claimed it sounded like a total blast. Why would he ever want to change it? Meanwhile, deep inside Backfield, the cursed territory of demons, a lesser fiend flew straight to the demoness Ash to spill his intel. She glared and demanded to know if he botched the saint's assassination. He groveled on the floor in pure terror, pleading for mercy. The girl waved it off. It wasn't a big deal. Their main objective was just to trigger absolute chaos anyway. Witnessing the sheer aura of their mighty sovereign was a massive win on its own. They successfully smuggled a cursed artifact straight through the Holy Empire's barrier. A shield everyone swore was untouchable. His Majesty is literally a god. Even this tiny crumb of his magic is insanely powerful. The demon trembled, bragging that he felt that overwhelming aura during the ordination ceremony, the legendary presence of the Skeleton King himself. Ash gasped in disbelief. Did he seriously sense a supreme demon king's energy radiating from that psycho kid who swallowed a piece of their glorious lord? He swore it was a fact, adding that the boy was already initiated and grinding through his combat training. The girl bit her lip, frustrated that they couldn't touch him while he was locked away in his family's estate. But now, he was finally stepping out into the wild. He was about to dive headfirst into the Gold and Azure trials. What an absolute perfect excuse to throw a blood-soaked festival. A total free-for-all where the rookie priest and her demons could hunt each other down. Just a tiny fraction of his abilities had boosted their strength this much. She salivated over how ridiculously overpowered they'd get if they could just consume a chunk of his flesh. She was literally starving for a taste of that Azure kid. The anticipation was eating her alive. Back at the Holy Mansion, the student body was gossiping non-stop about the Azure Squad's nightmare mission. They were whispering about how the Golden House was dead set on wiping them off the map. Those Arcana mages would vaporize the kids in seconds. Shuri caught the whispers and started sweating cold bullets. Literally everyone thinks we're walking into a slaughterhouse. Nobody thought they had a ghost of a chance, but the absolute worst part? The Paladins were giving their squad the silent treatment. That meant it was open season on them the second they crossed the Empire's borders. Vicious demons and greedy ransom-hunting bandits would ambush them the millisecond they stepped outside. Out of nowhere, our MC snapped, calling those scumbags completely pathetic. Why the hell wasn't anyone stepping up to join their roster? Shuri blew up at him, screaming that this was entirely his fault. This wasn't just hard mode. This was a guaranteed death sentence. Couldn't he see their own crew writing up their final wills? Did he even have a clue about the massacre 14 years ago? During the Golden Pentagon disaster, the entire Azure unit, Uncle Raleigh included, was completely annihilated. MC just scoffed, unable to believe that dog of a cardinal was pulling such a dirty, low-level stunt. They'd get gutted politically if they rejected the mission, but accepting it was supposedly a death trap. Man, screw that noise. If they actually pulled this off, no one would ever dare look down on them. Plus, throwing down with the Arcana Empire and grinding high-tier demons practically meant a literal mana core factory. Shuri wildly interrupted, insisting they could still draft a paladin to save their skins. They desperately needed top-tier muscle from the Royal Knights, no matter the cost. But then, Count Malik strolled up to the group, dropping the bomb that the Gold team had already snatched up the premium paladins. However, his boy and his squad had actually decided to crash the Azure team's party. Malik muttered that he never should have let his son join the Azures in the first place. Riding high on his past glory, our boy just flashed a wicked grin. Talk about a massive fumble. If they actually pulled this off, they'd completely ice him out. Out of nowhere, a squad of paladins caught his eye, and he couldn't help but stare, wondering where these absolute studs dropped in from. Shuri squealed with pure hype. begging to crash the second Paladin's party. Our guy immediately started cooking up a deal, locking in his pick, the fourth Paladins. Afterward, he practically gloated, hyped to have bagged a contract with the most overpowered squad on the board. He thought back to the fourth Paladin's rep, the notorious Black Sheep. They never really vibed with the Holy Empire, getting brutally reduced to glorified delivery boys. Even though their combat skills completely wiped the floor with the Royal Knights, naturally, they utterly loathed the Church elites. Eli glared, demanding to know what the hell was running through his brain. Dude looked ready to throw hands. The Skeleton King's ghost chimed in, pointing out that Eli hadn't looked this violently ticked off, even back when he was literally leveling the mansion. The MC debated just feeding him the answer he craved. Flashing a smooth smirk, he broke it down, claiming that begging for an easier quest would permanently drag House Eshwa's name through the mud, and he absolutely wasn't about to let that slide. Eli snapped back, absolutely seething. Him? Preaching about honor? Why would a rogue wielding dark mana spit such blatant lies about family pride? Did he seriously think he was blind to his secrets? He had let him slide, purely out of a deep-seated soft spot, but that trust was officially shattered into pieces. Our MC fired back, his voice dripping with venom. He absolutely loathed the Demon King, craving nothing more than to rip him apart. Because of that cursed Skeleton King, his parents were slaughtered, and his own life was chained to a hex. And worst of all, the whole Azure bloodline was treated like total trash just because they couldn't put that monster down. The sheer humiliation kept him up at night, fueled by a burning obsession to obliterate the Demon King. He was only wielding the Skeleton King's dark magic to ruthlessly exploit the imposter's fatal flaws. He planned to butcher that knockoff ruler with his bare hands, and he'd cross absolutely any line to make it happen. Defending the Ishwa legacy was everything. If he tossed his honor to safely cling to a pathetic, cowardly life, then House Eshwa would forever choke on disgrace until they faded into pure irrelevance. Eli's glare softened into a warm smile, admitting he always warned him never to throw his life away for the family. But deep down, he always knew he belonged with them. He could completely bomb the mission, as long as he dragged his ass back home alive, bringing his entire crew with him. If he made it back in one piece, he'd officially crown him as the undisputed heir. The MC's heart practically exploded with hype, but keeping his cool, he respectfully gave his thanks. Fast forward a couple of days to the capital's edge. Our guy smirked, gesturing off into the distance, mentioning this town was the designated drop zone to link up with the Knights. Shuri cheered, vowing they'd pull off literally anything to make it back home. The spectral demon chimed in, bringing up intel on that specific fiend from 14 years back. Turns out, she was the demoness rolling with the Western Battalion. She wasn't officially part of the Elite 14, but he definitely recognized her twisted vibe. Utterly unhinged, she had a sick reputation for savagely ripping apart rookie cadets. The MC narrowed his eyes, wondering if those scumbags dared to shatter his personal ground rules. Oh, they were about to find out. He'd make their lives an absolute living hell. The Phantom urgently warned him to watch his back, since his core power was still severely nerfed. Right then, Ash, lurking in the shadows of a tree, locked eyes on him and whispered with a sly grin that she finally pinned him down. A little while later, deep inside the Crown Prince's royal suite, Shibli questioned if Isaac actually locked in the fourth Paladins. The lackey reported that Isaac had zero interest in the elite squad they originally offered. Maybe his radar was sharper than they thought. The Crown Prince countered, smirking that the kid actually completely knew how to play the game. The Knight Commander they deployed was a half-spirit, making him insanely squishy against demonic forces. The young dude gasped, completely shook. Wait, Cylon is a half-spirit? And he sent him just to ego-check Isaac? Shibli brushed it off, denying the setup. Sure, demonic energy wrecks him, but with his raw stats, he's still a massive carry. Yet Isaac purposely drafted the cursed outcasts instead. Now that is wildly fascinating. Literally every single dude in that unit is a half-demon. The servant nervously added that those psychos were totally unhinged, literally feeding church clerics straight to the monsters. Meanwhile, over at the Azure team's rendezvous point, Derek, the squad captain, slammed his fist into the table, completely losing it. Where the hell were they? It's been 4 straight hours. Were they seriously trying to start a war with the fourth Paladins? One of his boys chimed in, guessing the kid caught wind of their toxic rep and was just trolling them. Another teammate shrugged, pointing out that the Azures are notoriously hardcore about being on time. So pulling a stunt like this wasn't totally off the table. Derek cursed them out as arrogant, holy freaks, when out of absolutely nowhere, our MC just materialized right beside him. Casual as ever, he dropped a greeting and asked why they were dragging their feet. The squad captain snapped, spitting that he thought his pompous kind practically worshipped the clock. Did he even check the damn time? The MC coolly clapped back, claiming a bandit ambush held them up. He even flexed a broken arm to prove it, hinting someone definitely snitched on their route. He swore he hustled over at top speed, since leaving them hanging would be a totally trash move. Derek, visibly sweating now, grumbled that punctuality wasn't optional anyway. The MC raised an eyebrow. Oh really? Did this guy seriously think his crew was top dog? Derek shot back, stating that if they didn't actually need them, they'd be wasting their time out here anyway. Our MC fired back with a smirk. If you guys were so stoked to head back, why have you been chilling here waiting for us for 5 straight hours? If everything was exactly how you claimed, you would have ghosted us ages ago. So why are you still lurking? Plus, you're strapped to the teeth for a basic escort gig. You were totally planning to use us as live bait. Just to track down your missing squad mate, right? Look, if you seriously don't want to play bodyguard, we can just split ways right here. Derek snapped, barking at him to zip it. Knight Hollock was the one who set this up. That absolute snake. Definitely assigned him just to sabotage their entire run. Shirley blinked, wondering if that was actually their 4th uncle rocking a fake alias. Was he pulling the strings behind the scenes? Derek blew a fuse, screaming that they'd never survive the trek to Crescandi solo. He vowed to drag them along, even if he had to hack off their legs. Derek yanked out his blade, ready to slice, but our MC unleashed the suffocating, god-tier aura of a literal demon king, commanding the guy to put the steel away. Derek froze, sweating bullets, completely mind-blown that his body was forcibly obeying the command. He was just a kid. How did he have this presence? The spirit chimed in, pointing out that demonic blood was pumping through their veins. Against a true king, they were totally helpless. Our MC flashed a wicked grin, realizing this was just raw demonic instinct kicking in. The absolute urge to bow down to an apex predator. That right there is exactly why he picked this squad. As Derek reluctantly clicked his sword back, MC just smiled, declaring it was finally time to hit the road. Shirley stood there, completely baffled, demanding to know how they could possibly team up after almost slaughtering each other 2 seconds ago. Our boy coolly replied that they were stuck with each other. They weren't backing out now, busting out all the kidnapped victims and wiping every single demon off the map. That was the endgame. He honestly couldn't care less if they ended up saving Derek's crew along the way. Derek's eyes widened, asking if MC specifically chose them, because he already knew about his missing friends. MC casually asked what the big deal was. Without missing a beat, the squad leader yelled that they were all in. MC just smirked, knowing he had them hooked. But one squad member scoffed, asking what the actual play was. You seriously got a plan? Evil spirits are sketchy as hell. They'll just leave us out to dry. You really think there's a reason we're stuck doing grunt work? Suddenly, one of the demon guards totally snapped, going full berserk mode, lunging straight for the guy's throat. He dodged the grab, screeching at the top of his lungs that these monsters were super toxic and untrustworthy. Wham! The MC delivered a swift smack right to the back of his head, telling him to lock in and chill out. The guy instantly snapped out of his trance, sputtering apologies and admitting he had never lost his mind that fast. He swore it felt like invisible hands were crushing his skull, and his grip on reality just vanished into thin. A teammate chimed in, guessing the twisted vibes coming off Crescandi were messing with his head. Meanwhile, the half-blood demon was practically vibrating with joy, hyping up how he'd never shifted back to human form that fast before. One clean kick to the head forced the transformation, making this kid look like an absolute legend. MC flashed a sly, knowing grin. Oh, of course he did. He totally engineered that whole freakout. Now that the drama had settled, he announced it was time to roll out. But out of nowhere, our boy spotted the tiny bird in his bag and muttered that the little faker was playing dead. The spirit hovered over, agreeing that the tiny guy was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. Suddenly, the fledgling's eyes went dark, hijacked by a demon's control. It croaked out that the Bloodlord was ridiculously ruthless for shipping him off to that trash-tier priest. MC narrowed his eyes. Was this little spy sent by a high-ranking demon? Later on, after pushing deeper into the thick woods, the spirit threw up a massive protective ward. MC started piecing things together. Was this Bloodlord actually one of his old lackeys, currently rotting in a cell thanks to the Holy Throne? It seemed the guy had caught wind of MC's return and dispatched his minion to link up. He obviously made the call to keep his true Demon King identity strictly under wraps from these low-level scrubs. MC clenched his fist, squeezing the bird tighter, demanding to know what kind of intel he was holding. The possessed fledgling chirped back that there was absolutely zero tea for a so-called saint. But whatever, he'd spill. That Demon King he ran into earlier, she straight up sent him to crash his ordination ceremony. Our boy scowled. You mean the one who scammed me with that bootleg relic? The little bird nodded, adding that she sneaked the fake gear inside and gave her goons the green light to assassinate the saints. It was Ash pulling the strings all along. After leveling up by devouring the Skeleton King's insane power, she got massively buffed, breaking straight through the Holy Helen Empire's hardcore barrier. The Bloodlord swore he'd rather take a trip to the chopping block than ever cross paths with a psycho demoness like Ash. Leaking top-tier intel like this to a saint felt totally illegal. Turns out, the Bloodlord was convinced this current Skeleton King was just a giant fraud. He got snatched right after blasting to the whole world that the Demon King was a total imposter. What a massive idiot, right? Rumor has it, MC already absorbed a shard of the legendary Skeleton King. Ash is probably just camping out, practically begging for him to step foot onto her turf. He'd better back off if he actually values his life. Unbothered, MC let the little bird go, coldly commanding it to come to him. Make sure to tell him his message was received loud and clear. Right then, Shuri tracked him down, completely baffled, demanding to know where he'd been sneaking off to, because the whole crew had been tearing the place apart looking for him. But honestly, Shuri couldn't help but beam with pride. After all, our boy had just hooked them up with a massive feast. Our MC just blinked, totally clueless. Food? What food? Out of nowhere, Ash rolled up on them, playing dress-up as some innocent little girl. She batted her eyes and claimed she whipped up this massive spread to help them out, practically begging them to dig in. A wicked smirk crept across our guy's face. He figured she'd play the waiting game, but nope, she walked right into his trap. But things got awkward fast. The holy priests started whining, totally convinced Isaac was taking, because right then, our protagonist started absolutely terrorizing Ash. He shoved the plate away, snapping at her that the grub was way too salty. He even threatened her, straight up telling her that he despised the way she breathed, so she better just choke. Derek instantly backed him up, growling that their boss, Isaac, had already given her a direct order. So why the hell was she making him repeat himself? Ash was sweating bullets, internally screaming. Were these absolute psychopaths out of their minds? Why were they? She realized she had to wipe out his squad first. Faking a sweet smile, she pushed a loaded tray toward the paladins, urging them to chow down, cooing about how exhausted they must be. But the squad captain totally shut her down, coldly stating that he hired them, so there was zero chance they were touching her. Ash doubled down, pushing the guilt trip. She claimed the entire city's safety rested on their shoulders. She slaved away in the kitchen just for them, so our MC wasn't having it. He glared dead into her eyes and dared her to eat it first. I mean, how else could they prove it wasn't spiked with poison? Right on cue, a triggered priest snapped back, throwing a massive tantrum. He yelled that the food was completely fine. Why was Isaac being such a toxic bully? He had zero right to treat this poor girl like trash, and they were going to prove her innocence right now. A bunch of the guys snatched up the plates, took one bite, and instantly face-planted into the dirt, out cold. A sinister grin flashed across our protagonist's face. He casually brushed the dirt off his shoulder, muttering that this just made his job a whole lot easier. He was planning to beat the living daylights out of them anyway, if he should summon a purification spirit to cleanse the poison. But our guy just scoffed. Nope, let them rot there. Those naive fools needed a hardcore reality check. Suddenly, the spirit completely lost its mind, realizing this specific poison actually forcefully mutates holy mana straight into dark mana. Our MC's eyes lit up like a kid. He desperately asked if it was true. Could this stuff really turn that gross holy mana into absolute peak dark mana? The spirit nodded frantically, revealing that it was a highly contagious, parasitic venom. Our guy's brain went into overdrive. Wait, did this mean he could literally build an... Dropping the cute act, Ash exploded into her terrifying true demon form. She mocked him, screaming that he was completely helpless now. Our guy just tilted his head. Helpless? Bro, this poison literally turns everyone into free, walking mana batteries. Ash flashed a twisted grin, taunting him that if he wanted his precious squad to survive, he'd have to chase her down for the antidote. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward for a lethal strike. But Ash dodged at the last millisecond, taunting him to keep up. Derek drew his blade, shouting that they were backing him up. But the MC threw his hand back, ordering them to stay put. He was flying solo because leaving these poisoned idiots defenseless was a death. He bluntly stated the priests would only survive if his crew shared their mana to keep them stable. Derek looked at him with literal stare. He pounded his chest, promising they'd guard those useless priests with their lives. With that, our protagonist dashed off into the shadows, already drooling over how much sweet dark mana he was about to harvest. Fast forward a bit, and the sun had completely vanished. Ash smirked, mocking him for being a brain-dead fool to walk right into her lair alone. He just scoffed. She was out here yapping about absorbing human souls, completely blind to the absolute monster standing right in front of her. "On your knees," he commanded. In that split second, the horrifying, godlike aura of the demon, her legs instantly gave out. She crashed to the dirt, her brain short-circuiting in absolute terror. How the hell did this random human brat possess the true king's terrifying mana? The terrifying realization hit her. He must have devoured a piece of their ruler. Driven by pure fanaticism, Ash lunged at him, screaming for her king to hold on. She swore she'd rip this kid wide open and free her lord. But our MC wasn't having it. He slammed her into the cratered earth, instantly charging up a massive cluster of blazing fireballs. He looked down at her like total trash. Time to show this absolute clown who her real king was. As the dust settled, the spirit was practically screaming in awe. It was only Tier 5 magic, but it slapped with the devastating destructive force of the 7th circle. Fusing holy and dark mana wasn't just smart, it was absolute freaking genius. He flexed his hands, feeling like an untouchable god. No wonder the heavens were terrified of letting him be human. Breaking his power trip, a horrific, trembling voice begged for mercy. Our protagonist casually clapped the ash off his hands. "Oops, did I go a little too hard on you?" Ash was literally shaking. She practically buried her face in the dirt, sobbing that she severely messed up, frantically begging him to just take the antidote. But he waved her off with a chilling calmness. Oh, everything was totally fine. She just needed to hand over the kidnapped paladins. And the clock was ticking. She had exactly 60 seconds. More importantly, he needed cold, hard proof to secure that perfect clear for this dungeon. Bringing back some bruised paladins wasn't going to cut it. He needed a bloody trophy to prove he slaughtered a high-ranking demon. Skip forward 2 days, and we find Shuri nervously pacing around the local tavern, desperately asking if anyone had seen Isaac. Derek tried to cool him down, pointing out that their master was tagged with a magical tracker, so they really shouldn't sweat it. A monster like their boss wasn't going to get taken out that easily. But Shuri was literally vibrating with anxiety, swearing that things had gone horribly wrong. The guild's mages had scrambled out on search parties way too many times, looking totally panicked. Everyone knew those stuck-up magic nerds never lost their cool like this. Derek crossed his arms, admitting they did find absolute bloodbaths along his trail, but that didn't guarantee it was their boss's blood. Right on cue, the tavern doors kicked open. Our MC strolled in, totally unbothered, announcing he was back. With a heavy thud, he slammed a drip. He casually tapped the bag, claiming the cure was stashed right inside. Shuri blinked, totally bewildered, and demanded to know what he was actually hiding in there. Our boy smirked, swearing it was a top-tier asset that needed maximum security. But the second he yanked the bag open, boom! A freshly severed demon's head. Shuri completely lost it, screaming his lungs out. Isaac didn't even flinch. Deadpan, he simply clarified that it belonged to the kidnapper. This grotesque trophy was their golden ticket to a flawless score at the Pentagon. Derek, practically sweating bullets, stuttered out a question about their missing squad mates. The MC just shrugged. They were dead weight, so he literally dumped them in the nearby bushes to let them catch up on foot. Right on cue, a scout burst through the door, yelling that the MIA crew had finally dragged themselves back. Flashing a cocky grin, the MC brushed it off as a casual midnight stroll, where he just so happened to snatch the culprit's skull. Shuri's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe this lunatic actually solo-rushed the mage territory. Isaac paused, calculating the exact right lie to spin. Flashing that signature smirk, he fed them a story. The mages caught wind of their high-stakes deployment, so they schemed to hijack the squad and extort the Holy Empire. The classic, "we saved your boys from demons" shakedown. Yep, the toxic chick who drugged them was a full-blown mage. Her master plan? Knock out the priests and hawk the arcana back to the Empire for a massive payout. Absolute greed. Seriously, who pulls a stunt like that? But the moment he threatened to snitch to the Holy See, she folded like a cheap lawn chair. She practically bolted from a literal teenager. Guess the Vatican's daddy issues are genuinely terrifying, right? Anyway, he squeezed her for the Paladin's location. Turns out, it wasn't even a well-kept secret. She coughed up a hidden shortcut exclusive to spellcasters. By pure luck, the Holy Knights were just chilling in captivity as emergency snacks, untouched by the monsters. So, he busted them out. Did they really doubt his story? He was ready to drop receipts. Shuri forced a nervous chuckle. Admitting the details didn't matter, but pointing out how insanely suicidal that solo run was. One wrong move, and he was dead meat. The MC just waved it off, claiming his righteous instincts took the— Honestly, it beat throwing down with a squad of mages. Sparking a turf war would have been a massive headache. As a devout servant of the light, he simply couldn't let that slide. Derek's eyes sparkled with sheer awe, praising his unbreakable devotion. Shuri sighed, just thankful he was in one piece. He mentioned the local mages had actually formed a search party, genuinely stressing that he'd been abducted. Isaac scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Those stuck-up frauds? Caring about a priest? Right on cue, the robes practically barged into the tavern. The lead mage pouted, calling him heartless. They swore they were terrified a demon snatched him, playing the victim card. Isaac mentally called out their massive cap. What kind of desperate losers were they taking him for? They were obviously just sniffing around to loot the mana core. Slapping on a fake smile, one of the spellcasters politely demanded his cooperation in an official inquiry. They claimed locals reported demon activity. Isaac flat out denied seeing anything. But the mage didn't budge, smugly stating he felt a mana core radiating nearby. Our guy didn't miss a beat. He shot back that their radar was glitching. It had to be their own magic they were sensing. I mean, come on, demons aren't just roaming the streets. Did they seriously think an academy kid could solo a monster? The mage stared him down, admitting he fully agreed. A rookie would get completely shredded by a demon. But the math wasn't mathing. Halak swore on his life there was one lurking around. Eavesdropping on the name, Shuri tilted his head. Was this about his crazy fourth uncle again? Or maybe it was just a coincidence. Halak isn't exactly a rare name. Cutting the tension, the MC announced he was exhausted and needed to crash. Shuri panicked, shouting that they weren't done debriefing, but Isaac waved them off, promising to drop the full lore dump later. Cut to a creepy, secluded cabin deep in the woods. Ash was huddled inside. Isaac kicked the door open, a dark grin creeping across his face. It was finally time to settle the score. Flashback to 2 days ago. The demon girl had desperately asked what he meant by bringing proof. Isaac leaned in, dropping a bomb. The beast that slaughtered the Azure trainees 14 years ago? It wasn't her. A pathetic, low tier like her couldn't pull off a massacre. Even back then, there was zero chance she could have overpowered a heavy hitter like Riley. If Isaac just turned in her scrub tier head, the higher-ups would instantly know he was faking the bounty. So he gave her an ultimatum. Fetch the real culprit's head. The Holy See demanded a worthy sacrifice. Snapping back to the present, our MC admitted he didn't expect her to actually deliver. Guess she wasn't entirely brain-dead after all. She passed the test. Ash, visibly trembling, realized he had known the killer's identity from the start. Isaac smirked, tilting his head. Why was her sister dragging that grotesque monster around? He played dumb originally, but why did his intel point straight to her bloodline? Ash broke down, confessing that 14 years ago, her twisted sister unleashed her pet monster to hunt, literally feeding it holy priests. Isaac pieced it together. The Vatican's radar got scrambled because the two sisters shared the exact same demonic aura. But the fact remained, Ash was blood-tied to the monster that devoured Riley's squad. Cutting the pity party, Isaac demanded real intel. Who was pulling the strings in the demon underworld right now? Ash choked out the terrifying truth. A counterfeit skeleton king was currently ruling over the pureblood nightmares of the Ninth Circle. He commanded the demonic horde to slaughter the saint and rally the demon king's scattered army, since clashing with the divine entities had drained his power completely. Our guy pressed her for intel on the god's current moves. She admitted she was basically in the dark, but guessed they had taken a massive beating too and were just laying low for now. That struck him as super sketchy. Maybe his explosive self-destruct had wrecked them way harder than he thought. Those absolute freaks would never just chill out for 150 years. Shouldn't they be tearing the globe apart looking for his soul? There was zero chance they missed the fact that the bug they sealed him inside was totally hollow. He just couldn't buy that. Their absolute strongest holy magic had just fizzled out. Even if they somehow missed his spirit slipping away, they definitely would have noticed the seal sitting empty, eventually. Flashing a wicked grin, our MC wondered out loud, wait, so did another soul take my place in there? He debated if it was some absolute powerhouse dripping with dark energy, or maybe a walking disaster, like the Skeleton King, or even another deity. Now that was spicy. He absolutely had to investigate. Our protagonist ordered her to head back to the demonic realm and act as his personal spy network. A little later, Derek and the crew started hyping him up with endless gratitude. One of the guys practically begged to repay the massive favor, since he had literally rescued their kids. Out of nowhere, the squad leader practically yelled that the solution was obvious. In a flash, the whole team dropped to their knees. The guy bellowed that he, a badass 7th rank knight, along with Derek and the rest, would follow his every single command. Our boy was genuinely stunned. He totally didn't expect to score this elite squad absolutely free of charge. These guys had deep ties across the entire continent, meaning top-tier intel and insane mobility. Securing all that leverage just from saving 11 lives was an absolute steal. Suddenly, he spotted a tiny kid hanging out in the back, Hyberius, the youngest prince of the Arcane Empire. Mind blown, he wondered what a literal toddler was doing out here. Derek blinked, asking, wait, you don't recognize this kid? You're gonna flip. Hiberius stepped up, gave a proper royal intro, and thanked him for the rescue. Our protagonist, completely speechless, realized these elite mages probably mobilized specifically because their VIP royalty got snatched. Flashing a polite smile, the little prince dropped the truth. I honestly thought everyone in the Helon Empire was pure trash, but guys like him actually exist. He is a genuinely solid dude, way better than those absolute scumbags at the Holy See, who had the nerve to send rookie priests to back up the actual heroes, the knights. Compared to that garbage, he is a true saint. Please, let me repay the favor. Flashing that signature chaotic grin, our MC leaned in. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a nervous servant was giving Harai the rundown, reporting that the Azure squad had breached Kritsiondi. He anxiously added that they completely lost their trail, thanks to the enemy mages running interference, but confirmed all the rookies had stepped into the danger zone. Harai scoffed, saying he totally expected the knights to wipe them out before they even hit the border, but somehow they actually pulled it off. The servant nervously theorized that Isaac must have gone rogue and pushed ahead solo. Harai sneered, pointing out the kid couldn't even control the evil spirits. Since even the veterans threw in the towel, there was zero chance Isaac would actually clear the mission, and his odds of making it back in one piece were basically in the negatives. The young servant smirked in agreement, bragging that they already rigged the game so he could never set foot in the Holy Empire again. The patriarch leaned back, chewing on the intel Ishua's fourth son had fed him. That psycho promised to warmly welcome his nephews if they dared cross into his turf. Knowing his brutal playbook, he would 100% hire deadly mages to just wipe them off the map. The servant hesitantly asked if there was any chance the crown might swoop in to save Isaac, since the royals definitely had their eye on him. Harai coldly shut that down. The crown is way too broke to pull that off right now. Kritsiondi is a massive war zone between the Holy Empire and the Arcane Empire. If they trigger a political landmine out there, it'll blow up in their faces. But hey, on the microscopic off chance he actually pulls this off, make damn sure he never breathes Helon air again. He was already savoring the absolute ruin of the Azure bloodline. Cut back to our boy. Sporting an absolutely devious smirk, he figured his haters were plotting his downfall, which meant it was time to drop a nuke on their egos. He casually dragged the prince right into a packed tavern and yelled, "Feast your eyes on my ultimate trump card to destroy the Holy See." Behold, the youngest prince of the Arcane Empire. Shuri completely lost her mind, screaming internally, "This dude is totally unhinged. What is he doing? Who on earth parades an enemy nation's royal around like he's just some kid from down the block?" Hiberius just cracked up laughing, admitting that's exactly why he traveled undercover. They were totally shook. Our MC, putting on an intensely fierce face, declared that the Holy See was officially screwed. They hadn't just rescued a random squad of knights. Rule number 1 of politics: always make the big players owe you. By saving this royal kid, the entire magic empire is now insanely in our debt. Hiberius was absolutely hyped, calling him a top-tier strategist. Shuri just stared in total disbelief, wondering if he had completely lost his mind too. He couldn't fathom if our guy actually planned and returned as absolute legends. Our MC shut that down real quick, telling him to keep his mouth totally zipped for now, which was the exact reason he called this secret huddle. Those gold faction scumbags had definitely rigged up some nasty traps to sabotage their entire— Imagine the utter chaos if His Royal Highness stepped right into one. Hiberius practically swooned with respect, hyping up how freaking brilliant he was. Say the word, and he would dive straight into a blazing inferno for him. Our boy just flashed this incredibly devious smirk, declaring it was time to serve those gold bastards a massive, humiliating reality check. Could they actually bait not just their enemies, but also the Arcane Prince himself into a deadly ambush? Both the sacred and magical empires would go absolutely ballistic hunting down the mastermind, and the gold faction would be completely paralyzed by the fallout. Shuri nodded, totally picking up what he was putting down, but pointed out that Cardinal Barrett was way too slick to leave any messy breadcrumbs behind. Our protagonist just brushed it off like it was nothing. He already had a partner in crime lined up. Shuri gasped, mind completely blown. He was going to weaponize the mages. The MC grinned, pointing out how those guys would be backed into a since they did him super dirty. But throwing hands directly would spark a massive international incident. Bottom line, things were about to literally blow up. Right on cue, the ground violently shuddered beneath the priest's feet, and they rushed to the windows to witness a colossal, raging pillar of smoke blacking out the sky. Our MC roared that the first one to strike takes the crown. Those fools actually dared to eyeball his mana core, so it was time to send them to the grave. Meanwhile, the mages were trembling in sheer terror right at the smoking crater of the blast. One of them stammered out, sweating bullets, wondering if those were the legendary Azure disciples. Did they strike first because they sniffed out the ambush? Panic set in, and one of the mages desperately shrieked the command to blast the priests in. Out of nowhere, another mage spotted our MC and frantically screamed for everyone to hold their fire. The protagonist ruthlessly yanked out the prince, who bellowed at the asking if they even comprehended who they were about to slaughter. The mages completely lost their minds, screeching in pure panic. It was the crown prince. What on earth was he doing with these holy priests? They begged the MC to hand him over so they could secure him, but our protagonist snapped back, declaring that if they cared at all about this kid's survival, they needed to cough up every single valuable item they had on them. One of the mages started intensely sweating, recalling that the Ashua were literally the Azure faith. They were the most insanely righteous, straight-laced zealots out there, completely despising anything even slightly shady, right alongside the white faction. These Ashua fanatics lived and died by a fiercely strict code of honor, refusing to ever draw a blade, even with a dagger practically kissing their own throats. Yet, in this completely unhinged, an actual Ashua sword was pressed right against the royal heir's jugular. Why in the world was the prince rolling with this crew? And why were they holding him completely hostage? The kid was an absolute beast, who could easily wreck several full-grown men. They had to be using some dark leverage against. They absolutely had to stage a rescue. The head mage desperately hollered for everyone to chill out so they could negotiate. Our MC totally shut him down, barking that talking was for later, and demanded they drop all their loot right freaking now. Right then, a sneaky mage tried to pull a flank maneuver from the blind spot, reaching his greedy hand out to violently snatch the crown prince back to safety. Barros lost his absolute mind, screaming furiously about what the hell they were doing. Why weren't they jumping in to save him? And these absolute clowns still had the audacity to call them elite mages of the almighty arcane empire. The dude lunged forward to grab him, but the royal heir wasn't having it, scrambling right up onto our protagonist's neck and shrieking that their weak attempts were completely useless, flexing his absolute authority as the future ruler. He ordered the squad to dump all their gear and get the hell out of Dodge. The mage was sweating bullets, agonizing over the fact that this kid was the literal future of their nation. He had zero clue what was actually going down, but defying a royal command was basically a death sentence. He frantically promised to follow every single order, swearing to hand over his entire stash, just begging the MC to let the kid walk. Our boy casually eyed the loot, wondering if it was a... He loudly declared that he would let them off the hook just this once, since they were acting so genuine. But he was definitely going to snitch to the higher-ups about their pathetic attempt to ambush his crew. The mage instantly backpedaled, stammering that it was a huge misunderstanding, and they were just out here hunting demonic beasts. Our protagonist, were they seriously hunting monsters, with gear specifically designed to butcher holy priests? Did they actually want to march back home, carrying their own prince in a body bag? What the hell was their endgame anyway? Flash forward a bit, and our MC was chilling on the bed, spreading out his massive haul of stolen mana core and screaming his lungs out in pure, unadulterated hype. Hiberius was just absolutely awestruck by his insane eye for quality. These arcane empire cores were leagues above the trash they peddled in the Holy Empire. Did this dude actually grasp how insanely valuable this loot was? He honestly never expected someone from the Holy Empire to recognize true treasure. But this kind of savage talent coming from the Azure House was wild. Living up to the hype of a faith with completely unbreakable morals, Hiberius begged him to spill all his secrets. He promised to hype up the Ashua to the absolute moon once he got back home. Our MC flashed a grin, purring that it sounded absolutely perfect. If our boy had ever thought about defecting to the magical side, they would treat him like an absolute king. Right at that epic moment, Shuri crept up on him, whispering that they seriously needed to talk. Was he actually going to drop the massive bombshell to the patriarch that their fourth uncle was the mastermind? Who dragged these spellcasters into our mess? Our guy nodded in agreement, adding that every single rival needed to be wiped off the board. Shuri shot back, warning him he'd be totally screwed if this backfired. He'd never even crossed paths with the guy, but the dude was definitely a massive wild card. Making a move like this without rock-solid proof? That was basically a death wish. But our main character just scoffed, pointing out that the rogue mage had literally just called him Eshua's blood. That clown already had their identities figured out. Shuri argued they just stuck out like a sore thumb because of their looks. He instantly shot that down, snapping back that they looked absolutely busted, rocking hair the color of literal dirt. Nobody looks at that mess and thinks, Eshua bloodline. Nah, the guy knew exactly what was up. It had to be Eshua's fourth kid pulling the strings. There was zero chance those Arcana goons could have randomly guessed an heir was hiding among the rookies. Exactly. His own uncle put a literal hit out on him. Did that idiot seriously think his dad would just brush this off? He is going to completely... Shuri let out a heavy sigh, muttering that he was totally clueless. How was he supposed to predict that? Flashing a devious smirk, our guy bragged that he had Azure Gold completely figured out. The royal crown and the holy throne? Yeah, the word was definitely out on the streets by now. Cut to the Holy See. The Golden Cardinal just got hit with a massive reality check. The Azure squad made it back alive and breathing. A scout reported they were marching straight for the capital. Intel showed their numbers actually grew, and get this, they even bailed out the hostages. The guy threw an absolute fit, demanding to know what those useless mages were even doing out there, while the Cardinal ground his teeth in pure panic. He realized the 4th Eshua kid just pulled off a total miracle. And those spellcasters totally dropped the ball. This punk didn't just dodge death. He absolutely crushed the mission, way past expectations. The informant explained that the mages backed off because the Prince of the Magic Empire was chilling right there among Azure's rescued VIPs. The Cardinal froze like a statue, while his right-hand man gasped, demanding he repeat that out loud. The scout confirmed it, the last surviving prince of Arcane, Hyberius, Britannia. And on top of that, Isaac Eshua was calling for a massive investigation into the mages, vowing to hunt down whoever dared to target the royal. The Cardinal narrowed his eyes, thinking, so, this is the game he wants to play. Dragging a prince into this flipped the entire board. The higher-ups are definitely going to tear everything apart. Now, not only are the Cardinal's hands completely tied, but he could literally take the fall for attempting to assassinate royalty. The massive L's are just stacking up everywhere, failing against both the son and the father. Suddenly, another lackey busted through the doors, panting out that disaster had just struck. The Eshua Patriarch just rolled into Barrett, throwing an absolute tantrum. He was screaming for his 4th son to be dragged in front of him right this second. The Cardinal chewed his lip in pure panic. This update was the final nail in his coffin. Meanwhile, flashing over to the capital of the Holy Empire, Roman. Hearing the absolute chaos unfold, our guy burst out laughing. His grandpa completely lost his mind. After reading the letter exposing his 4th uncle's assassination attempt, wiping tears of pure comedy from his eyes, he chuckled that this was peak grandpa behavior. Sure, the old man was an absolute unit, but he never actually expected him to clash head-to-head with the city pope. While he was busy giggling to himself, Asil dropped to one knee, pouring her heart out and saying she owed him her life. He actually managed to avenge her brother, who got taken out 14 years back. He blinked, totally caught off guard. He had zero clue about her tragic backstory. Playing it cool, he waved it off as no big deal, and checked in on the rest of the crew. Beaming, she updated him, saying they reacted exactly like the head of the family, though Lord Gwell seemed super bummed out about something. The guy lost his temper, roaring. This absolute lunatic wasn't just targeting Isaac, he went after his own blood nephew. Riley quickly reminded him that Isaac was also his nephew, but he fired back that their hair colors were totally different. Riley retorted that hair color was the least of their differences, before the boss barked at him to shut his mouth. Suddenly, a weird crackling noise made everyone whip their heads around. Benjamin, the money guy, was literally torching the 4th Lord's inheritance papers, declaring the dude was getting absolutely zilch. His entire fortune was getting donated to charity. Our boy winced, thinking what a massive waste of cash. They should have just wired those funds straight to his bank account. Asil interrupted, mentioning that every single Eshua heir was linking up for the New Year's bash, and honestly, it was giving her major bad vibes. It looks like the 4th Lord is actively gunning for his head, completely desperate to snatch the Patriarch title. Isaac just brushed it off, telling her to chill. He isn't planning on dying anytime soon. It is super weird though. The rest of the family should be panicking, but they are acting totally unfazed. Suddenly, a magical letter zoomed right past his nose. His eyes lit up as he hyped up that his VIP finally made it. Ripping the envelope open, a glowing summoning circle instantly flared up on the floor. Our boy smirked, teasing that the guy must have been sprinting over if he burned a spell to get there. Leon materialized right out of the light. Stomping straight over, he grabbed our hero by the collar, growling that he promised to show him something incredibly entertaining. Isaac just grinned, noting his little prince was looking pretty healthy after all. He figured he would definitely enjoy the chaos. Leon ground his teeth in pure frustration, took a deep breath to cool off, and finally shoved him back, forcing a tight smile as he asked what insane logic made him drag the royal prince into this mess. Isaac calmly clapped back. A wicked smirk crept across his face. Honestly, he was totally eating the situation up. Talk about a golden ticket to milk those absolute weirdos for every single penny. He fired off a letter demanding a full-blown investigation. The obvious masterminds? It had to be the Pope and the 4th of Eshua.